Chapter 474. Relic Goo could directly increase the aperture's foundation and raise a Goo Master's realm. From rank 1 to rank 5, there were bronze, red iron, silver, gold and purple crystal relic Goo. Relic Goo were mortal Goo. There were no rank 6 and above immortal Goo. Among them, bronze, red iron and silver relic Goo circulated in large numbers in the mortal world. But for yellow gold relic Goo and purple crystal relic Goo, because they could directly affect the battle strength of rank 4 and 5 Goo Masters, and indirectly affect the power structure of a force, they were strictly restricted by all the large organizations and rarely circulated in the market. But in Jewel Yellow Skies, there were yellow gold relic Goo and purple crystal relic Goo. No matter how many purple crystal relic Goo a Goo Immortal used, it would not increase their cultivation. But purple crystal relic Goo were still very few in number. Because yellow gold and purple crystal relic Goo, other than increasing cultivation, were also used in large numbers to refine immortal Goo. They had an important catalytic effect in immortal Goo recipes. Other than refining Goo, if a Goo Immortal had descendants, they would collect many relic Goo for their descendants or clan to use. Thus, in Jewel Yellow Skies, rank 1 to 3 relic Goo were sold in batches. Rank 4 yellow gold relic Goo were few, and purple crystal relic Goo were even fewer. Yellow gold and purple crystal relic Goo were widely used in immortal Goo recipes. Feng Yuan had used them to refine Spring Autumn Cicada and Second Aperture Goo. The Blood Deity Immortal Goo Remnant recipe, he mentioned, also needed large numbers of relic Goo. But when it came to immortal Goo, the price would always be high. But this situation was much better than the mortal world's restrictions. Feng Yuan immediately bought 3 purple crystal relic Goo, and spent a lot of money to buy an immediate success Goo. This Goo was much more expensive than purple crystal relic Goo, and could increase the success rate of Goo refinement. Next, Feng Yuan bought large numbers of low-rank Goo and Goo refinement materials, preparing to refine rank 5 breath concealment Goo and so on. Although Jewel Yellow Skies could detect treasure light, just by looking at the height of the treasure light, it could not tell if the Goo worm had been tampered with. Therefore, it wasn't very safe, so Feng Yuan decided to try his best to refine it himself. After selling all the remnant prescriptions in his hands, and purchasing a large amount of resources, and deducting the administrative fees for Jewel Yellow Skies, Feng Yuan had a total of 28 pieces of celestial yuan stone in his hands. Of course, these immortal Goo remnant recipes could be repeatedly sold, but the corresponding treasure light would continue to decrease. The treasure light would only return after a certain period of time. The transaction in Jewel Yellow Skies first depended on the treasure light. The stronger the treasure light, the higher the price. The decrease in the glow of the treasure represented a decrease in the selling price. After all, the more people knew about an incomplete recipe, the lower its value would be. If he continued to sell them, Feng Yuan's profits would decrease. The Goo Immortals who bought them earlier would feel that they were making a loss. Delaying the sale for a period of time was beneficial to both the buyer and the seller. The seller's price remained the same, but the buyer had gained a lot of precious time to research the remnant recipe. After all, immortal Goo were unique. In this way, the most precious recipes I have are the Spring Autumn Cicada, Second Aperture Goo, and Blood Deity's remnant recipe. The other remnant recipes will be sold again. Of course, it will take at least a few months. This time was naturally referring to the 5 regions time. As for other recipes like refining fixed immortal travel from divine travel, everyone knew about them. If they were placed in Jewel Yellow Skies, there would not be a single inch of treasure light. Rockman, I still need to supply Crane Gate as much as possible. This is also to prevent Crane Gate from finding any clues, to ease the conflict and delay as much as possible. Now that Dang Hun Mountain was dying, the production of Guts Goo was getting lower and lower. Every transaction caused the Rockman's numbers to decrease greatly. Crane Gate's patience was also wearing thin. There would be a battle sooner or later. Feng Yuan could only delay as much as possible. Fortunately, they will only think that I am trapped in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and think that I am a trapped turtle. They would never have expected that I would go to Northern Plains and even return. Even that old man Inkstone would not expect this. Wisdom Path Goo Immortals were good at deductions, but they did not make baseless guesses. Instead, they used all the clues and traces to trace back to the source and make deductions. Feng Yuan's core goo was spring-autumn cicada. Its greatest advantage was rebirth. In his 500 years of memories, Stargate goo, moving perspective cup goo, and others were goo worms that were ahead of the 5 regions by an era. I cannot sell remnant recipes for now. Rockmen can only supply crane gate, but I still have something to sell. Feng Yuan had a plan. This item was none other than soil. The soil in jewel yellow skies was a rare item. For example, cloud soil, rotten soil, salt soil, and so on. Many blessed lands produced soil, and sold it to jewel yellow skies to exchange with other goo masters. The soil that Feng Yuan sold was naturally not ordinary, it was gruel mud. Back then, when the earthly calamity descended, Dang Hun Mountain was plotted against and was contaminated by gruel mud immortal goo's power. The whole mountain gradually turned into mud. But in this world, fortune and disaster were interdependent. The mud that Dang Hun Mountain turned into had the power of gruel mud immortal goo. In the eyes of some goo immortals, this was an essential material to refine gruel mud immortal goo. Sure enough, after Feng Yuan put the soil into jewel yellow skies, it immediately attracted a lot of attention. What day is it today? There are so many good items. Gruel mud. This is the true gruel mud. It has an intense immortal goo aura. Unfortunately, I do not have the recipe of gruel mud immortal goo. This mud is useless. The goo immortals' divine senses surged. Many people sent out their divine senses to bid against each other. I need the immortal goo recipe of gruel mud. I will not exchange for anything else. Little Hu Immortal transmitted her divine sense under Feng Yuan's command. This harsh request immediately made the goo immortals sneer. Using a pile of mud to exchange for an immortal goo recipe? Your way of thinking is too greedy. Gruel mud immortal goo is a one-time consumable goo. The recipe is clearly more important than the goo worm. You are actually shamelessly saying you want to exchange for the recipe? This is too unrealistic. I advise you to exchange for it. Otherwise this pile of mud can only exist in jewel yellow skies with no one interested in it. But Little Hu Immortal continued. I am not asking for the complete immortal goo recipe. I will take the one with the brighter treasure light. The goo immortals stopped talking and started to observe. After a while, a goo immortal took out an incomplete recipe. The treasure light was 12 feet long. This naturally did not enter Feng Yuan's eyes. He stared at the mirror and smiled, instructing Little Hu Immortal. As long as the other goo immortals take out an incomplete recipe, we will add half a kilogram of gruel mud. Yes, master. Little Fox Fairy immediately replied in a crisp voice. There was a lot of gruel mud in Hu Immortal blessed land. From start to finish, all the gruel mud was cleared out of Dang Hun Mountain by Little Hu Immortal. It was not expelled from the blessed land, but moved to the western part of the blessed land. These last years, the gruel mud in the blessed land continued to transform. The amount was increasing. It was about to form a mud lake. The calamity of the past had become the current capital. In jewel yellow skies, the divine senses of the goo immortals started to ripple. Every time an incomplete recipe appeared, Little Hu Immortal would throw out half a kilogram of gruel mud. This attitude was clearly telling others, we have plenty of it here. One by one, the incomplete recipes were thrown out. The treasure light also strengthened. From the original 10 feet, it had already risen to over 20 feet, and was still rising. Feng Yuan watched for a while, the smile on his face becoming even more pronounced. His soul came from Earth. His marketing methods far surpassed this world's. On Earth, businesses were launched, but here in jewel yellow skies, immortal yuan stone could only barely act as currency. Most of the transactions were still at the primitive bartering stage. Feng Yuan's method could be considered as creating momentum, attracting more goo immortals to sell the gruel mud immortal goo's remnant recipe. Of course, this was only a small trick at best. Next, Feng Yuan instructed Little Hu Immortal to take care of the other matters and make arrangements. It is about time. It is time to go back. Feng Yuan had been keeping track of the time. The time he spent in Hu Immortal Blessed Land was reduced to 1/5 of the time he spent in Northern Plains. Master, goodbye. You have to come back often to visit. Little Hu Immortal brought Feng Yuan to the western part of the Blessed Land, and under the illumination of the starlight firefly goo, She activated the Stargate goo again. Fang Yuan carried many goo refinement materials and low-rank goo worms as he stepped into the Stargate. Not long after, he stepped out of another Stargate and returned to Northern Plains Crescent Lake. Just as he had expected, it was already close to dawn. Dawn was breaking in the horizon. A trace of white appeared on the horizon. A cool breeze blew, causing ripples to appear on the pure lake water. The air was extremely fresh. The flowers and grasses around his feet were covered with dew, and there were already flocks of birds fluttering their wings on the lake's surface. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, feeling joyful. By snatching Ma Hongyun's fortuitous encounter, Fang Yuan had obtained the help of Land Spirit of Langya. In Langya Blessed Land, he used one of the fortuitous encounters to obtain Stargate goo and other goo. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he used Connecting Heaven goo to solve the problem of lacking resources. This way, the pawns that were already gone have a new path of development. The whole chessboard has been revitalized. The sky gradually brightened under the escort of the wolf group. Fang Yuan returned to Good Tribe camp. I am going into closed cultivation to refine goo. Outsiders are not to disturb me, he instructed before locking himself in the lizard house and starting to refine a new goo. No matter where the goo refinement materials came from, the goo worms refined in the same place would belong to that goo. That is to say, although most of the materials in Fang Yuan's hands came from Central Continent, as long as they were refined in Northern Plains, the new goo worms would be Northern Plains goo and would not be suppressed. The first thing he needed to refine was Moving Perspective goo. Moving Perspective goo was a rank 5 goo. The original set was refined in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and was on the verge of breaking. It could only be used once more. Through Jewel Yellow Skies, Fang Yuan now had materials. He naturally wanted to refine a pair of Moving Perspective goo. At the same time, beside Crescent Lake, Yen Tribe's 9 goo masters were riding hump wolves and galloping rapidly. Stop, there are wolf footprints here. Yen Tribe leader suddenly reined in his wolf's head, looking at the large wolf footprints in front of him with a bewildered expression. There are so many wolves, this is a myriad wolf group. The other goo masters also exclaimed. Good Tribe camp is not far away. Do you think this myriad wolf group is heading towards them? Not good. Look at these wolf footprints. There are poison-beard wolves, wind wolves, turtleback wolves, night wolves and so on. Wild wolf groups are all singular. With so many wolf groups mixed together, it can only mean that this wolf group is being controlled by a goo master. Yen Tribe leader frowned. Good Tribe was once a large tribe, but now that they have migrated, they are no longer as prosperous as before. It is not possible for them to raise such a large beast group. It is very likely that this beast group is the work of a demonic goo master. We are going to ask for help from Good Tribe. Let's go check the situation first. If Good Tribe is in trouble, we will quietly retreat. If we can do them a favor, we will attack the wolf group from the front and back. Yes, Lord Tribe Leader. Everyone shouted. Go to Good Tribe. The hump wolf galloped again, carrying the group towards Good Tribe camp. Chapter 475. Halt! The patrolling Good Tribe goo master saw Yen Tribe's group and shouted. Yen Tribe's group stopped their hump wolves as an elder spoke. This person beside me is Yen Tribe leader Lord Yen Tianji. He is here to visit Good Tribe leader. Yen Tribe? Good Tribe's goo master's expression changed. That's right, our camp is just 100 li away. Lords, please wait a moment. According to Northern Plains time, Good Tribe had just arrived at Crescent Lake and had only set up camp for a day. Good Tribe's camp was currently under construction. Sir, the wolf pack's tracks have entered the Good Tribe's camp. An elder whispered to the Yen Tribe's leader, Yen Tianji. Yen Tianji nodded, his gaze solemn. To think that this enslavement path goo master is from Good Tribe. It seems we made the right decision. We can invite strong reinforcements to deal with water demon Hao Ji Lu. But Good Tribe might not help us. An elder said worriedly. Yen Tianji sneered as if he had Good Tribe in his grasp. Good Tribe is also participating in the Heroes Assembly. My daughter is Lu Wenwu's fiancé. I will use Lu Tribe's name to ask for help. Do you think Good Tribe won't help? Just as they spoke, the simple camp's door opened, and Good Tribe's new tribe leader Guguang led the elders out to welcome them. Yen tribe leader's presence is our Gu tribe's honor. Please come into the main tent. Gu Guang invited warmly. Why is he only a rank 3 Gu master? Sensing Gu Guang's cultivation level, Yen tribe's people looked down on him. After inviting Yen tribe's group to the camp for a banquet, after drinking a few cups of wine, Yen tribe leader looked at the elder beside him. The elder said, "To speak the truth, Gu tribe leader, we are here to ask for your help." Ask for help? The elder continued. That's right. Our tribe's young lady, Yen Chui Er, was captured by Hao Ji Lu. Hao Ji Lu is despicable and shameless, hiding in Crescent Lake and extorting our tribe. He is a waterpath Gu master, and has great battle strength in the lake. Our tribe's several rescue attempts have all failed. This time, we are here to ask for Gu tribe's help. Hao Ji Lu? Could it be the water demon Hao Ji Lu? When Gu Guang thought of this person, his expression changed slightly. This person was a rank 4 upper stage Gu master. He walked the water path and was infamous in Northern Plains as a sinister and cunning demon. Gu Guang frowned deeply. After thinking for a moment, he refused. Everyone has the right to punish people of the demonic Tao. As a member of the righteous path, the Gu family should have done their part, but unfortunately they were powerless. My old father died on the battlefield, and I took over the family in the face of danger. The Gu family has already suffered heavy losses, and can no longer support the nobles in eliminating the water demon. What? Clan leader Gu Guang is unwilling? Hearing Gu Guang's words, the Yen clan elders' faces all sunk. An elder sneered and said, Gu clan leader, you are indeed too young and don't know some things. I'll tell you now. Our clan's first young Miss Yen Chui Er was engaged to Lu Wenwu a long time ago. So she is Lu Wenwu's fiancée. If we can't save our clan's young miss, the Lu clan will pursue this matter in the future. Even your clan will have to bear the blame. Gu Guang's expression changed. There were several super clans in Northern Plains, and among them were He tribe and Lu tribe. Lu tribe's third young master Lu Wenwu was like his name, well-versed in both literature and martial arts, with outstanding talent and lofty ambitions. This time, he had led a group of retainers and separated from Lu tribe, establishing his own tribe, and was one of the most popular candidates for the lord of the imperial court. Lu Wenwu's forces were extremely strong, and Yen Chui Er was his fiancée. If Gu tribe did not save her, Lu Wenwu would definitely make things difficult for Gu tribe during the heroes' assembly. But Gu tribe was already extremely exhausted, and their higher-ups' battle strength was greatly reduced. If they were to face the water demon again, Gu tribe would have to swallow the bitter fruit alone. Gu Guang cared about his tribe's benefits, and was not willing to provoke the water demon for no reason. But he was also worried that if he did not help, he would attract Lu Wenwu's hostility. Gu Guang felt extremely troubled. Yen tribe leader saw Gu Guang's hesitation and smiled. The righteous path has always been united. I believe Gu tribe will not leave us in the lurch. Gu tribe has outstanding strength. There is no need to hide it. When we came, we found a large number of wolf tracks. As long as Gu tribe sends out an enslavement path Gu master, our Yen tribe is willing to pay 3,000 yuan stone in advance. Gu Guang was secretly furious. Just 3,000 yuan stone. Were they trying to get rid of a beggar? He restrained the anger in his heart and smiled bitterly. You might not know, but this enslavement path Gu master is not a member of my Gu tribe, and is not under my command. It is Lord Chang Shanin. Chang Shanin? Yen tribe leader was stunned, inwardly wondering why this name was so familiar. Gu Guang then explained everything he knew about Fang Yuan's origin, identity and so on. Yen tribe's people were overjoyed. Chang Shanin. He is actually still alive. I remember now, he is of the same generation as me. He was once famous in Northern Plains, and was a genius enslavement path Gu cultivator that everyone paid attention to. Great. Heaven is really helping us. Chang tribe has already attached itself to young master Lu Wenwu. We will explain the reason to Chang Shanin. He will definitely help us. Yen tribe leader was the most straightforward. Gu Guang tribe leader, please introduce us. Gu Guang smiled bitterly. If I could introduce him, I would have done so long ago. Lord Chang Shanin returned early in the morning, and announced that he was going into closed cultivation to refine Gu. If we disturb his Gu refinement, I'm afraid What are you afraid of? Yin tribe leader stood up. Chang Shan-in is of the same generation as me. I have heard of him long ago. Chang tribe and Yin tribe are both under young master Lu Wenwu. We are on the same side. Young master Lu Wenwu is Chang Shan-yin's master. Moreover, this matter is very important. Even if we disturb the gu refinement, it is not a big deal. Bring me there. Vis. Gu Guang hesitated. Yin tribe leader's expression turned stiff. Good tribe leader, please don't delay. If we do not save her in time, and something happens to my daughter, young master Lu Wenwu would blame us. Gu Guang could only grit his teeth and agree. All right, I will bring you there now. Water demon Hao Ji Lu? Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows, looking at the Yin tribe gu masters in front of him. Brother Chang, you slept for 20 years, you might not know. This water demon is a rising star. He obtained a mysterious fortuitous encounter, and is now 35 years old, a rank 4 upper stage expert. Yin tribe leader introduced. Fang Yuan nodded, sighing. Northern Plains is vast, there are many formidable heroes. Since Yin tribe is asking for help, I will make the trip. Yin tribe's group's expression changed. Chang Shan-yin's words. What did he mean by asking for help? He was making himself look like a lowly person. Lord Chang Shan-yin. Why do you need to boost the morale of others and belittle our own? That water demon is crafty. He hid in Crescent Lake and took our tribe's Missy as a hostage. That is why we could not capture him. An elder said with some dissatisfaction. Lord Chang Shan-yin, your Chang tribe has already submitted to young master Lu Wenwu. This rescue is a chance for you. Another clan elder spoke with a tone of thinking for Fang Yuan's sake. The leader of the Yin family smiled. Ha ha ha, Brother Chang, with your help this time, a mere water demon is nothing. Fang Yuan chuckled. It is only right for me to make a move. This time, I will fight alongside you. Yin tribe's group was overjoyed. Good, then let's set off. Old man from Yin tribe, did you bring the 10 million primeval stones I wanted and that backwater battle goo? Water demon stood on the shore of Crescent Lake, looking at the people in front of him vigilantly. Of course I brought it. Where is my daughter? Yin Tianji said as he took out 2 gu, a rank 5 storage gu, and a backwater battle gu. Backwater battle gu was also a rank 5 gu worm. It could greatly amplify the effect of water path gu worms. In the mortal world, it was priceless and extremely rare. Looking at these 2 gu, Water demon's gaze immediately became heated. He had the appearance of a young man with fair skin, broad shoulders and a thin waist. He had a rather handsome aura. His sideburns were already white, giving him an aura of maturity and vicissitudes. Return my daughter to me, and I'll give you everything you want. Now, I want to see my daughter. Yin Tianji reiterated. Water demon snorted and snapped his fingers. Swoosh. In the lake behind him, waves surged as a huge scallop emerged from the water. This scallop was the size of an elephant. Its shell was shiny like silver. The 2 shells slowly opened, revealing a young girl inside. The young girl was tied up tightly. Her mouth was stuffed with a piece of cloth. When she saw Yin tribe leader, tears flowed down her cheeks as she started to struggle intensely. Water demon sneered. You saw your daughter hand over the goo worms. Don't play any tricks, your daughter's life is in my hands. If something happens to her, how will you explain it to Lu Wenwu? Damn it. Despicable scoundrel, fight me fair and square if you have the guts. Yin tribe's elders gritted their teeth. Yin tribe leader's expression was grim as he threw the 2 gu to Water demon. Water demon cautiously jumped. He did not catch them with his hands, instead letting the 2 gu fall on the ground. You didn't do anything to your gu, right? Water demon squinted, staring at Yin Tianji. Yin Tianji's expression was ashen. Go ahead and refine them. Water demon snorted. All of you retreat 30 steps. Yin tribe had no choice but to retreat. Water demon stared at Yin tribe's gu masters, before squatting down and picking up the 2 gu worms. He first inspected them. There was no problem. Next, he carefully started to refine the backwater battle goo. Inside the backwater battle goo was Yin Tianji's will. Now that he cooperated with Water demon, this demon soon succeeded in refining backwater battle goo. Water demon chuckled. Good Yin Tianji, you are very tactful. Next, I will count the yuan stones. If the number is correct, I will return your precious daughter to you. Don't worry, I don't want to go against Lu Wenwu. Your daughter is still a virgin. I have not even touched her hand. Yan Tianji snorted, not speaking. He took out his will and cooperated with Water Demon to refine the storage goo. Water Demon sent his thoughts into the goo and found a large number of yuan stones. He was overjoyed, he could not suppress it and showed it on his face. Right at this time, a goo flew out of these yuan stones and crashed into his body at lightning speed. Rank 4, Immobilization Goo. Do it! Yan Tianji suddenly shouted. The group of elders shot out like lightning and surrounded Water Demon in an instant. Oh no! Water Demon held onto the storage goo. For a moment he could not move, he could only watch as he was surrounded. Chapter 476. Kill! Yan Tianji shouted. In an instant, Yan Tribe's goo masters attacked at the same time, using all sorts of attacking methods. Water flow, starfire, white bones, firebird and other attacks were unleashed together, attacking Water Demon Hao Ji Lu. Water Demon's face shone with all sorts of colors. These attacks were brilliant and dazzling like fireworks, beautiful and deadly. Water Demon was in danger, but he did not dodge, instead revealing a cold smile. His pupils suddenly burst out with a piercing eerie light. The eerie light shone brightly, covering a Yen tribe elder in front of Water Demon. The Yen family elder immediately let out a muffled groan as he felt dizzy. This was Water Demon. He activated rank 3 Eye Strike Goo. His gaze contained an attack, bypassing normal defensive methods and directly attacking the Goo Master's soul. The Yen tribe elder who was attacked quickly retreated 3 steps, calming his mind. Merely rank 3 Eye Strike Goo could only catch the Yen tribe elder unprepared, and cause light injuries to him. It could not change this dangerous situation for Water Demon Hao Ji Lu. But Water Demon Hao Ji Lu's sneer became more intense. He activated rank 4 Yellow Gold Primeval Essence, pouring it into a goo worm in his aperture. Rank 4, Position Swap Goo. Swoosh. With a soft sound, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu's figure suddenly disappeared, and appeared at the Yen tribe elder's position. As a replacement, that Yen tribe elder who was attacked appeared at his original position. Oh no, stop. Yen tribe's other goo masters cried out in shock. This sudden change caught them off guard. They were greatly shocked. They wanted to stop, but the attack was already completed. They could not control it. That Yen tribe elder was scared out of his wits, crazily activating his defensive goo worm. But this goo only lasted for half a breath's time before collapsing. Academy Elder. The patriarch of the Yen clan, Yan Tianji, roared as he watched his own people being engulfed by the brilliant attack, and turned into a pile of minced meat. Ha ha ha, wonderful, wonderful. It seems Yen tribe's goo masters are a group of stupid pigs, actually killing one of their own. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu raised his head and laughed, mocking them to the extreme. Water Demon, my Yen tribe is irreconcilable with you. Hao Ji Lu, I will skin you alive and pull out your tendons. Only then will I be able to vent my hatred. Chop this demon into pieces. Yen tribe's goo masters were so angry their necks turned red as they roared. But even though they were shouting, they did not attack. Water Demon actually had a rank 4 position swap goo. This was out of their expectations. Rank 4 position swap goo was a special type of movement goo. One had to make contact with the opponent to be able to change positions. However, the use of goo worms was not only about choosing a suitable goo worm for oneself, but more importantly, the essence of the goo worms was the mutual coordination between the goo worms. As long as he succeeded, he could make contact with the opponent. Of the position swap goo. As long as he succeeded, he would be able to make contact with the opponent. Ji-goo. With such a goo worm, Hao Ji Lu was not afraid of being surrounded. Tribe Ji of Yen, they were goo and was not. Ji Lu. Yen tribe goo as, demon of. They water Yen goo comma. Using this goo consumes a lot of primeval essence. How many more times can you use it? Let me tell you. We have invited the righteous hero wolf King Chang Shanin. You are surrounded by the wolf group. You have nowhere to go. At the crucial moment, Yan Tianji stood up. His words were like a stimulant, raising everyone's morale. Wolf King Chang Shanin? Hao Ji Lu's gaze concentrated, looking at Feng Yuan who was on the wolf. Feng Yuan had a broad back and a thin waist, his eyes shining brightly. He was riding on the hump wolf, surrounded by the wolf group. He was like a towering mountain. Although he was silent, he gave Hao Ji Lu a sense of pressure. Wolf King Chang Shanin, I have heard of your name since I was young. You did not die? Water Demon Hao Ji Lu concentrated on guarding against Yen Tribe Gu Masters while probing Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan stood 300 steps away from Water Demon, looking at him with a calm expression. Water Demon's heart shook. Although I Strike Gu had a wide attack range, and could attack as long as one looked at it, the further the distance, the weaker the attack. 300 steps was the effective attack range of I Strike Gu. Beyond that, there was no threat. Feng Yuan's position made Water Demon feel very uncomfortable. This distance was very mysterious. If Water Demon took another step, he would be able to attack Feng Yuan. But Feng Yuan seemed to be hinting for him to do so. Hao Ji Lu felt even more pressure. If this person is really Chang Shanin, I cannot use I Strike Gu to deal with him. I Strike techniques are used to test the soul of both sides. Enslavement Path Gu Masters have always had strong souls. Are you really Chang Shanin? What proof do you have? Your Yen tribe randomly pulled out someone to impersonate Wolf King. Do you think I am a fool? Hao Ji Lu mocked. Yen Tianji immediately sneered. Water Demon, you have eyes but failed to recognize the real person. Is Wolf King so easy to impersonate? When we fight later, I will show you the power of Wolf King. Lord Chang Shanin, it is up to you. Kill this Water Demon. Get rid of a scourge for the people. The other Yen tribe elders called out one after another, attempting to use Feng Yuan as a weapon. Feng Yuan sat on the wolf's back looking around. When he saw that his wolf group was already in position, surrounding the battlefield tightly, he knew the time was ripe. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a hint of a cold smile. He nodded slightly, killing intent surging in his eyes. Indeed, your reminder is good, it is time to attack. The moment he said that, the wolf group howled and opened their mouths, baring their sharp claws and teeth as they charged forward without any regard for their own safety. In an instant, 10,000 wolves charged towards the group of Gu Masters. The majestic army caused everyone's expression to change. Chang Shanin, what are you doing? Why are you attacking us? Yen Tianji roared in anger, feeling bewildered. Quickly stop. We are on the same side. Wolf King, are you crazy? You dare to attack us? Our Yen tribe and your Chang tribe have already submitted to young Master Lu Wenwu. The other elders defended against the wolf group's attack as they shouted crazily. Precisely because of this, I am dealing with you. Go in peace. I will send Chang tribe's clansmen to accompany you in the future. Feng Yuan said hatefully, a twisted expression appearing on his face at the right time. Next he shouted angrily. I swore long ago, I will take revenge for the grudges back then. Back then, Chang Shanin dealt with Hatu Gu and the other bandits alone. Chang tribe did not send anyone to help. This matter is fishy indeed. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu's heart jumped as he thought of something. He did not expect such a change. While dodging the wolf group's attack, he shouted anxiously. Wolf King, I have no intention of being enemies with you. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Chapter 477. What? Hearing Feng Yuan's words, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu was enraged. Ever since he started cultivating, no one had ever dared to judge him like this, and no one had ever looked down on him like this. Wolf King, you are too arrogant. Today, I will make you pay the price. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu roared and pushed with his palms. Rank 4, Waterfall Gu. Primeval essence poured in crazily. Water vapor filled the air and with a rumble, a huge water current was formed out of thin air. The water current was extremely rapid, like a waterfall crashing down from the sky. The light silver water carried a biting cold might as it ruthlessly smashed into the wolf group. In an instant, over 1,000 wolves were killed or injured. The water current spread and swept away all the wolves around Hao Ji Lu. At the same time, Yen tribe's Gu masters activated a Gu worm together. This was the rank 5 wind barrier Gu, forming a huge wind. The wind was like a veil, carrying traces of green as it spread around everyone. The wolf group's attacks were all blocked by the formless wind. Many of the wild goo on the Wolf King's body attacked the wind barrier and disappeared like a stone thrown into the sea, vanishing without a trace. How can this be? On the Moon Lake, Yin Chui-er, who was taken as a hostage, was dumbstruck as she watched the intense battle on the shore. She had never thought that the situation would develop like this. She, who was the center of the battle, had now become a bystander. The hump wolf continued to retreat, carrying Fang Yuan and water demon Hao Jilu away. Idiot! Looking at water demon Hao Jilu who was charging towards him, as well as the Yen tribesmen who were defending the formation, Fang Yuan sneered. Water demon Hao Jilu and Yen tribe leader Yen Tianji were 2 rank 4 Gu masters. There were also Yen tribe's higher-ups, more than 10 rank 3 Gu masters. They could be said to be very strong. But the strength of an enslavement path Gu master was that they could fight one against many. Back then, Chang Shan-in led a wolf group and challenged above his rank, killing rank 5 Gu master Hatu Gu, and even exterminating a group of Hatu Gu's subordinates. Why? Because he was an enslavement path Gu master. Now, the wolf pack in Fang Yuan's hands had already taken shape and reached a certain scale. The size of the wolf pack had reached more than 30,000. Not only were there many hundred wolf kings and 1,000 wolf kings, there was also a night wolf king and a young mutated beast, the white-eyed wolf. Such a scale, although it was not even half of Chang Shanyan's wolf pack at his peak, it was enough to annihilate 2 to 3 Gu tribe combined. Right now, they were only dealing with 20 over Gu masters. This was nothing more than a small display of strength. As expected, after fighting for a while, water demon Hao Jilu was gasping for breath, and his momentum gradually stopped. He felt tired. Damn it. This kind of wolf taming technique is really hard to deal with. It's clearly just some 100 wolf kings and 1,000 wolf kings. Water demon Hao Jilia's gaze towards Fang Yuan had already changed. It was not that he had not fought with enslavement path Gu masters before, but how could those enslavement path Gu masters compare to Fang Yuan? Is this the Wolf King's beast taming technique? Being in this place is simply like sinking into a quagmire, sinking deeper and deeper. Water demon Hao Jilu fended off the attacks of the wolf pack, and his heart was already filled with awe. Splitting a trace of his consciousness into his aperture, Hao Jilu inwardly complained. That intense charge earlier, using a series of powerful moves to carve out a path, had caused his primeval essence to be greatly expended. Right now his aperture only had less than half of its peak. Once the primeval essence was exhausted, a Gu master's battle strength would rapidly fall to rock bottom. Hao Jilu had to consider the long term, and had no choice but to restrain his attacks. This way, his momentum would completely disappear, and he would be completely surrounded by the wolf pack. Water demon Hao Jilu, rank 4 Gu master, uses water path Gu worms. His attacks are powerful, and is proficient in fighting one against many. In his early years he roamed northern plains, committing many crimes, and had a bad reputation. He captured Yen Chui-er, and after successfully extorting Yen tribe, he participated in the Heroes' Assembly and offered Yen Chui-er to He Lulan. He Lulan was overjoyed, and entrusted him with an important task. After entering Imperial Court Blessed Land, Hao Jilu was ranked as He Lulan's 3rd valiant general in terms of merit and rewards. Fang Yuan recalled the relevant memories, his gaze dark. In the 500 years of his previous life, this Hao Jilu was also a character, but after being active for 8 to 9 years, he was also killed by Chang Shan-in. Powerful attacks often mean that the primeval essence expenditure is huge. Hao Jilu is no longer a concern. At this moment, he is probably secretly thinking of an escape route. He is proficient in escaping underwater. It will not be easy to capture him today. After all, I have too few water wolves. But my main target is not him, but Yen tribe's Gu masters. Fang Yuan shifted his gaze towards the Yen tribesmen. Yen tribe's Gu masters were proficient in defense. This was famous in northern plains. As expected, these Gu masters' defense was extremely good. The rank 5 wind barrier Gu was like a tortoise shell, firmly protecting everyone. Yen tribe's people are really naive. Even though they are surrounded, they still want to preserve their strength and watch from the sidelines. No wonder history said that Yan Tianji was too conservative and lacked initiative. Since they want to stall for time, that is what I want. Feng Yuan sneered in his heart, purposely slowing down the wolf pack's attack. Time slowly passed. Hao Ji Lu and Yan tribe's Gu master's primeval essence was also being depleted. Suddenly, a large group of figures appeared in the forest. Lord Changshan, we are here. Gu tribe's current tribe leader, Gu Guang, led Gu tribe's Gu masters and rushed here. You came quite quickly. Feng Yuan glanced at him indifferently with deep meaning. Gu Guang was pierced by the light in Feng Yuan's eyes, and subconsciously lowered his head, feeling both respect and fear. This is the Wolf King's heroic nature, to think that I would see it today. Yes, after receiving Lord's letter, we rushed here. One must know how to repay kindness. Lord has saved our Gu tribe time and time again. Lord's revenge is our Gu tribe's revenge. Shortly after, Gu Guang replied. In Gu tribe camp, Feng Yuan could not make a move, so he agreed to Yan tribe on the surface. After he gathered the wolf pack, he used a Gu worm to send a letter back. Gu Guang received the letter and opened it. His face was filled with shock and astonishment. Lord Changshan wants to make a move on the whole Yan tribe? He cried out involuntarily. Continuing to read, Feng Yuan explained the reason in the letter. Back then, Changshan Yin's mother was secretly poisoned, and in order to find a Gu worm that could cure the poison, Changshan Yin entered poison grassland and was ambushed by Hatu Gu and a group of strong enemies. The whole matter was a scheme. Chang tribe's internal strife was an attempt to suppress Changshan Yin. In Feng Yuan's previous life, Changshan Yin was saved by Ma Hongyun, but did not return to the tribe, instead relying on Ma Hongyun. It was also because of this reason. Later, Changshan Yin helped Ma Hongyun become the lord of the imperial court, so he made a move on Chang tribe, eliminating all of the higher-ups of Chang tribe and becoming the tribe leader himself, taking revenge. Now that Feng Yuan was dealing with Yan tribe, this reason was used by him, and he wrote it in the letter, convincing Gu Guang. Originally, Gu tribe and Chang tribe were related by blood. When old Gu tribe leader met Feng Yuan for the first time, he said that his second daughter was married to Chang tribe. But after Gu Guang received the letter, he made a prompt decision and chose to stand with Feng Yuan. Gu Guang, you have matured. Gu tribe will prosper under your leadership. Feng Yuan was riding on the wolf's back, indifferently commenting, then waved his hand. You don't need to participate in this battle. You lead Gu tribe's Gu masters and stand guard at the periphery. But remember, if you block one Yan tribe elder, you will have a chance of winning when we attack Yan tribe camp. Yes, Junior will remember Wolf King's instructions. Gu Guang quickly responded, and led the Gu masters to the periphery of the battlefield, forming an encirclement formation. Seeing Gu tribe's Gu masters coming to reinforce, Yan tribe's Gu masters were shocked and furious. Gu Guang, you despicable and shameless person! A Yan tribe elder shouted furiously. Gu tribe, you have made a wrong decision. You are going against our Yan tribe. You are going against young master Lu Wenwu. You will not have a good ending. Another tribe elder cursed loudly. Gu Guang laughed coldly, his heart filled with disdain. Using the name of young master Lu at death's door. What use is that? We can't stay here any longer. We need to charge and break out of this encirclement. Yan tribe elder realized the severity of the situation, his face turning ashen as he shouted. Go. Yan tribe's people joined hands and started charging, trying to carve out a path of blood. Pellet Fire Gu, Golden Silkworm Gu, Frost Breath Gu, Snowball Gu, Tornado Gu, Exploding Thunder Gu, Fire Claw Gu and others were activated. At once, fireballs and snowballs flew continuously. Golden Silkworm turned into a ray of light and rampaged. Blue Frost Breath was spat out. Tornadoes wreaked havoc in the wolf group. Thunder rumbled and explosions occurred everywhere, and claws made of flame scratched and slashed continuously. Under Yan tribe's fierce attacks, Feng Yuan's wolf group suffered heavy casualties, but they continued to advance without any regard for their own safety. These Gu masters are all mortal experts, made up of rank 3 and rank 4, but so what? Feng Yuan sat on the wolf's back, his thoughts turning as he mobilized the wolf group. He had the werewolf soul, so mobilizing this wolf group was much easier than the 100-man soul. It was as smooth as the Wolf King personally commanding them. Seeing the wolf group dying one by one, Feng Yuan's expression did not change, he did not move. These wolves were only ordinary wild beasts, so what if they died? There was nothing to feel sorry about. Instead, using them as cannon fodder to deplete the primeval essence of these high-ranked Gu masters was a profitable trade. Yan tribe's Gu masters' greatest weakness was that they had too few people. Although they were all experts, they lacked subordinates to share the pressure on the battlefield. The battlefield was already under Feng Yuan's control. Following Feng Yuan's rhythm, they simply did not have the time to recover their primeval essence. Terrifying, there is actually such a terrifying wolf-controlling skill in this world. A Yan tribe elder's face was pale. Are we going to die here today? The aura of death was already assaulting their senses. Chang Shanin, if you kill us, aren't you afraid of young Master Lu Wenwu taking revenge? Some tribe elders placed their hopes on pressuring Feng Yuan. Chapter 478. It is time. Feng Yuan willed. Night Wolf Myriad Beast King led more than 10 Night Wolf Thousand Beast Kings and joined the battle, blocking in front of the Yan tribesmen. Under the wolf group's attack, Yan tribesmen suffered their first casualty. Wolf Howlgu. Feng Yuan howled towards the sky, letting out a wolf-like howl. Within the range of his howl, the wolf group's battle strength rose sharply. Wolf Smoke Gu. Soon after, he let out thick smoke that enveloped the battlefield, rapidly healing the wolf group's injuries. Yan tribesmen turned pale with fright. Water demon Hao Jilu's face also turned pale as paper. Earlier, Feng Yuan was only making arrangements, but now that he made a move, he immediately turned the advantage into victory. Dozens of gazes filled with hatred, fear, anger and coldness shot towards Feng Yuan. Under everyone's gazes, Feng Yuan smiled lightly as he led the hump wolf and slowly retreated, pulling apart the distance between him and the Yan tribesmen. To prevent the enemy's decapitation tactic, Feng Yuan had many wolves around him, including a White Eyes wolf. Although it had not matured completely, it had battle strength surpassing 1,000 Wolf King. Seeing Feng Yuan's action, the trapped Gu masters felt their hearts sink to rock bottom, their fighting spirit dissipating as they felt like they had fallen into a demon's hands, unable to escape. Time slowly passed. Yan tribesmen were like they were stuck in a swamp. The more they struggled, the deeper they sank. Feng Yuan had used the cannon fodder wild wolves earlier to expend their primeval essence, and now the results were starting to show. Yan tribesmen elders died miserably on the battlefield. An aura of grief and indignation shrouded the center of the battlefield. Chang Shanin, I will not let you off even as a ghost. A clan elder shouted, cursing before his death. But this curse only made Feng Yuan scoff coldly in his heart. You have no chance to become a ghost. Your soul will be the nourishment for my Dang Hun Mountain. Wolf King, fight me one-on-one if you have the guts. Yan tribesman's battle hall elder shouted. Come on, you coward, you coward. He tried his best to provoke Feng Yuan, stirring up the little remaining true essence in his body, and launching the last attack of his life towards Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan looked on expressionlessly. With a thought in his mind, the wolf pack immediately surged forward like a tidal wave, strangling the battle hall elder's tragic charge midway. After the wolf pack dispersed, his broken body was left in the same place. White bone broke through the surface of its body and blood gushed out. Its angry eyes glared fiercely at the sky. Battle hall elder. Yan Tianji let out a deep roar, his entire body shaking. As the elders sacrificed themselves one by one, the intense grief attacked his heart again and again. Now he was almost numb. Chang Shanin, you will die a horrible death. You are a hero of the righteous path. Yet you dare to plot against your comrade. You won't have a good ending. Young Master Lu Wenwu will definitely avenge us. Yan Tianji's face was filled with hatred, and it was almost twisted. If it was possible, he wanted to eat every inch of Feng Yuan's flesh and drink every drop of blood from Feng Yuan's body. Humph! The roar of a loser is like the cry of a wild dog before its death. Hoping for others to help you take revenge is the mentality of a weakling. Feng Yuan evaluated coldly before waving his hand. The Night Wolf Myriad Beast King was like a bolt of black lightning, charging forward and sending Yan Tianji flying. Yan Tianji's primeval essence was expended. He was smashed into pieces by this collision. He was like a kite with its string cut, flying far away, drawing a trail of blood in the air. When he landed on the ground, the front of his body was already smashed. He was no longer breathing. Lord! Gu Guang brought a group of elders and rushed over excitedly. Wolf King is mighty. After this battle, Yan tribe's higher-ups are all dead. In Yan tribe camp, only a rank 3 elder is left to control the situation. The letter Gu sent by Yan Tianji and the rest were all intercepted by us. Yan tribe is still in the dark. This is the best chance to attack. Gu tribe's battle hall elder cheered. It is a pity that water demon Hao Jilu escaped. Wolf Wangda's people. Should we continue to chase water demon or attack Yan tribe camp? Gu Guang asked. Feng Yuan laughed indifferently. Of course we will attack Yan tribe camp. A clam gu rotated its body, moving rapidly in Crescent Lake. Puff! The clam suddenly drilled out of the water, opening its shell and spitting out 2 people hiding inside. These 2 were a man and a woman. The man was water demon Hao Jilu, while the woman was Yan tribe's young Miss Yan Chui Air. Huff huff huff. Hao Jilu breathed roughly, looking behind him with lingering fear. Seeing that there were no pursuers, his heart relaxed. This was a floating island in Crescent Lake. Hao Jilu had chosen the 3rd escape route when he was surveying the environment. Wolf King Changshan In. Hao Jilu muttered this name in his heart. Hatred, anger, fear and wariness flashed in his eyes, a complex expression mixed together. Ever since he started cultivating, this was the first time he had suffered such a huge setback. Rank 4 upper stage cultivation was enough for him to roam unhindered in northern plains. But after meeting Feng Yuan today, he felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness and loneliness. This is the strength of an enslavement path Gu master? This should not be his peak condition. Back then Changshan In could kill Hatu Gu and exterminate the entire bandits. How strong must he be? Hao Jilu thought of this and felt difficulty in breathing. Feng Yuan's wolf enslavement skill made him think of Jiang Baoye, Yang Ping, and Ma Zun. It seems that among the first-rate enslavement masters in northern plains, there will no longer be 3, but 4. Fortunately, he did not have many water wolves, otherwise I would have to die today. Thinking of the dangerous situation when he escaped, Hao Jilu felt a lingering fear. But why do I feel that Changshan In purposely let me go? Hao Jilu had a sharp mind. Recalling the scene back then, he felt something fishy. It is a pity that Yan tribe's higher-ups were all captured by Changshan In. It is not realistic for me to continue extorting. But forget it, I have already obtained the backwater battle gu. This mission is a success. Next, I should follow the original plan and gift this Yan tribe's missy to young master He Lulan as a meeting gift. Thinking of this, Hao Jilu's eyes shone with brilliance. The 10-year blizzard in northern plains was a difficult test for demonic gu masters who often moved around alone. Adding on the lack of cultivation resources, Hao Jilu wanted to rely on a force through the heroes' assembly. If he was lucky enough to enter the imperial court, not only would Hao Jilu be able to keep his life, his cultivation would also rise to a higher level. This time, there were a few hot contenders for the imperial court. After thinking about it, Hao Jilu decided to place all his bets on the hottest contender, young master He Lulan. He Lulan's lecherous reputation had already spread far and wide. If Hao Jilu offered Yan Chui Air to He Lulan, she would definitely be valued. Because Yan Chui Air was not only beautiful, she also had a special status. She was young master Lu Wenwu's fiancée. And Lu Wenwu was one of He Lulan's greatest rivals in this imperial court contest. Bringing his rival's fiancée into his harem, this was an irresistible temptation to He Lulan. If Yan tribe was still around, this gift would be even more valuable. It is a pity, Wolf King killed Yan tribe's higher-ups. He will definitely deal with Yan tribe. Thinking of this, Hao Jilu looked at the dazed Yan Chui Air and whistled. He teased her frivolously. Little beauty, speaking of which, you should be thanking me. If I did not save you, you would have died in Changshan Yin's hands. Yan Chui Air's thick eyelashes flickered, as if she had woken up from a nightmare. What do you mean? What's the point? Chang Shan-in killed your father and a group of elders. He will definitely annex Yin tribe. The wolf group should be on their way to Yin tribe camp now. Hehehe, a young lady like you will soon become a loner. No way. Yin Chui'er shook her head, her face pale. She tried to deny it, but her rationality told her that Hao Ji-lu's guess was correct. Chang Shan-in is a righteous path hero. How could he do such a thing? She was not willing to face such a cruel reality. Her pearl-like tears flowed down her fair and tender face. A beauty's tears were like raindrops on a pear blossom. It was a pitiful sight. Righteous path hero? Hao Ji-lu sneered. Sometimes righteous path heroes are scarier than us demonic path heroes. Hao Ji-lu was only extorting and kidnapping, but once Chang Shan-in made a move, he destroyed your Yin tribe. But he had a reason. He had the slogan of revenge, and he was the victor. Once Yin tribe is destroyed, who can refute him? Humph. This is the dog's hit way of the world. Yin Chui'er was dazed for a while. She suddenly knelt on the ground and grabbed Hao Ji-lu's pants, begging. I beg you, save our Yin tribe. My father's letter Gu have all been intercepted. Yin tribe is without a leader now. They are in the dark and do not know the danger. The world was mysterious and cruel. Yin Chui'er had never thought that one day she would kneel on the ground and beg the person she hated the most. My father is dead. I am the next tribe leader of Yin tribe. Hao Ji-lu, help me send the letter and inform them in advance. As long as our Yin tribe is not destroyed, I will be the tribe leader. I can make the decision and appoint you as Yin tribe's external elder. Yin tribe's resources will be provided to you for your cultivation. Yin Chui'er stated her price. These words made water demon Hao Ji-lu's heart palpitate. External elder? Yin tribe's resources? It seemed like a good suggestion. But when Fang Yuan's figure appeared in Hao Ji-lu's mind, his body shuddered. You want to tempt me? His expression changed. He slapped Yin Chui'er. Yin Chui'er covered her burning face. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears. She was stunned by the slap as she looked at Hao Ji-lu blankly. Don't worry, I have already found a good home for you. Hao Ji-lu laughed coldly, picking up the dazed Yin Chui'er and throwing her into the clam goo. The two shells of the clam closed. Hao Ji-lu stepped on the water surface, taking one last look at the shore. At the location of Yin tribe's camp, the flames of war had already reached the sky. Yin tribe is finished. Hao Ji-lu was gloating in his heart, but also feeling cold. In this world, the strong preyed on the weak. There was always a higher mountain. There were experts above experts. Yin tribe was a huge force to him, but to Chang Shan-in, it was just a piece of juicy meat. In the upcoming imperial court contest, Northern Plains will be in an uproar. Heroes will fight for supremacy. I wonder how many people will die. Chapter 479. The flames of war raged as the wolf group charged forward like a tide. The encirclement of Yin tribe camp had already lasted for 4 hours. Yin tribe was good at defense, but because of the success of the sneak attack, coupled with the fact that Yin tribe had no leader, the camp was already in ruins. There were broken walls everywhere, along with human and wolf corpses. Brothers, hold on. At the center of the camp, Yin tribe's remaining forces were still resisting stubbornly, but the wolf group surged forward relentlessly. The entire defense line could no longer hold on, and was on the verge of collapse. Kill all these invaders. Despicable Gu tribe. I curse your entire tribe to be exterminated. Other than these curses, there were also the weeping of the old, weak, women and children. Looking at their relatives and friends behind them, the already exhausted Yin tribe Gu masters exerted all their strength to squeeze out traces of strength from their bodies. In their hearts, there was only one thought that was supporting them. Defend, we must defend. Behind me are my wife and children, my parents and parents. If we cannot defend, they will lose their lives to the wolves. Suddenly, 1,000 Wolf King broke through the defense line and charged into the camp. Oh no! Be careful! Dutch. The Gu masters at the front line stared angrily and shouted, but it was too late to save them. They could only watch as the 1,000 Wolf King opened its bloody mouth and slaughtered the old, weak, women and children. Beast, you are courting death. Right at this time, a Gu master lying on the ground with only one arm and one leg left, who knew where the strength came from, leapt up and threw himself into the wolf's mouth. The thousand-wolf king bit down on his waist, almost cutting him in half. The Gu master foamed at the mouth, laughing bitterly and proudly. He hugged the wolf's head and shouted, "Evil beast, die with me." Saying so, he self-detonated, blood splattering everywhere as he perished with the thousand-wolf king. The people of the Gu clan who were surrounded saw this scene. Someone immediately sighed and said, "The Yen clan's son is actually so brave." Feng Yuan nodded lightly. Although Yen tribe was not aggressive enough, they were good at defense and were very united. Attacking this camp had cost him a large number of wild wolves, and it had far exceeded his original estimation. However, Feng Yuan didn't feel any heartache. He snorted coldly. "So what if you're brave?" Failure usually meant eternal damnation. This was the cruelty of the imperial court struggle. "All right, go and persuade them to surrender." These words made Gu tribe's Gu masters shudder. If they lost, this Yen tribe would become Gu tribe in the future. But when they looked at Feng Yuan, they felt relieved. With the Wolf King here, the Gu family could be considered to have found a backer. He still had to rely on the Wolf King's guidance in the future. The fierce battlefield gradually quietened down. The pack of wolves stopped attacking and slowly retreated, opening up a path. An elder of the Gu family walked out from the crowd and came to the front of the Yen family. "Everyone, surrender," Gu tribe's Gu master shouted. "Northern Plains heroes submit to circumstances." "Bullshit. I will never surrender to a shameless sneak attacker. Come cut off my head. Yen tribe's son would rather die than surrender," some Gu masters shouted. But there were also some Gu masters whose gazes were unfocused and hesitant. Gu tribe's Gu master sneered. "If you don't surrender, it won't be a problem to kill you. But have you considered the wives and children behind you? These people will die tragically here because of your stubborn resistance. You are the ones who harmed them." Once he said this, Yen tribe's broken camp quietened down. The bleak wind blew on everyone's faces. The Yen clan Gu masters who were still shouting earlier had frozen expressions. They looked behind them, and most of their expressions softened. The only Yen tribe elder felt everyone's fighting spirit crumbling, and hated Gu tribe's psychological attack to the extreme. However, this resentment only turned into a long sigh when it reached his mouth. Under everyone's gazes, he walked out and said with difficulty, "Our Yen tribe is willing to surrender." Lord Elder." Yen tribe's Gu masters shouted one after another. Some were in disbelief, some were sobbing, and some were relieved. At the same time, Gu tribe's Gu masters cheered. "Victory, victory. The outcome has been decided. We have annexed Yen tribe." Even though they were at the same place, the two sides' situations were as different as clouds in mud. "Gather the troops and clean up the battlefield." Gu Guang's face was also filled with joy. In terms of strength, Gu tribe was below Yen tribe, but this time, they succeeded in one fell swoop. "As long as we digest these spoils, our Gu tribe's strength will increase by 3 times, and even surpass Hongyan Valley. This is all thanks to Lord Chang Shan-in." Gu Guang thought of this and turned his gaze to Feng Yuan. In truth, Gu Guang had hesitated when he received Feng Yuan's letter. But this hesitation only lasted for a moment before turning into determination. The facts showed that his choice back then was correct. If we had rejected Wolf King back then, our Gu tribe would have ended up like Yen tribe. Gu Guang's reverence towards Feng Yuan deepened. Sitting on the hump wolf, Feng Yuan sized up the entire Yen tribe camp. Everywhere he looked, there were broken walls and smoke. Corpses could be seen everywhere, and blood flowed on the ground. The Yen tribesmen who were hiding were found by the search teams. Yen tribe Gu masters were shackled. Their Gu worms were taken away, their primeval essence was sealed, and they became captives strictly guarded. Feng Yuan's expression was calm. He had seen such situations many times. During the 5 regions chaotic war 500 years ago, the situation was even more tragic and terrifying than this. Yen tribe is exterminated. Next is the heroes' assembly. Of course, before that, I need to return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. I also need to go to Langya Blessed Land, if I am lucky. 3 days later, it was another night filled with stars. Feng Yuan led the wolf group into the wilderness, and first used moving perspective cup goo to communicate with Little Who Immortal, before using Stargate goo to return to Who Immortal Blessed Land. This time, thousands of wild wolves followed him into Who Immortal Blessed Land. These wild wolves were either injured or old and weak. Their battle prowess was low. If it were an ordinary enslavement path goo master, their only choice would be to sacrifice these wolves as cannon fodder in the next battle, to prevent them from consuming more rations. But Feng Yuan had an even better choice with his blessed land. That was to raise them. These wolves will reproduce in the blessed land, and after a few months, they will give birth to wolf cubs. Feng Yuan raised these wolves in the western part of the blessed land. The wild beasts in this world had strong reproductive abilities, and adding on the fact that Who Immortal Blessed Land had 6 times the time flow of northern plains, Feng Yuan could completely replenish his own troops in the future. This way, the western part of Who Immortal Blessed Land became the breeding ground for the wolf group, and the northern part was almost cut off by Feng Yuan. The eastern part was shrouded in dark clouds, and there were tens of lakes with abundant water vapor, and the southern part was the gathering place of the rockmen. At the center was Danghun Mountain, which was dying after being hit by the gruel mud goo. Master, I have already settled down the starlight worms according to your instructions. Quickly come and see. Seeing Feng Yuan again, Little Who Immortal was extremely happy, and dragged Feng Yuan to the eastern part of the blessed land. Master, look up. Little Who Immortal called out. Feng Yuan looked at the sky, and saw a large expanse of light blue clouds. Traces of starlight sprinkled down, like a dreamy veil, swaying along with the wind. The scenery was beautiful and strange, like a painting. Feng Yuan looked carefully, and found that this cloud was not blue in color, but had large amounts of star fragment grass planted on it. The star fragment grass was dark blue, and among the grass, there were starlight fireflies flying, and the specks of light gathered into a sea. And among the starlight fireflies, there was even starlight firefly goo, giving off the true radiance of starlight. Not bad. Feng Yuan evaluated. Little Who Immortal immediately squinted her eyes in happiness, and rubbed her head against Feng Yuan's hand, saying innocently, Master, I want to touch you. Feng Yuan smiled lightly, and stretched out his hand, rubbing Little Who Immortal's head. Little Who Immortal's snow-white tail immediately curled up in joy, and the 2 furry ears on her head also gently drooped down, as a blissful blush appeared on her face. Feng Yuan bought a lot of star fragment grass from Connecting Heaven Goo, but this grass was very special. It could not be planted on mortal soil, and could only be planted in clouds. During the transaction, Fairy Yao Guang had suggested to Feng Yuan to buy cloud soil to cultivate star fragment grass. But Feng Yuan did not accept her suggestion, because in Who Immortal Blessed Land, there was a large-scale dark cloud. This dark cloud was formed when Feng Yuan eliminated the earthly calamity's influence, and water and fire clashed, forming a large dark cloud. The dark cloud did not disperse for a long time, and covered the eastern part of Who Immortal Blessed Land. It was not a small problem. Over time, the light would be blocked, and the ecology of the entire eastern part would be affected. But now, Feng Yuan used it to plant star fragment grass, and it turned the disaster into a blessing. Not only was it recycling waste, it also saved Feng Yuan the expenses of buying large amounts of cloud soil. Right now, there were large patches of star fragment grass planted on the dark cloud. Starlight fireflies lived among them, and the eastern part of the blessed land was filled with starlight. It was a beautiful sight. As long as I properly cultivate the star fragment grass, the starlight firefly group's reproduction is guaranteed. In the future, there will be more and more starlight firefly goo for me to use. If I can nurture them to a high level, there will be a surplus of starlight firefly goo, and I can sell them in jewel yellow skies in the future. During the 5 Regions War, starlight firefly goo will be one of the most sought-after goo. Feng Yuan looked at the beautiful future, and brought Little Who Immortal back to Danghun Mountain. Standing on the mountain peak, he took out Burial Soul Toad goo. During the process of killing Yen Tribe's higher-ups and taking over Yen Tribe's camp, he had been using Burial Soul Toad to collect the souls on the battlefield. He let out all the souls in the Burial Soul Toad. These pitiful souls, the moment they came out, They were turned into the purest nourishment by Dang Hun Mountain's mystical power, nourishing the whole of Dang Hun Mountain. By tomorrow, Dang Hun Mountain will be filled with guts goo again. Feng Yuan nodded in satisfaction. One of the reasons why he devoured Yin tribe and collected a large number of souls was because of this. As for tonight, it will be time for me to advance to rank 5. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Feng Yuan's cultivation was no longer restricted by the region, and was a true rank 4 peak stage. He had been at the peak for a long time. Adding on his great aptitude, the time for him to advance to rank 5 realm was already ripe. Chapter 480. Swish 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 in the aperture. The 90% primeval sea surged with waves. The true gold color was dazzling, shining on the aperture walls. These aperture walls were not ordinary. They were crystal clear, smooth and full, containing a sense of vitality. This was the rank 4 peak stage crystal wall. On the true gold sea, waves continued to surge, creating huge waves that reached the sky. Then wave after wave, the waves washed over the crystal wall. At first, the crystal wall was like a reef on the sea, unmoving. But gradually, the crystal wall could not bear the pressure, and cracks appeared on it from the attacks of the primeval essence wolf tide. As time passed, the cracks increased and became bigger. The primeval sea slowly decreased, and the crystal wall also became full of cracks, becoming extremely fragile. But it was still a step away from breaking through. Feng Yuan sat on the bed, his eyes closed, his mind almost completely focused on the aperture. He had 90% aptitude, belonging to a grade, and had deep accumulations. This time, he could break through to rank 5 realm with his own foundation. Right now, the primeval sea was only left with 20%, and the waves on the sea were gradually weakening, showing signs of calming down. But suddenly, the true gold sea that had been accumulating burst out with a soaring wave. This wave was majestic and ferocious, surpassing any of the previous waves. It was like a tsunami, rising and fiercely smashing on the aperture walls. Boom! With a soft sound, the aperture walls finally could not bear the pressure, and were smashed into pieces by this huge wave. Large numbers of crystal wall fragments fell into the sea like shattered icebergs, turning into essence and slowly disappearing. After a while, the crystal wall fragments all fell off, leaving behind a light membrane that enveloped the surroundings. The light membrane shone brightly. Its aura was strong, surpassing rank 4 peak stage crystal wall, showing the true aura of a rank 5 initial stage goo master. What followed was a trace of light purple primeval essence, forming at the bottom of the sea. Once a goo master turned into green copper primeval essence, rank 2 into red iron primeval essence, rank 3 into silver primeval essence, rank 4 into gold primeval essence, and rank 5 into purple crystal primeval essence. Although it was only a trace of light purple, it was a qualitative difference. From today onwards, Feng Yuan's primeval essence would be light purple primeval essence. Ever since rebirth, I have wandered around and finally became a rank 5 goo master. In Dang Hun Palace, Feng Yuan slowly opened his eyes, sighing in relief. Rank 5 goo masters in this mortal world were absolute overlords, the true peak realm. The number of people who could cultivate to this level was more than 1 in 10,000. If it was someone else, they would probably be wild with joy. However, Feng Yuan had already experienced it once in his previous life. At this moment, he was not ecstatic, but gratified and looking forward to the future. Compared to my previous life, it is a great achievement to be able to reach rank 5 at such a young age. Feng Yuan was only in his 30s now. Cultivating to rank 5 at this age was definitely a top genius in the 5 regions. But rank 5 realm is not my end, it is a starting point. Next is to advance to goo immortal again. If it were those genius goo masters, they would also be hesitant when talking about advancing to goo immortal. But Feng Yuan had his previous life's experience. He was very confident in becoming a goo immortal in the future. After advancing to goo immortal, the danger of spring-autumn cicada's death can be completely resolved. Feng Yuan looked at spring-autumn cicada again. Ever since rebirth, spring-autumn cicada had fallen into a deep slumber, absorbing the water from the river of time to recover. Right now, it had mostly recovered, and a faint pressure filled Fang Yuan's entire aperture. All along, spring-autumn cicada was a guillotine hanging on Fang Yuan's neck. As time passed, this giant guillotine would get closer to Fang Yuan's neck. Spring-autumn cicada gave Fang Yuan a huge threat of death, forcing him to take risks and do everything he could to advance his cultivation. Only when he reached rank 6 Gu Immortal Realm could Fang Yuan's aperture hold spring-autumn cicada. At that time, Fang Yuan would have more freedom and calmness, and would no longer be as pressured as now. Light purple primeval essence was constantly being produced in the aperture, settling under the remnant yellow-gold primeval essence. Fang Yuan came back to his senses, slowly standing up and walking out of the secret room, arriving at another room. In this room, there were several large jars. The jars were filled with green liquid, and there was a purple crystal relic goo floating in each of them. There were a total of 6 purple crystal relic goo. Most of them were bought by Fang Yuan, or Little Hu Immortal from Jewel Yellow Skies these days. Purple crystal relic goo could raise a rank 5 Gu master's cultivation by an entire realm. Fang Yuan had spent a lot of money for these purple crystal relic goo. Fang Yuan only needed 3 purple crystal relic goo to raise his cultivation to the peak realm. But at this moment, he looked around and saw that the jars were different. One of the jars had turbid green water, one had a mixture of green and yellow, and 2 of the purple crystal relic goo had tiny black fur growing on them. The remaining 2 jars had clear green water, without any changes. Fang Yuan snorted. Most of these 6 purple crystal relic goo had been tampered with in some way. Fang Yuan used his 500 years of experience to find out that there was something fishy about these relic goo. Only 2 of the purple crystal relic goo in these 6 jars could be used. Fang Yuan immediately took out the purple crystal relic goo from the 2 jars with clear green water and used them. After using the 2 relic goo, Fang Yuan's cultivation immediately rose to rank 5 upper stage. Fang Yuan then took out the 2 purple crystal relic goo with tiny fur growing on them, and used them on himself. The 2 relic goo worked together, and finally raised his cultivation to rank 5 peak stage. In a short period of time, Fang Yuan went from rank 5 initial stage to rank 5 peak stage, completing a huge leap. Moreover, the relic goo was mystical, and his foundation showed no signs of instability. A Gu master's cultivation was extremely reliant on resources. As long as they had enough resources, their cultivation could advance by leaps and bounds. In theory, as long as they had enough relic goo, a Gu master's cultivation could advance by leaps and bounds. But in reality, very few Gu masters did this. Firstly, relic goo could only advance a Gu master's small realm. Every rank's large realm required the Gu master to break through themselves. Using too many relic goo would make cultivation too easy, and instead cause ordinary Gu masters to be biased, making it harder for them to break through large realms. Secondly, a Gu master's cultivation realm did not mean everything. To survive in this cruel world, one needed schemes, wisdom, fortuitous encounters, experience and training. With a sudden increase in strength, if one did not have sufficient mental control, they would be like a baby waving a large knife, harming others while harming themselves. Thirdly, relic goo's value was very high, and few Gu masters had such conditions to cultivate so extravagantly. Even for those Gu immortals' descendants, if they had such conditions, their elders would not be so eager to help them grow. Finally, there was an even more important point, that was aptitude. Without aptitude, no matter how many relic goo one had, it was useless. Fang Yuan could advance to rank 5 smoothly not only because of his experience, but also because of his great aptitude. Consuming relic goo continuously and raising his cultivation rapidly, perhaps only Fang Yuan could do this. If it were any other rank 5 Gu master, no matter how talented they were, like Shang clan, they would have to take it step by step. After all, Gu masters had to undergo large amounts of Gu worm training in their cultivation. No matter how high their cultivation was, if it could not be converted into battle strength, they would only be a human target. His previous life's experiences were Fang Yuan's greatest wealth, allowing him to smoothly control this explosive strength. Looking at the time, after this breakthrough in cultivation, a night had passed unknowingly. Fang Yuan walked out of Dang Hun Palace and arrived at Dang Hun Mountain. As he expected, Many guts goo started to grow on the mountain rocks. He walked a few steps and squatted down, casually crushing one, but only got a pile of yellow mud. Ever since Dang Hun Mountain was affected by the gruel mud immortal goo, it had gradually deteriorated, and a portion of the guts goo had turned into yellow mud. Fang Yuan's expression did not change. He had already expected this, and crushed another 7 to 8 guts goo. But during this process, he only got 2 intact guts goo. Through the power of the goo worms, his wolfman soul was slightly strengthened again. The gruel mud immortal goo's power has eroded even deeper. I remember back then, out of 10 guts goo, at least 4 or 5 were intact. But now only 3 or 4 are left. Fang Yuan sighed. These yellow mud, although they were all gruel mud and could be sold in jewel yellow skies. But compared to the original guts goo, the difference in value was like heaven and earth. It could be said to be a huge loss. But fortunately, these guts goo all belonged to Fang Yuan alone. Although 6 or 7 out of 10 guts goo were useless goo, with the huge number, Fang Yuan's soul could advance by leaps and bounds. Right now, I am rank 5 peak stage. The next step is to charge towards goo immortal realm. But this is difficult. I need to make a lot of preparations and plan slowly. Fang Yuan inwardly planned. With the rank 5 peak stage aperture, spring-autumn cicada's pressure was greatly alleviated. The urgent matter now was to save Dang Hun Mountain. He could not watch Dang Hun Mountain perish like this. Preserving Dang Hun Mountain would be of great help to Fang Yuan's future cultivation. Even after Fang Yuan advanced to goo immortal, it would still be useful. After plucking the guts goo on the mountain, Fang Yuan entered Dang Hun Palace and cooperated with Little Hu Immortal, activating connecting heaven goo. In jewel yellow skies, waves of divine senses intertwined with each other. The moment connecting heaven goo was activated, a large amount of divine senses gushed towards Little Hu Immortal. They were all about the price of the gruel mud. Fang Yuan sold large amounts of gruel mud to jewel yellow skies, attracting the interest of many goo immortals. Using these gruel mud and relying on immortal goo recipes, one could refine gruel mud immortal goo. Although this goo could only be used once, it was a genuine immortal goo. In an environment where immortal goo were scarce, goo immortals flocked towards Fang Yuan's gruel mud immortal goo. For these gruel mud, Fang Yuan's price was the recipe of the immortal goo. At first, these goo immortals only took out tattered remnant recipes. The treasure light was not even 3 meters. But after these days, the recipes these goo immortals took out had already reached 3 to 4 meters. Chapter 481. Connecting heaven goo was embedded in the air, images of wolves flashing in the mirror. Suddenly, the image froze and a turtleback myriad wolf king appeared. The turtleback wolf had a broad body. Its whole body was dark green and its eyes were eerie blue. Just like its name, each turtleback wolf had a turtle-like carapace on its back. The shell was very heavy. About a third of the turtleback wolf's weight was concentrated inside. Besides defense, it was also similar to a camel's hump, having the ability to store nutrients. Among ordinary wolves, this type of wolf had the strongest defense. And the myriad beast wolf king that appeared in connecting heaven goo was no doubt even larger, 10 times the size of an ordinary turtleback wolf. Its round turtle back was towering, its bronze-colored turtle shell was shiny, giving people a feeling of abundant battle strength and strength. Right now, I have close to 30,000 wolves in my hands. Among them, there are 3 main wolf groups. They are turtleback wolves, night wolves and wind wolves. Every wolf group has close to 10,000 in number. Besides these, there are also a small number of poison-beard wolves from poison grassland. Over 100 water wolves were bought because of the white eyes wolves. Fang Yuan originally had over 30,000 wolves in his wolf group. But after several battles, the losses were not small, and now there were only 27,000 wolves left. Excluding the old, weak and sick who had migrated to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the number of wolves he had left was less than 25,000. This way, he needed to replenish them. Ordinary enslavement path goo masters would need to organize people to capture and replenish their beast group. Not only was it time-consuming and laborious, they could not devour a beast group that was too big. But after Fang Yuan obtained connecting heaven goo, it was like he was standing on the shoulders of goo immortals. He had one more choice than ordinary Gu masters: to purchase beast groups in jewel yellow skies. The vast majority of blessed lands nurtured wild beasts. These wild beasts multiplied too much, causing pressure on the blessed land's ecology. The Gu immortals in charge of the blessed land would sell them in jewel yellow skies. This way, not only could they reduce the pressure on the blessed land, they could also gain some benefits. Similarly, many Gu immortals wanted to nurture their blessed land and replenish the ecology. They would buy some wild beasts to raise in the blessed land. Therefore, the trading of beasts in jewel yellow skies was very normal. In jewel yellow skies, there were a wide variety of wolves for sale. Northern Plains night wolf, wind wolf, water wolf, poison-beard wolf, turtleback wolf, southern borders lightning wolf, ash wolf, blood wolf, two-headed wolf, western desert silk wolf, pearl wolf, sand wolf, tyrant wolf, eastern seas ink wolf, greedy wolf, red wolf, goldback wolf, central plains white eyes wolf, star wolf, pervert wolf, blood wolf among them. There were not only ordinary wild beasts, but also exotic beasts such as white-eyed wolves, tyrant wolves, and greedy wolves. Of course, there were no desolate beast-level wolves with Gu immortal battle strength. However, according to what Feng Yuan knew, there was a desolate beast, Peach Wolf, buried in Langya Blessed Land. Among the 3 largest wolf packs in my hands, the night wolves already have a myriad beast king. If the wind wolves and turtleback wolves also have a myriad beast king as their leader, I wouldn't need to control so many hundred wolf kings and 1,000 wolf kings, which would greatly reduce the burden of taming beasts. This would reduce the burden on my soul, and allow me to take in even more wolf packs. Feng Yuan did not intend to change the wolf packs, that would be an unnecessary move. He decided to expand the wolf pack in his hands. Little Hu Immortal transmitted his divine sense, and inquired about the price of this turtleback myriad wolf king. The Gu Immortal who sold it called himself Southern Sea Turtle Immortal. He wanted 10,000 stalks of grass. Grass was a specialty of northern plains. Each stalk of grass was shaped like an upright flute. When the wind blew, the sound of the wind would enter the flute holes on the grass and produce a pleasant flute sound. Grass itself was a common material for Gu refinement. At the same time, in large patches of grass, some sound path and wood path Gu worms would gradually grow. Feng Yuan did not have any grass on hand, although he knew the location of the grassland. The season was not right. The grass was still seeds buried in the soil and had not grown. Feng Yuan knew of this situation, but he did not give up. Instead, he asked Little Hu Immortal, "Ask if the other party accepts Immortal Yuan Stone." Little Hu Immortal transmitted her divine sense, and after a few exchanges she reported, "Master, he said he can sell 20,000 turtleback wolves, but he wants 2 Immortal Yuan Stone." Feng Yuan sneered. This price was too high. Immortal Yuan Stone was very rare, and turtleback wolves were only ordinary wild beasts, but there was a process of haggling in the transaction. After some haggling, Feng Yuan used 1 Immortal Yuan Stone to buy 30,000 turtleback wolves from Southern Sea Turtle Immortal, as well as 1 turtleback myriad wolf king. After the transaction was concluded, Feng Yuan bought 18,000 wind wolves and 1 wind wolf myriad beast king. He also added 20,000 night wolves, 5,000 poison-beard wolves, and 6,000 water wolves. A total of 2.5 Immortal Yuan Stone was consumed. This was not the end. The wolf pack entering Hu Immortal Blessed Land was a severe test to the original ecology. It would have many effects. At least, Feng Yuan had to replenish the food for these wolves. Otherwise these wolves would starve to death due to insufficient food in the Blessed Land. Hu Immortal Blessed Land also had many wild beasts. For example, wild rabbits, pheasants, and so on. But these animals were the food source of the fox pack. Hu Immortal raised a large number of foxes in the Blessed Land. There were red foxes, golden foxes, cloud foxes, wind foxes, autumn water foxes, flowing light foxes, and so on. These fox packs suffered heavy losses in the 6th earthly calamity, but they still managed to preserve their seeds. After many years of recuperation, they gradually expanded in scale and recovered some vitality. If there was insufficient food, the wolf pack and fox pack would inevitably prey on each other, causing severe internal friction. The gains would not make up for the losses. For these fox packs and wolf packs, Feng Yuan chose food in jewel yellow skies. Golden carp, green jade crucian carp, fat mudfish. Which one should I choose? There is actually fish roe of air bubble fish. While Feng Yuan was choosing, he unexpectedly found a Gu immortal selling the fish roe of air bubble fish. He immediately decided to buy it. But the fish roe of air bubble fish still attracted the attention of some Gu immortals, resulting in a bidding war. Feng Yuan decisively raised the price to 1 immortal yuan stone. There are only over 20,000 fish roe. Someone actually bid 1 immortal yuan stone. This person is crazy. Even if they are hatched, there will be over 3,000 air bubble fish. Although they are precious, they are not worth 1 immortal yuan stone. The Gu immortals sent their mocking and disdainful divine senses. Air bubble fish were difficult to hatch. They only had about 30% survival rate. In their opinion, Feng Yuan's price was too high. If my memory is not wrong, at the end of this year, when 2 Gu immortals fought in the air bubble sea, intense poison invaded the entire air bubble sea, turning it into a desperate situation. By then, the price of air bubble fish would have risen by more than 10 times. Feng Yuan snickered as he obtained these fish roe. Those who could become Gu immortals were undoubtedly dragons and phoenixes among men. They were the pride of heaven. Other than some ignorant and incompetent second-generation immortals, most Gu immortals were elites among elites. If Feng Yuan did not pay such a high price, it would be extremely difficult to obtain these fish roe. In the future, when the 5 regions war erupts, the price of air bubble fish's fish roe would have risen by 100 times. Air bubble fish was a specialty of Southern Sea. It was rather peculiar. Its translucent belly was round like a round bubble. The front of the bubble was decorated with 2 sesame black dots. They were the eyes. The fins and tail were very small, providing weak movement. Air bubble fish were different from other fish. They mostly swam up and down. If they were forced into a corner, to avoid their natural enemies, they would float out of the water and into the sky. Some mature air bubble fish would even float in the sky all year round, devouring the tiny insects in the air and not entering the sea to live. The greatest use of air bubble fish was to increase the production of Gu worms. Air bubble fish would swallow the worms into its belly, and these worms would receive protection and nourishment inside, gradually evolving into Gu before drilling out of the fish's belly and flying out into the wild. Precisely because it could increase the production rate of Gu worms, air bubble fish became an item that all great Gu immortals chased after during the 5 regions war. These air bubble fish can be slowly nurtured, although there is only a 30% success rate, as long as I take care of them carefully. After a few decades, I will be able to feed myself. After 100 years, I will be able to form a scale of at least 500,000. Like starlight firefly Gu, they will definitely be in high demand during the 5 regions war. The fish roe of air bubble fish was an unexpected gain. It could be considered a small surprise. With air bubble fish, I can't choose the fat mudfish. Although the fat mudfish is the easiest to raise, this fish will eat the fish roe of air bubble fish. When it is hungry, it can even fill its stomach with mud. In comparison, the golden carp and the green jade carp, one eats gold while the other eats jade. They have no interest in the fish roe of air bubble fish. Feng Yuan did not lack gold and jade, because there were large groups of rockmen living in Hu immortal blessed land. These rockmen lived at the bottom of the cave and ate mud as food. After a long time, all kinds of metals, jade and other minerals would condense on their bodies. But gold is harmful to the growth and reproduction of air bubble fish. It will reduce the perfunctory rate. But the warm jade does not have this drawback. So I will choose the green jade carp. Feng Yuan pondered for a while, before finally deciding on the fish species. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had also managed a blessed land. Because of his rich experience and the many setbacks and mistakes he had experienced, the choices he made now were very wise. With the green jade carp, the food of the water wolf group was settled. Feng Yuan bought large numbers of pink rabbit and iron shellflower to use as food for the night wolves, wind wolves and turtleback wolves. And because of the poison-beard wolves, Feng Yuan chose some earth skin pigs. These pigs could reproduce very easily, they could eat meat and grass, they could survive in the eastern part of the blessed land. Finally, Feng Yuan bought many Gu worms as well as a large number of Gu refinement materials. He spent a total of 8 immortal yuan stone, hundreds of thousands of yuan stone. I spent 8 immortal yuan stone in one go. Fang Yuan did not care about ordinary yuan stone, but immortal yuan stone. Earlier he had sold the remnant recipes in his memories and obtained 28 immortal yuan stone. Now he only had 20 left. Although I can sell the remnant recipes, they will get cheaper the more I sell them. I lack a way to make profits, and the investment in air bubble fish and starlight firefly goo will only see results after 100 years. I will have to carefully plan my usage of the immortal yuan stone. Fang Yuan sighed, handing connecting heaven goo to Little Hu Immortal, letting her handle the wolf group and fish group, as well as the arrangement of iron shell flower and air bubble fish roe. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan went into Dang Hun Palace and used the materials he had just bought to refine goo. Chapter 482. After a day and a night. Fang Yuan walked out of Dang Hun Palace with an exhausted expression. He went to Dang Hun Mountain. During this period of time, many guts goo had grown on Dang Hun Mountain, but the number was less than half of the first time he collected them. Fang Yuan crushed them one by one. Most of the guts goo were useless to Fang Yuan because of gruel mud immortal goo. But Fang Yuan had slaughtered Yin tribe and collected many souls. There were many guts goo. Relying on the huge amount of souls, Fang Yuan's soul had improved by a lot. This level of strength is more than 5 times stronger than before. Unfortunately, there is still a long way to go before 1,000-man soul. After feeling it for a while, Fang Yuan opened his eyes with a joyful expression. This degree of improvement was quite great. If it were an ordinary goo master, they would need at least 10 years of accumulation. But with the help of the guts goo, Fang Yuan did it in less than half a day's time. No wonder Dang Hun Mountain was called one of the sacred lands of Soul Path, by spectral soul demon Venerable. The item in my hand, Dang Hun Mountain's value is only lower than Spring-Autumn Cicada. No matter what, I cannot let it be destroyed. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had once evaluated that in this world, there were 2 sacred lands for Soul Path goo masters. One was Dang Hun Mountain, used to strengthen the soul. The other was Luopa Valley, used to refine the soul. The soul needed to be strengthened and also refined. Fang Yuan used guts goo to strengthen the soul. His progress was extremely fast. But he did not have Luopa Valley to refine the soul. Thus he could only use wolf soul goo instead. Wolf soul goo could turn a goo master's soul into a wolfman soul. It had the effect of refining the soul. The production of guts goo was getting lower. Fang Yuan only used an hour to collect them for the 3rd time. Most of the guts goo were yellow muddy water. Using a small portion of guts goo, Fang Yuan raised his soul to 6 times its original size. Little Hu Immortal was still busy. Activating Stargate goo again, Fang Yuan returned to Northern Plains. Stepping out of the Stargate, the first thing Fang Yuan saw was the faithful wolf pack surrounding him. Using the Stargate to communicate with Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan placed the poison-beard wolves and water wolves into the Blessed Land, and placed the Wind Wolf Myriad Wolf King and Turtleback Myriad Wolf King into Northern Plains. At the same time, he replenished 3 wolf packs, expanding the size of his wolf pack to 60,000. Fang Yuan did not return to Gu Tribe immediately. He took out the half-finished product and started refining it on the spot. After spending half a day, when the first rays of dawn illuminated Crescent Lake, he obtained the rank 5 breath concealment goo. The 5 regions were different, be it goo worms or goo masters. They would be suppressed in other regions. Different from goo worms, humans were the spirit of all living beings. They were full of intelligence and had strong adaptability. As long as a few years passed, the goo master would be able to adapt to the environment and obtain the recognition of heaven and earth, no longer being suppressed. And to prevent goo worms from being suppressed, Fang Yuan could only refine goo in Northern Plains. No matter what the materials were or what goo worm was used, as long as the goo refinement was successful, the new rank 5 breath concealment goo would be born in Northern Plains, and it would obtain the recognition of Northern Plains, no longer being suppressed by the other region. Back then, Fang Yuan obtained the rank 2 breath concealment goo from Southern Borders Ziyu Mountain. Using this goo, he refined it all the way to finally form the rank 5 breath concealment goo. At rank 5, The appearance of the breath concealment goo did not change much. It was still a small purple leaf, but the purple color was deeper, with a faint metallic luster. Using the breath concealment goo, he suppressed his cultivation to rank 4 middle stage. And Feng Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. He was now rank 5 peak stage, but due to the other region's suppression, when he returned to Northern Plains, he would only have the aura of rank 5 initial stage. If he returned to Ge tribe like this, it would definitely raise suspicions. At the same time, if he reached a critical point one day and his cultivation suddenly rose, it would also raise suspicions and suspicions. Using the breath concealment goo, he could finally make up for this loophole. Leading the wolf group, Feng Yuan returned to Ge tribe. As expected, the Ge tribesmen were pleasantly surprised and shocked. But there were many wolf groups in Northern Plains. Crescent Lake was a beautiful place with large numbers of beast groups. It was not hard to explain why Feng Yuan had such gains. Feng Yuan placed a portion of the wolf group in the camp, while the other portion was placed outside, letting them roam freely. Returning to the giant lizard goo house, Ge tribe leader Ge Guang brought his 2 trusted aides and immediately came to greet him. "Congratulations, Lord, for this hunt. Your strength has risen greatly." Ge Guang had 2 deep dark circles under his eyes, but his face was filled with excitement and joy. This entire day and night he had been cleaning up the battlefield with the Ge tribesmen, gathering the resources and accepting the surrendered people. He was so busy that he did not have time to sleep. Seeing Ge tribe's strength growing in his hands, Ge Guang was excited, and his respect towards Chang Shanin deepened. He was an understanding person. He knew that without Chang Shanin, Ge tribe would not be where it was now. "My luck was good. I did have some gains." Feng Yuan sat on the chair, nodding slightly as he looked at Ge Guang, who was standing. His strength had grown by far more than this. His cultivation and soul had both risen sharply. If this was spread, Ge Guang and the rest would be shocked to the core. In Langya Blessed Land, Feng Yuan had used up an immortal goo refinement opportunity to obtain Stargate goo, thus reviving the whole situation. Feng Yuan's strength had grown by leaps and bounds. Every time he entered Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he would have unimaginable improvements. Such an extent of improvement, it would be hard to convince the world. But thinking about it, it was very reasonable. Feng Yuan now had a blessed land. It was like he was developing on the foundation of a goo immortal. The difference between immortal and mortal was like the difference between heaven and earth. Together with his 500 years of experience in his previous life, he was able to digest the sudden increase in strength. Thus he was able to move with ease. Feng Yuan had risked his life and walked a tightrope on a cliff to obtain this enormous wealth, forming a deep accumulation. Finally, at this moment, his accumulation burst forth, forming a surge in strength. "Lord, this time we annexed Yen tribe. We obtained over 6,340,000 yuan stone, 1 rank 5 goo, 27 rank 4 goo, as well as several rank 3, rank 2, rank 1 goo and so on. Other than that, there were over 2,000 goo refinement recipes, 300 hump wolves, and some big stomach horses. There were also thousands of lizard house goo, over 100 mushroom forest goo, and over 7,000 captives." Ge Guang reported with an excited tone. Feng Yuan listened quietly, because Yen tribe's higher-ups were all captured by Feng Yuan in a surprise attack. Ge tribe's gains were huge. Especially the number of captives, it actually reached over 7,000. Among them were large numbers of rank 2 and rank 1 goo masters. Many of them were willing to surrender. Ge tribe obtained these replenishments, and the entire tribe's strength rose by more than 3 times. "Lord, this is the list of items that we have sorted out. Please take a look. You can take whatever you want." Ge Guang respectfully handed a list to Feng Yuan. These resources were not essential to Feng Yuan. Now that he had Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the attraction of Yuan Stone to him had fallen to rock bottom. On Qingmao Mountain, the days where he had to scheme for 1 or 2 primeval stones were long gone from him. But he lacked immortal Yuan Stone. To him, the more immortal Yuan Stone, the better. Unfortunately, Yen tribe did not have any goo immortals. How could they have immortal Yuan Stone? The reason why Feng Yuan helped Ge tribe was because he wanted to use them as a pawn to cover for him and interfere in the heroes' assembly. If possible, he did not want to give up the identity of Chang Shanin so early. The longer he managed it, the more useful it would be during the Five Regions battle. According to the rules of the grassland, half of the spoils of war here are mine. But the things here are not suitable for me. I will leave them with Good Tribe for now. Fang Yuan handed the list to Ge Guang. Yes, Lord. Ge Guang quickly received it. My wolf group will be fed by Good Tribe. The expenses inside will be paid from the spoils of war. Fang Yuan said. Ge Guang shook his head, saying sincerely, Lord, our Good Tribe is where we are today because of you. How can I, Ge Guang, not know how to repay kindness? Our Good Tribe will be in charge of feeding the wolf group. We do not need a single cent from Lord. Junior feels that my talent is shallow. I cannot control the whole Good Tribe. In the days to come, I hope Senior can give me more pointers and teachings. Fang Yuan laughed, looking deeply at Ge Guang. This young man in front of him had gone through many experiences. Although he had only been the tribe leader for a short period of time, he had gone through many trials and tribulations. He had experienced life and death situations. He had made great improvements. As the saying goes, heroes are born in troubled times. This Gu Master world had a cruel environment. It was not easy to survive. Precisely because of this, there were many geniuses in the human race, emerging endlessly. Ge Guang, you are not bad. Since that's the case, I'll be an external elder of the Ge clan. Fang Yuan's words caused Ge Guang's body to shake, before wild joy appeared on his face. He quickly knelt on the ground, saying, Junior is bold enough to request Senior to take the position of Good Tribe's Supreme Elder. Supreme Elder? Fang Yuan muttered. Ge Guang knelt on the ground, raising his head and looking at Fang Yuan with a sincere gaze. He knew that Good Tribe had come this far. Only by relying on Changshan Yin would they be able to walk steadily and further. Only then could they gain more benefits. If not for Changshan Yin, with just his rank 3 cultivation, he would not be able to suppress the swelling Good Tribe. Alright, I will do it. Fang Yuan agreed. Gu family's current situation was also part of his plan. Ge Guang was only a rank 3 Gu master. He had just taken up the position. Fang Yuan made Ge Tribe swallow up Yin Tribe, but he could control this person even more. And controlling this person meant controlling Ge Tribe. What? Yin Tribe was exterminated by Ge Tribe. At another place beside Crescent Lake, Wang Tribe leader heard this news and looked at Bei Tribe's envoy in shock. Bei Tribe's envoy was an old rank 3 Gu master with a face full of wrinkles, white hair and a gloomy gaze. He was an enslavement path expert with some fame in Northern Plains. His name was Bei Chaosheng. Precisely. This matter has already been known by many tribes. Not long later, it will spread throughout Northern Plains. Because your tribe is located in a remote area and surrounded by several large beast groups, you did not hear the news immediately. Chapter 483. Oh. Hearing that Bei Tribe, Zheng Tribe and Pei Tribe had formed an alliance, Wang Tribe leader raised his brows. In Northern Plains, it was not strange for tribes to form alliances. The battle for the imperial court was imminent, and things like alliances would happen more and more often. I have a question. Ge Tribe was originally weaker than Yin Tribe. How did they swallow the bigger tribe? Wang Tribe leader asked. Bei Chaosheng smiled. Ge Tribe could swallow Yin Tribe because of one person. I wonder, has Lord Wang Tribe leader heard of the name Changshan Yin? Changshan Yin? The Wang clan leader frowned slightly. When he suddenly heard this name, he felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Shortly after, his brows relaxed as a surprised expression appeared on his face. Changshan Yin. Could he be the Wolf King who killed Hatugu back then? Tribe leader is knowledgeable. I am in admiration. Bei Chaosheng cupped his fists. It was because of this person's interference that Ge Tribe won. Who could have expected that the hero of Northern Plains back then was still alive? No one knows what had happened all these years. He was very low profile when he appeared, and with his own strength, he forced Ge Tribe to swallow the bigger tribe. Of course, this was also because Yin Tribe's higher-ups were schemed against by Changshan Yin, and were all killed in one fell swoop. This caused Ge Tribe to have the upper hand when they attacked Yin Tribe camp. Bei Chaosheng spoke frankly with assurance. He was actually very clear about the inside story. In fact, after Yen tribe was exterminated, there were naturally some who escaped and came to Bei tribe to seek protection. With such an informant, Bei tribe naturally had a clear grasp of the information. Wang tribe leader frowned even deeper. Back then, Wolf King could kill the rank 5 Gu master Hatu Gu by himself, and also slaughtered all the bandits. Such strength is truly awe-inspiring. With our strength, how can we deal with such a strong person? Rank 4 Gu masters were the leaders of small to medium-sized forces. Rank 5 Gu masters were the peak of mortals. Thus, back then, when Chang Shanin killed Hatu Gu, it caused a huge commotion in northern plains. A person's shadow is like a tree's bark. Chang Shanyin's deeds had spread in northern plains for so many years. It was natural for Wang tribe leader to be wary. Bei Chaosheng laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, it is normal for tribe leader to be worried. The Wolf King was indeed an extraordinary character. But times have changed. The Wolf King of today is definitely not as powerful as he was in the past. Oh, I would like to hear the details. As everyone knows, the strength of an enslavement path Gu master lies in their formation. The Wolf King had just returned, and the wolf pack was nowhere near as large as before. There wasn't even a single exotic beast. Currently, he only had ordinary wind wolves, night wolves, and turtleback wolves. Previously, they had also fought with the Yen clan, and they had already suffered great losses. His battle prowess isn't that great. Bei Chaosheng continued. Furthermore, Wolf King attacked Yen tribe for no reason. This is the demonic path's action, massacring commoners. It is against the rules of northern plains. He is no longer the hero of our northern plains, but a demon that everyone wants to kill. This time, we are punishing the sinners who started the war, the criminals who invaded at will. We are the righteous ones, but the Gu family has committed many crimes and is extremely evil. The heroes' assembly has yet to be held. The imperial court contest has yet to begin, but they already started a war between tribes. They are simply too daring. Their crimes cannot be forgiven. Looking at the history of northern plains, how many people who have touched the bottom line like this have a good ending? Bei Chaosheng's words were filled with passion. As expected of Bei tribe's lobbyist, his words were filled with the power to incite people's hearts. But Wang tribe leader was also a shrewd person. He was not someone who would be easily moved. His gaze flickered as he said hesitantly, "Even so, the Wolf King is the Wolf King after all. In a battle between dragons and tigers, there will definitely be injuries. After the battle ends, there will definitely be huge casualties." Bei Chaosheng shook his head, smiling unconcernedly. He. The Wolf King might be strong, but 2 fists cannot fight against 4 hands. Gu tribe has just annexed Yen tribe. They have eaten too much and are extremely arrogant. They are not stable. As long as Wang tribe joins us, with our 4 tribes working together, would we be afraid of a mere Gu tribe? Wang tribe leader pondered for a moment. I am not afraid of Gu tribe, but the Wolf King is the Wolf King after all. He has mysteriously disappeared for so many years. Who knows what happened? Maybe he had a fortuitous encounter. He definitely has a motive for coming out this time. Such a person definitely has trump cards that he has not used yet. Bei Chaosheng sneered. Any kind of reputation is also made up by bragging. Why must Wang tribe leader boost the morale of others and diminish your own? Why fear the Wolf King? He is already past his prime. Even if he has trump cards, he is only an enslavement path Gu master after all. Since he is an enslavement path Gu master, we have methods to restrain him. Honestly speaking, our Bei tribe also has enslavement path Gu masters. Our tribe's grass soldier army also has a place in northern plains. We can completely face Chang Shanin head-on. Other than this, Zheng tribe has the famous lightning spear battle formation. And Pei tribe leader Lord Pei Yanfei is a famous fierce general in northern plains. Right now, he has already advanced to rank 4 peak stage. Even if the Wolf King has thousands of troops, Lord Pei Yanfei can sweep through them unhindered, directly attacking the enemy's base and killing him. Everyone knew that enslavement path Gu masters were most afraid of beheading the leader tactic. As long as the leader was beheaded, the army would immediately fall into chaos, collapsing and escaping. Hearing Bei Chaosheng's words, Wang tribe leader was still hesitant. He could only say that this was an important matter. He needed to consider it for a few days. Bei Chaosheng's eyes flashed with disappointment. This is an important matter. It is natural for Lord Wang tribe leader to consider it. But this matter cannot be delayed. If Good tribe is allowed to recover and slowly digest their gains, when we fight again, the price we have to pay will be even greater. Lord tribe leader, please consider it clearly. Wang tribe leader nodded. 3 days at most. During this period of time, please stay in our clan and accept our hospitality. Bei Chaosheng heard Wang tribe leader's words and could only take his leave. Just as he left, a person came out from the guest hall. This person was thin, his skin was yellow, he had 3 strands of beard on his chin, and his eyes were shining brightly. He was Wang tribe leader's right-hand man. Wang tribe elder Wang Dadao, who was an expert in strategy. Lord tribe leader, are we really going to agree to Bei tribe and participate in this alliance? Wang Dadao asked worriedly. Hehehe, of course not, don't worry about morality. Wang tribe leader laughed. Wang Dadao let out a sigh of relief. Tribe leader is wise, you are not bewitched by others. The battle for the imperial court is imminent, there will be years of chaos. Our priority is to preserve our strength. Bei tribe, Pei tribe and Zheng tribe, these 3 mid-sized tribes' intentions are clear. Yan tribe is Lu tribe's in-laws, Yan Chui heir is Lu tribe's young master Lu Wenwu's fiancé. It seems that they want to be Lu tribe's lackeys, they want to curry favor with young master Lu Wenwu, but they also want to share the risk and drag our tribe down with them. Wang tribe leader nodded. Our Wang tribe is a large tribe, we need to be cautious in our every move. The battle for the imperial court is full of dragons and snakes, who will be the final victor? We need to observe carefully and choose who to rely on. Every 10 years in northern plains, there would be a terrifying blizzard that would bring disaster to a region. Only by entering the imperial court could one obtain protection and not be affected by the blizzard. But the number of spots in the imperial court was limited. There were too many people who wanted to stay. They had to go through intense battles, survival of the fittest. Only then could the ruler of the imperial court be decided. Although Wang tribe was a large tribe, their foundation was shallow. They did not have the heart to fight for hegemony. They only wanted to rely on the right person, become a hero, and stay in the imperial court, avoiding natural disasters. If we cannot enter the imperial court, then after the blizzard, Wang tribe will definitely suffer heavy losses. From a large tribe, we will fall to a mid-sized or small-sized tribe. There is a huge possibility of our tribe being exterminated. But if we can enter the imperial court, with the resources provided by the imperial court, we can recuperate, and if we are lucky, we can even have the qualifications to compete for the next imperial court overlord position. Wang Dadao said with a serious expression. This matter concerned the survival of Wang tribe. Everyone in Wang tribe was extremely cautious. Then, what should we do with this Bei Chaosheng? Wang tribe leader asked. Wang Dadao stroked his beard, pondered for a while and said, we should treat this person well. 3 days later, tactfully reject his invitation to form an alliance. At the same time, secretly send a letter to Good tribe, express goodwill to the Wolf King, and inform them of this matter. Let them fight each other, we will sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. If there is a chance, we don't mind being the fisherman who reaps the benefits. Ha ha ha, virtuous words, I like it very much. Wang tribe leader couldn't help but laugh loudly. Looking at the letter in his hand, Good tribe leader Guguang had a worried expression. Beside him, the elders of Good tribe were also silent. In Good tribe's tent, the atmosphere was heavy and suffocating. Bei tribe, Pei tribe, and Zheng tribe have already joined forces to punish my tribe. They are currently recruiting allies. Today, Wang tribe also came to inform us. I'm afraid the allied army will soon invade. Elders, do you have any good plans? Guguang asked. This is not good. My tribe has just swallowed Yan tribe. Although morale is high, we haven't had the time to digest the results of the war. Once the enemy invades, these Yan tribesmen who surrendered will not have second thoughts. At that time, they will work together, and our Good tribe's annihilation will not be far. Then why don't we retreat? Retreat? To where? We have a camp now. We can still defend it. Once we retreat, there will be no place to defend. and we will be surrounded and intercepted by the other tribes? The elders discussed among themselves. Ge Guang glanced around in disappointment. The elders were all talking one after another, but no one was able to come up with any reliable suggestions. Instead, the atmosphere in the tent became even more stifling. Their fighting spirit was faintly dissipating. "All right, don't say any more." He raised his hand and stopped the elders' discussion. "I won't hide it from you. A few days ago, Lord Wolf King Changshan has already agreed to become our tribe's supreme elder. We need to invite him over for this," Ge Guang said. This matter was originally kept a secret, but now that he said it, it was like a cardiac stimulant, causing the elders' morale to rise. "Wolf Wangda's man has become our tribe's supreme elder? Good, this is a joyous occasion. With Wolf Wangda's man, we have a chance of survival." The stifling atmosphere in the tent was swept clean, and the low morale rose rapidly. This was the use of experts. In times of danger, they were the pillars that could support the world. Chapter 484. Feng Yuan was invited into Ge tribe's main tent. "Oh, 3 tribes have formed an alliance to deal with us?" Feng Yuan heard this and his gaze shone, asking, "Which 3? Immediately an elder answered. "Reporting to Lord Supreme Elder, they are Pei tribe, Bei tribe and Zheng tribe." After pausing for a while, this elder added, "Pei tribe leader Pei Yanfei has rank 4 peak stage cultivation. He is a famous general in northern plains. Although Bei tribe is a mid-tier tribe, they have nurtured 2 enslavement path Gu masters. And although Zheng tribe was established not long ago, their lightning spear battle formation has extraordinary power." Feng Yuan nodded. He heard a familiar name. That was Pei Yanfei. This person was indeed a fierce general in northern plains. After joining Lu Wenwu, he immediately became the 3rd fierce general under Lu tribe. In the following battles, he would often charge into the enemy's formation alone, charging left and right, disrupting the enemy's formation. He would be invincible as he killed the enemy's leader. As for Bei tribe and Zheng tribe, although Feng Yuan did not have any impression of them, it did not hinder him from estimating their strength. Any one of these 2 tribes had the strength of Ge tribe in Hongyan Valley. Bei tribe had 2 enslavement path Gu masters. This meant they could face Feng Yuan's wolf group head-on. And Zheng tribe started with lightning spear battle formation. This was Zheng tribe's special ability. It could not be underestimated. However, I need a large number of souls to irrigate Danghun Mountain and strengthen my soul. The alliance of 3 tribes should be able to kill a lot of people, right? Thinking of this, Feng Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile. Now that the 3 tribes have formed an alliance, the situation is dire. "Uncle Changshan, where should our Ge tribe go?" Ge Guang asked earnestly. Feng Yuan raised his brows, his voice filled with killing intent. "What else can we do? Since they want to kill us, we will strike first and kill our way over. You must know that the best defense is offense." "What? Offense?" Hearing this, Ge tribe's higher-ups were shocked. They had discussed earlier. Some suggested retreating, some suggested defending, but no one suggested attacking. This idea was too radical and risky. After all, the alliance of 3 tribes was much stronger than Ge tribe. And Ge tribe had just taken in Yin tribe's captives. They had internal problems. Attacking directly? Isn't that a little too crazy? The elders looked at each other, and from their gazes, they could feel the same thing. But because of Feng Yuan's might, they did not dare to say it. Immediately, everyone fell into silence. Ge Guang hesitated for a moment before speaking meekly. "Uncle Changshan, now that the enemy is strong and we are weak, are we still going to attack first and give up our camp?" "Precisely because we are attacking first, we can attack first and give up our camp?" Feng Yuan snorted. "You all think so, so do the enemies. Tonight, in the middle of the night, we will gather our elites and carry out a night attack." "Bei tribe, which tribe?" "The Bei family, followed by the Zheng family. The Pei family is the furthest from my home," Ge Guang replied. "Ge tribe, everyone, this is tribe. Zheng tribe is Bei tribe." "Bei tribe? Bei tribe is with Bei, is with Bei tribe." "Good, we will first destroy Bei tribe, then Zheng tribe and finally Pei tribe. This battle will be intense. Everyone should be mentally prepared." After annexing 3 tribes, our good tribe will grow stronger. The elders looked at each other, inwardly speechless, sighing in admiration at Feng Yuan's ambition. With good tribe's current situation, they still wanted to devour the enemy alliance that was 2 to 3 times stronger than them. This was something the elders did not even dare to think about. Seeing everyone still hesitating, Feng Yuan waved his hand. Let's do it, you can go and make arrangements. Yes. Everyone could only agree. That night, the night wind howled. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. Good Tribe Camp's gate was wide open. The wolf group was like a long river, surging and gushing. Countless Gu masters were mixed among them, all of them leaping and running, their shadows flickering, their hearts filled with killing intent. Good weather, really good weather to kill. Feng Yuan sat on a mutated beast's back, laughing heartily. This mutated beast was that White Eyes wolf. It was an infant, but Feng Yuan used a time path Gu worm to accelerate its growth. Right now, the White Eyes wolf's body was several times bigger than before. Its body was white like snow. Its body was smooth like water. It was a divine steed, only slightly smaller than a hump wolf. But its current battle strength was only equivalent to an ordinary 100-wolf king. There were no wild Gu parasites on its body. Wild Gu parasites on a beast king's body needed time. During the long process of a beast king's growth, several wild Gu would take the initiative to join it. But this White Eyes wolf grew too fast, it lacked the foundation of time, and was always by Feng Yuan's side, thus it did not have a single Gu. Feng Yuan simply used it as a mount, keeping it by his side. Sometimes he would use its vision to scout. The army moved quickly, charging towards Bei Tribe. Bei Tribe's camp was set up on a hill. The hill was originally covered in a dense forest, but Bei Tribe had chopped it down and built a tall camp wall. On the wall, there was a watchtower, its bright light illuminating the camp. On the surface of the wall, there were sharp wooden spikes. Several Bei Tribe Gu masters stood at intervals, giving off a heavy atmosphere. Lord, are we really going to attack? The army stealthily approached. Ge Guang sized up the wall, his heart pounding. He had the intention to retreat. Feng Yuan, however, smiled. We will win this battle. Why does Lord Supreme Elder say that? An elder did not understand, asking. Feng Yuan pointed at the wall. Precisely because the wall is sturdy, Bei Tribe Gu masters are lazy and only have a few Gu masters guarding it. The fact that we can sneak this close is proof. Furthermore, this light is too bright. Bei Tribe wants to scare off the rascals. This is a false bravado. They are trying to show that they are heavily guarded, but they are exposing themselves instead. Hearing this, Good Tribe's hearts calmed down. Feng Yuan instructed again. Later, I will send the wolf group to destroy the wall. You will send Yen Tribe's surrendered members to attack, and Good Tribe's Gu masters will act as the guards. If anyone tries to escape, kill them on the spot. His cold voice caused everyone's heart to shake. As soon as he said this, without waiting for the elders to reply, Feng Yuan waved his hand, and 2 myriad wolf kings led the wolf group and charged out of the shadows. In a few breaths of time, they charged into the light. Wolves, why are there so many wolves? Bei Tribe's Gu masters rubbed their eyes, feeling incredulous. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Someone reacted and shouted, activating a Gu worm to send a signal. Block them, reinforcements will arrive soon. The Gu masters shouted with all their might. But Feng Yuan's attacks were so fierce, like 2 iron fists that had been accumulating strength for a long time. A myriad wolf king's battle strength could not be underestimated. A myriad wolf king usually required a rank 4 Gu master, and a group of rank 3 experts to deal with it. The 2 myriad wolf kings, under Feng Yuan's control, disregarded their own safety and unleashed their strongest attack. Bam bam bam. Every collision caused people's hearts to palpitate. The sturdy city wall was like a fragile piece of paper, swaying in the wind. Especially the turtleback myriad wolf king, with its thick skin and sturdy body. It posed the greatest threat to the city wall. Bei Tribe's Gu masters quickly retaliated, but their scattered attacks were all blocked by the myriad wolf king's wild Gu. When the reinforcements from the Bei family hurried over, they saw the entire city wall collapsing. 2 myriad wolf kings led an endless wave of wolves and charged into the camp. Night wolf myriad beast king. Turtleback myriad wolf king. Bay tribe leader saw this scene from afar, and his eyes widened in shock. These were two different kinds of wolves, and wild wolf groups would never cooperate like this. This could only mean one thing: someone was manipulating them from behind the scenes. Who was the mastermind? Bay tribe leader did not think much, and a name popped up in his mind: Wolf King Chang Shanin. Chang Shanin. Bay tribe leader gritted his teeth, his eyes almost spewing fire. But his anger could not stop the wolf group's invasion. Ordinary wild beasts were still fine, but under Feng Yuan's command, their strength and intelligence were matched. Bay tribe tried their best to block them, forming several defensive lines. When the wolf group charged, Feng Yuan disregarded the casualties and continued to attack. The good tribe Gu masters following behind the wolf group almost became spectators. Rank 4 Grass Puppet Gu. Bay tribe leader frantically activated his primeval essence, pouring it into the grass under his feet. The grass instantly grew to a person's height, turning into a grass puppet holding a green leaf sword. This was the Grass Sword Elite Soldier. Large numbers of Grass Sword Elite soldiers supported the front line, charging towards the wolf group. The Grass Sword Elite soldiers' support successfully blocked the wolf group's charge. They formed a battle formation around the king's tent. Like blue boulders, they resisted the tide-like attacks of the wolf pack. But this situation was only temporary. When Bay tribe leader's primeval essence was used up, the Grass Sword Elite soldier had no more replenishment, and the boulder gradually shrunk, finally submerging under the wolf group's feet. Retreat. We will retreat towards Zheng tribe. As long as we are alive, Bay tribe will have a chance to rebuild. Bay tribe leader saw that the situation was hopeless, and decisively chose to retreat. Aha! Feng Yuan rode on the White-Eyes Wolf, laughing loudly as he looked at the Bay tribe higher-ups fleeing. Lord, we won, Gu Guang said excitedly. We only won by a third. Leave some people to clean up the battlefield. We will chase after them. Feng Yuan waved his hand, and countless wolves held together, changing their direction and charging towards Zheng tribe. They are chasing us. Bay tribe's escaping Gu masters were scared out of their wits by such an army. No, Chang Shanyan's next target is Zheng tribe. Someone realized. Not only did he attack my tribe, he also wants to attack Zheng tribe. Someone shouted angrily. Tribe leader, what do we do? My primeval essence is almost used up. They will catch up soon. Someone shouted anxiously. Bay tribe leader hesitated for a moment. He did not have much primeval essence left, so he could only change his direction and enter the dense forest. Feng Yuan led the army, not caring about these people, and advanced towards Zheng tribe. He did not chase us, he really went to Zheng tribe. Bay tribe higher-ups breathed roughly, standing in the forest, looking at the 10,000 wolves running with lingering fear. Chapter 485. Prepare the lightning spears. Zheng tribe leader went to the front line and shouted. The army led by Feng Yuan, after suppressing Bay tribe, charged towards Zheng tribe camp without stopping. A fierce offensive and defensive battle broke out in an instant. Feng Yuan used 2 myriad wolf kings to attack together, breaking through Zheng tribe's 2 defensive lines in one go, but at the third line he was finally stopped. The ones stopping the wolf tide were Zheng tribe's famous trump card, Lightning Spear Corps. These rank 2 Gu masters stood on the third wall in a row, condensing into a strong and valiant aura, forming a flesh-like wall. Hearing the tribe leaders shout, these Gu masters immediately stretched out their right hands and took out their primeval essence from their apertures, pouring it into the lightning imprint on their right palms. This was the sign of the lightning spear Gu. Next, Gu tribesmen saw the lightning emitting from these Gu masters' palms, instantly forming blue-silver spears. Each of these spears was 4 feet long, completely condensed from lightning, flickering with lightning and emitting a sizzling sound. Shoot! Zheng tribe leader shouted again. Buzz! In an instant, 580 lightning spears flew out, drawing dense arcs in the air. The bright lightning illuminated the battlefield. The blue light shone on everyone's face. The only difference was that Gu Guang and the others had ashen expressions. Zheng tribe leader, however, had a proud smile. The lightning spears shot down like a rainstorm, landing on the charging wolf group. Even the tough armor of the turtleback wolves would be pierced by the lightning spears. Not to mention the wind wolves and night wolves with even weaker defenses. The lightning spears shot out in unison with extraordinary might, clearing a large area of the battlefield in an instant. The originally dense wolf tide suddenly became sparse. Over 500 wolves fell down at the same time, turning into corpses. The wolf group's offense stopped. Ha ha ha, look, this is my tribe's lightning spear corps. With such a strong army, who dares to look down on my tribe? This is my tribe's strongest flesh wall, so what if there are more wolves? Seeing this, Zheng tribe's Gu masters shouted excitedly, their morale surging. In contrast, Gu tribesmen had grim expressions. Chang Shanyin. Zheng tribe leader used sound amplification Gu and amplified his voice by several times, covering the noises of the battlefield. You have invaded my clan for no reason. The hero assembly has yet to begin, but you have already acted so unscrupulously and started a war. You are simply lawless. You slaughtered so crazily, you will definitely be punished by the tribes of Northern Plains. You haven't made a bigger mistake yet, so it's not too late to regret. Quickly retreat. Otherwise, I will expose your viciousness to the public and turn you and the good tribe behind you into rats that everyone in Northern Plains wants to kill. Zheng tribe leader warned. Supreme Elder. The elders of Gu family looked at Feng Yuan and hesitated. Feng Yuan's crazy attack was indeed against the rules. Although the alliance of the three clans wanted to deal with the Gu family, it did not become a reality. The evidence collected by the Gu family alone could not prove anything. Although Northern Plains Gu masters loved to fight, they did not fight crazily. There had to be a reason for everything. The more legitimate the reason, the more awe-inspiring it was, the better. Moreover, the contest for the imperial court had yet to begin. The tribes were restraining each other. Back when Gu tribe was in Hongyan Valley, Man tribe's strength far surpassed Gu tribe, but they did not make a move. Instead, they schemed and created a wolf tide. This was because Man tribe did not have a legitimate reason to annex Gu tribe. This was the rule of the righteous path, the rule of the game between Northern Plains tribes. Feng Yuan had led Gu tribe to invade the alliance of the three clans. He had clearly broken this rule. Without a legitimate reason, it was a lack of righteousness. Gu tribe's vile invasion would cause them to be isolated in diplomatic relations, and they might even become the target of all the tribe's vigilance and hatred, or even attack together. Thus Gu tribe's higher-ups were very worried. It was only because of Chang Shanyin's strength and prestige that they did not oppose him openly. Now that the wolf group's attack was obstructed, Gu tribesmen started to worry. Feng Yuan was expressionless as he rode on the mutated beast White Eyes Wolf, staring at these Gu masters on the city wall. Lightning Spear Corps is indeed not ordinary. His gaze flickered as he saw some clues. Zheng tribe's entire Lightning Spear Corps had over 500 people attacking. But the true crucial figures were the 100 or so support Gu masters who were hiding in a corner and being heavily protected. These Gu masters used their Gu worms to strengthen the Lightning Spear's power, or condense the Lightning Spear's power into an even stronger attack method. Feng Yuan's gaze moved to the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King and Turtleback Myriad Wolf King. These two Wolf Kings had no choice but to retreat because they were personally attacked by the Zheng clan leader and the combined forces of the Lightning Spear Corps. Their bodies were already riddled with injuries. The Turtleback Myriad Wolf King was slightly better, but the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King's defensive Gu was killed. Its body was covered in blood, and some of its wounds were so deep that bones could be seen. Although these wounds were mostly healed by Feng Yuan's Wolf Smoke Gu, the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King's battle strength had indeed fallen by a level. Retreat? Could it be that if they retreated, they would not pursue the matter? Feng Yuan sneered. This retreat was the true dead end. Only by continuously attacking forward and destroying the alliance of the three tribes would there be no more victims in the future, and the negative effects of breaking Northern Plains' righteous path rules would be reduced to the minimum. Right now, Gu tribe was like an arrow that had been shot. There was no turning back. Gu tribe's higher-ups were short-sighted and could not see the situation clearly, but Feng Yuan had 500 years of experience. He was an experienced veteran, and his heart was like a flickering candle. Everyone, the crucial moment has arrived. Everyone in Gu tribe, charge forward and fight to the death. Whoever dares to retreat will be killed without mercy. Feng Yuan shouted coldly as he mobilized the remaining forces in his hands. Howl. The Wind Wolf Myriad Wolf King led the Wind Wolf group and rushed to the battlefield. This Myriad Wolf King had been intentionally hidden by Feng Yuan in the periphery. He did not bring it into Gu tribe camp, and even when attacking Bei tribe, he restrained himself and did not use it. The third Myriad Wolf King. Seeing this Wind Wolf King, Gu tribe and Zheng tribe's Gu masters' expressions changed. Gu tribe's higher-ups showed joy on their faces, but Zheng tribe's Gu masters felt a heavy rock pressing down on their hearts. Cold killing intent flashed in Feng Yuan's eyes, and with a wave of his hand, the three Wolf Kings rushed to the front lines. Seeing the three Myriad Wolf Kings attacking together, Zheng tribe leader's expression was ashen, and he attacked with a furious roar. Killer move, Thunderbird. The primeval sea level in his aperture fell by a large amount, and the three Gu worms were used together, quickly forming a huge lightning bird in the air. The huge bird flew towards the turtleback Myriad Wolf King, blocking it. Lightning Spear Corps, attack together. Zheng tribe leader shouted again. Hundreds of lightning spears shot towards the sky. The support Gu masters attacked together, and the lightning spears converged together as they flew. In the blink of an eye, they formed a lightning snake. Eagle Claw Gu. A rank 3 elder suddenly made a move, targeting the lightning snake in the air. The lightning snake immediately grew 2 sharp claws, like steel. Rhinoceros Horn Gu. The second Zheng tribe elder attacked, and a sharp golden horn appeared on the lightning snake's forehead. Silver Scale Gu. The third elder added a layer of sturdy silver-colored scales to the lightning snake's body. This fully armored lightning snake swam in the air, like a divine dragon descending into the world. Next, it dived down valiantly, and fought with the Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King. This move again. Feng Yuan's eyelids twitched. The Night Wolf Myriad Beast King had been blocked by this killer move, and suffered heavy injuries. This was the killer move, Gold and Silver Lightning Dragon. Gu masters nurture, use and refine, every aspect had great knowledge. In terms of using Gu, there were killer moves. Some Gu master experts would ingeniously combine many Gu worms, and use them consecutively in a short period of time, forming an even more effective attack. This was the killer move. Ordinary killer moves were used by a single Gu master. For example, Zheng tribe leader's killer move, Thunderbird. Gold and Silver Lightning Dragon, however, was a killer move formed by hundreds of Gu masters working together. It condensed the strength of hundreds of rank 2 Gu masters, and several rank 3 experts into one attack, and its attack was naturally fierce. With the Gold and Silver Lightning Dragon blocking, the Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King could not be counted on for the time being. But Feng Yuan was not discouraged. He still had a Myriad Wolf King. The Night Wolf Myriad Beast King, under his control, charged forward crazily. Block it, block it. Even if we die, we have to block it. Tribesmen, our parents, wives, children, brothers and sisters are behind us. We cannot fail. This Myriad Beast King has already lost its defensive Gu. We have great hope. Zheng tribe's Gu masters were roused, and burst out with fierce attacks. Countless attacks, like fireworks, landed on the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King's body. This Myriad Beast King's defensive Gu had already disappeared. Immediately, its flesh was torn open, and it let out a miserable howl. The intense pain caused the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King's eyes to turn blood red. Its killing intent surged, and its attacks became even more frenzied. Damn it! Seeing the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King charging into the Lightning Spear Corps and slaughtering Zheng tribe's most precious trump card, Zheng tribe leader was about to vomit blood from anger. But he could not split himself. He was using all his strength to restrain the turtleback Myriad Wolf King. To protect their home and family, Zheng tribe's Gu masters burst out with extremely strong battle strength. Die Beast, a rank 3 elder, disregarded his own safety and flew up, stabbing at the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King's eyes with both hands. The Night Wolf King could not dodge in time, and its eyes were pierced. Under the incomparable pain, It opened its bloody mouth and bit this rank 3 elder's waist. The rank 3 elder's body was cut into two, but his expression before death was a smile. He squeezed out the last trace of primeval essence, and successfully heavily injured the Night Wolf King. Such a situation was not rare. To resist the Night Wolf King, many Zheng tribe Gu masters disregarded their own safety, and chose to sacrifice themselves to protect their home. Truly a warrior. Feng Yuan praised and sneered. In his mind, the Night Wolf King transmitted an intense desire to retreat. But Feng Yuan did not allow it, and forcefully ordered it to continue attacking. The Lightning Spear Corps suffered disastrous losses in the battle with the Night Wolf King, and less than 10% survived. Without any decent resistance, Gu tribe's Gu masters moved out one after another, and soon created an opening. The scales of victory fiercely tilted towards Feng Yuan's side. As time passed, the gold and silver lightning dragon dissipated in the air, and the Wind Wolf King lost its obstruction. And under Feng Yuan's control, it surrounded and attacked Zheng tribe leader. Next, the wolf group rushed into Zheng tribe camp like a tide, and mercilessly slaughtered the old, weak women and children. Miserable cries, shouts of despair, and screams of being violated resounded in the battlefield. Even large tribes had to tread carefully like they were treading on thin ice. Only those super tribes had Gu immortals in their ancestors and had blessed lands, having an unshakable foundation that would last for thousands of generations. Lord Tribe Leader, our primeval essence has already recovered. We wanted to reinforce Zheng tribe, but now they have already failed. We might as well go back and save our tribesmen. At this time, an elder suggested. That's right, Chang Shanyan's appetite is too big. He broke into our camp and then attacked Zheng tribe. At this rate, he might even go and deal with Pei tribe. We can use this chance to rush back. Gu tribe left behind more people than us, but they are all rank 1 and rank 2 Gu masters. There is only one rank 3 elder. The elders couldn't help but be moved, looking at their tribe leader. Although they were few in numbers, they had at least rank 3 cultivation, and the tribe leader was rank 4. With great strength, they would definitely be able to cause a huge impact. There was a high chance of saving their tribe. However, the young clan leader of the Bei family shook his head and rejected it decisively. No. Although Gu tribe has few people left behind, we can take back our camp, but so what? We have too few people. News of this battle will definitely leak. After Chang Shan-yin receives the news, if he comes back, can we defend? Can we escape with our tribesmen? The elders were speechless. Bei Chaochuan was right. During their first defense, their strength was intact, but it was broken by the wolf tide. Not to mention now. Let them become captives. Don't worry, look, after the battle ended, Gu tribe restrained their tribesmen and did not slaughter the captives. They want to increase their strength. Humph, their appetite is too big. Bei Chaochuan snorted coldly, continuing. Our tribesmen will stay with them for now. In the short term, it will consume their rations, forcing them to send out more people and divert more energy. An elder's eyes shined with bright light. Then why don't we attack their base directly? Gu tribe is only a mid-sized tribe now. They have mobilized almost all of their strength. Their main camp will definitely be defenseless. We'll burn, kill, and loot. We'll burn all their provisions and increase their burden. We'll let them have a taste of being attacked and killed. Good idea. That's right, this is a good idea. I will let Gu tribe taste the pain of being destroyed. The clan elders shouted excitedly one after another. Fools. However, the Bei family's clan leader reprimanded them. His cold gaze was like a knife that sliced through everyone's faces. Are you all pig brains? If we burn their rations, our tribesmen will be the ones to suffer. Do you think they will not kill the captives to reduce their expenditure? If they recognize us, what if they kill the captives to vent their anger? Bei Chaochuan let out a breath of turbid air. His eyes shining with wisdom, he said solemnly. True revenge is not a momentary pleasure. Attacking Gu tribe camp is just a small matter, it will not affect their foundation. Only by killing Chang Shan-yin and destroying Gu tribe's main force can we turn the situation around. We need to use our strength where it matters most. These words enlightened all the elders. Lord Tribe Leader is truly wise. With Lord Tribe Leader here, our tribe has hope. We will listen to Tribe Leader's arrangements. All the elders looked at the patriarch with admiration and love. Bei Tribe Leader Bei Chao Chuan was also an outstanding person. When he was young, he was ostracized by his brothers. He was the least favored candidate for young master. He rarely fought and disguised his strength, showing that his cultivation level was low. Thus he was often ridiculed by his brothers during banquets and gatherings. Bei Chao Chuan was skilled at enduring silently. He watched his brothers fight amongst themselves while he accumulated his strength. When Bei Tribe Leader fell ill, he finally found his chance. At that time, Bei Tribe Leader needed a gu to heal his injuries due to the backlash of a gu worm. But when the tribe investigated, they found that this gu was living in a spirit rhinoceros myriad beast king. There were 80,000 spirit rhinoceros beasts. The tribe had no way to deal with them. In despair, Bei Chao Chuan snuck into the beast group's habitat alone. After many days of observation, he found that occasionally, this spirit rhinoceros myriad beast king would leave the group and roll around in a muddy swamp to play. When it was tired from playing, it would sleep. The mud was as smelly as a cesspit, and there were many maggots. Bei Chao Chuan hid in the mud for 7 days and 7 nights without moving. His hard work paid off. He finally waited until the spirit rhinoceros myriad beast king came to play. But the spirit rhinoceros myriad beast king was huge. When it rolled around, it stepped on Bei Chao Chuan's calf and crushed his leg bones on the spot. Bei Chao Chuan endured it silently without making a sound. When the myriad beast king was tired from playing, it fell asleep. Only then did he secretly steal that wild gu worm from the spirit rhinoceros myriad beast king's body. Bei Chao Chuan obtained the wild gu worm and risked his life to leave his brother. Without stopping, he hopped back to the tribe and saved the old tribe leader. The whole tribe was shocked. Bei Chao Chuan's action was filled with filial piety. He was courageous and had meticulous schemes. The whole tribe looked at him in a new light. His brothers were also extremely astonished at his rank 3 peak stage cultivation. After the old tribe leader survived, he shed tears of excitement, saying, "The number of times I have cried in my life can be counted on my fingers. Today, I am crying not because I am struggling at death's door and luckily survived, but because as a father, I am moved by his filial piety. As the tribe leader, I am happy for the future of the tribe." On the spot, Bei Chao Chuan was appointed as the acting young tribe leader. After Bei Chao Chuan obtained this position, he no longer hid his abilities. He handled the tribe's affairs in an orderly manner and fought for everyone's approval. On the other hand, he suppressed his brothers and sisters and stabilized his position. He did not give other competitors any chances. Eventually, he successfully became the tribe leader. He worked hard and led Bei tribe to grow stronger. They passed many difficulties and reached this day. Even though Bei Chao Chuan was only in his 30s, he had deep authority in Bei tribe. All the elders respected him. Lord Supreme Elder, Lord Tribe Leader, elders, we have gained complete control of Zheng tribe's camp. We have obtained a lot. The elder in charge of cleaning up the battlefield reported excitedly. My initial estimate is that we've obtained at least 8 million yuan stones from this battle. There are thousands of gu worms, among which there are over 100 rank 3 gu. There is also a gu house secret room. We are still unraveling it. Hearing such a result, everyone in the gu family was overjoyed. After taking over Zheng tribe, their gains were even greater than Bei tribe's. Zheng tribe was a mid-sized tribe. They had deep foundations. Even though they had suffered losses, the resources that were left behind were still huge. Lord Supreme Elder, Lord Clan Leader, what should we do next? After the elder finished reporting, he immediately asked. Gu tribe looked at Feng Yuan. Chapter 487. The night wind whistled, and the wolf groups howled. Bei tribe and Gu tribe were engaged in an intense battle around the city walls. Fire, golden light, lightning, green vines, all kinds of attacks converged into a dazzling display of fireworks. A corner of the pitch-black night sky was lifted. Kill, break through the city walls, and exterminate Bei tribe. Beat them all, kill all these Gu tribe scoundrels. The commanders on both sides shouted with all their might. raising the morale of both sides. The thick smell of blood lingered in the whole battlefield. Large numbers of severed limbs and corpses were everywhere. The lives of Gu masters who were respected in the past were as cheap as grass here. Of course, there were even more wolf corpses. Feng Yuan sighed inwardly as he saw the turtleback myriad wolf king at the front line being pushed back again. Because they attacked Bei tribe and Zheng tribe, the news inevitably leaked out. When Feng Yuan led Gu tribe to attack Bei tribe, the other side had already made strict preparations. After losing the night wolf myriad beast king, Feng Yuan only had turtleback myriad wolf king and wind wolf myriad wolf king. Originally, the two kings could pose a threat to Bei tribe's defensive line. But because there was only one person, Feng Yuan could only send one myriad beast king to attack. This person was Bei tribe's current leader, Pei Yanfei. In this battlefield, he was the center of attention, even more so than Feng Yuan's two myriad wolf kings. Pei Yanfei was 8 feet tall and had a grand appearance. His eyes were sharp, and he had a broad back and a thin waist. Right now, he was charging left and right in the wolf group, sweeping everything in his way with the demeanor of a fierce general. His most eye-catching feature was his pair of black eyebrows, shining with a dark light. The center of the eyebrows was thick, while the sides were sharp. The tips of the eyebrows were raised like the wings of a swallow. These eyebrows were not natural, but were formed from 2 rank 4 swallow wings Gu. Precisely because this person was unstoppable on the battlefield, Feng Yuan had to send a wolf king to protect himself to guard against his sneak attack. This way, only the turtleback myriad wolf king was left to charge at the front line, and the impact on Bei tribe's direction was greatly reduced. Ah! An elder of the Gu clan let out a blood-curdling scream before he died. With this scream, his head flew into the sky and was harvested by Pei Yanfei. Another elder died in Pei Yanfei's hands. Gu family's people's eyebrows twitched when they saw this scene. Pei Yanfei didn't find trouble with Feng Yuan directly. Instead, he charged into the wolf pack and killed 3 elders of the Gu tribe. In this way, not only would he not be entangled by the myriad wolf king, but he would also be able to indirectly restrain the wind wolf myriad wolf king. It could be seen that he was not only brave but also intelligent. Who else? Pei Yanfei activated Swallow Wings Gu, flying into the air as he shouted. His voice directly drowned out the howls of the wolves and clearly spread throughout the entire battlefield. Gu tribe was silent, while Bei tribe's Gu master's morale rose. What a fierce general! Feng Yuan exclaimed softly. Pei Yanfei had extremely strong flying skills, and was an expert at flying at low altitudes. Although she had not reached the level of a flying master, she was not far from it. He was a metal path Gu master, his attacks were sharp and ordinary people could not block them, and he also had outstanding movement ability. He dashed left and right in the battlefield, his speed was extremely fast, like a heavenly steed flying in the sky. He could do as he pleased. Often, those who were stronger than him could not match his movement ability. Those who could keep up with his rhythm did not have his battle strength. Chapter 488. Bei Chao Chuan had been observing the situation. Around him, 11 Gu masters were surrounding him. Other than his Bei tribe elders, there were also a few Zheng tribe elders who were gathered by Bei Chao Chuan. Their only goal in coming here was to kill Changshan Yin and reverse the outcome of the battle. Gu tribe is just a mob, there is nothing to worry about. There is only one crucial point, that is Wolf King Changshan Yin. As long as we kill him, victory will be ours. We still have a chance to turn the situation around. Bei Chao Chuan's eyes shined with bright light. While observing the battlefield, he did not forget to raise the morale of the people around him. Zheng tribe elders were already convinced by him. Bei tribe leader is right, but when do we attack? Bei Chao Chuan squinted. We need to endure. The Wolf King is very vigilant. He only sent the turtleback myriad Wolf King to the front lines, leaving the Wind Wolf myriad Beast King by his side. He has ample defensive strength around him. Even though we are strong, we only have one chance to attack. If we fail, we can only attack by force. By then we will have no place to defend. We will be surrounded by the wolf tide. Our chances of killing Changshan-in will become slimmer. Right at this time, the most intense battle in history occurred on the battlefield. All sorts of attacks of all colors filled the sky above the battlefield. The rumbling sound of the explosion lingered in the ears. Seeing this scene, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. In such a battlefield, even rank 3 Gu masters were minuscule. Only rank 4 and 5 Gu masters were the pillars of support. Lord, now is the best time for us to attack. An elder suddenly suggested. No rush. Bei Chaochuan waved his hand. The battle lasted for a while before it ended. At this time another elder couldn't help but say, Lord Patriarch, it's time. While Gu tribe's Gu masters are recovering their primeval essence, we can charge over and catch them off guard. No. We only have one target, that is Changshan-in. Even though the battle earlier was intense, Changshan-in had more wolves around him. Bei Chaochuan rejected. Next, Feng Yuan made his move, grabbing onto the opportunity and destroying a section of the wall. This was a crucial development. Pei tribe's defensive line was finally torn open. Large numbers of wolves charged in. At the same time, the turtleback myriad wolf king also arrived. This is bad. Once the line of defense is broken, the wolves will launch their attack. The Pei family's situation will take a turn for the worse. This is critical. My lord, let's act quickly. If we don't act, the Pei family will be finished. If we act now, we can still salvage the situation. No. Bei Chaochuan stood up. His eyes glimmered and his heart was filled with joy. The opportunity he had been waiting for had finally appeared. As long as Pei tribe's defense line was broken, Changshan-in would definitely mobilize his wolf group and attack Pei tribe's camp. This way, the defenses around him would weaken, giving Bei Chaochuan a chance to kill him. If I make a move now, Changshan-in will notice it in time and recall the wolf group, causing the battle to be in a stalemate again. If we're exposed, we'll lose the precious opportunity to kill him. The 3 of us are in an alliance. Why is it that the Pei family's losses are lesser than ours? With how cautious the Wolf King was, he was definitely not someone easy to deal with. Only by using the Pei family as bait and letting him have a taste of victory, when he lets his guard down, will we have a chance to kill him? In an instant, thoughts flashed in Bei Chaochuan's mind. But he could not say it out loud. He said, Wait a while more, we cannot lose our composure. Believe in Pei Yanfei. He is a famous general in Northern Plains. Do you think he only has this much strength? A group of rank 3 Gu masters heard this and forcefully stopped their charging steps. Bei Chaochuan had just finished speaking when Pei Yanfei used his killer move, Golden Rainbow Strike. An intense explosion occurred. The bright light forced everyone to raise their arms and cover their eyes. When the light faded, Turtleback Myriad Wolf King was heavily injured, while Pei Yanfei floated above the rubble of the city wall with a pale expression. So strong. Just one attack and he heavily injured the Myriad Beast King. This is Pei Yanfei's signature killer move. It is truly amazing. Bei tribe leader is truly amazing. He has a clear understanding of the entire battlefield. I have learned much. The elders expressed their shock towards Pei Yanfei's battle strength, while praising Bei Chaochuan's wisdom. Bei Chaochuan's lips twitched. He would rather Pei Yanfei could not defend this place. There is still a chance. We need to wait a while more. Pei Yanfei used such a powerful killer move. His primeval essence must have been greatly damaged. Looking at his expression, he is clearly not in a good state. As long as the Wind Wolf King is beside Changshan-in, it is invincible. Pei tribe is still at a disadvantage. If the wolf group attacks Pei tribe camp, I will continue with my plan. If Pei Yanfei has the advantage, I will strike him while he is down and cooperate with him, dealing a fatal blow to Changshan-in. Thoughts flashed in Bei Chaochuan's mind. In the blink of an eye, he adjusted his plan. I still have a chance, I still have hope. I cannot panic now, I need to stay calm and endure. As long as I kill Changshan-in, not only will I be able to turn the situation around, my reputation will also rise. After joining Lu Wenwu, I will be more valued and gain more opportunities for the tribe. Bei Chaochuan encouraged himself in his mind. But right at this moment his pupils shrunk as he cursed. Ah! The clan elders all looked at him in astonishment. All along, even though the situation was bad, Bei Chao Chuan had always been confident and confident. Why did he lose his composure now? Bei Chao Chuan could not care about other people's gazes now. He stared at the battlefield as he asked himself, why did this Chang Shanin choose to retreat now? Wolf King had the upper hand. Turtleback Myriad Wolf King was heavily injured but not dead. He still had a Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King with him. In contrast, Pei Yan Fei was at the end of his rope. Most importantly, Pei Tribe Camp's defense line had a gap. As long as they attacked along this gap, Pei Tribe's defense would be under much more pressure than before. They might not be able to defend. As long as the wolf group invaded Pei Tribe Camp, he Bei Chao Chuan would be able to sneak an attack and deal a fatal blow to Wolf King from behind. But now he was retreating. Bei Chao Chuan did not have time to think about why Chang Shanin retreated. He became extremely nervous, and his originally calm face showed a trace of panic. Chapter 489. The howling night wind gradually calmed down. As the thick frost soaked the wild grass around their feet, Good Tribe Army moved along the Crescent Lake, moving slowly. After successfully retreating from the battlefield, these people still had burning battle intent in their chests. Although they did not manage to take down Pei Tribe, they made a name for themselves in this battle. Good tribesmen were talking excitedly. This battle was too satisfying. Those 3 bullshit tribes, they actually wanted to find trouble with us. They were courting death. Whatever Zheng Tribe, Bei Tribe or Pei Tribe, they are only SOSO. Right now, Bei Tribe and Zheng Tribe's camps have been taken down by us. And Pei Tribe's casualties are also severe. After tonight's battle, our Good Tribe's name will spread throughout northern plains. Using 1 tribe's strength to challenge 3 tribes. Such a battle achievement, such bravery, made Good Tribe's Gu masters feel proud and arrogant. It is all thanks to Lord Wolf King Chang Shanin. A Gu master sighed. These words immediately caused a commotion in the surroundings. Yes, if not for the wolf group fighting at the front, our Good Tribe would have suffered heavy casualties. This is the power of an enslavement path Gu master. No wonder so many forces want to nurture 1 or 2 enslavement path Gu masters, even if they have to live frugally. Wolf Wangda has already become our tribe's supreme elder. She's a family with us now. It is such an honor. Wolf Wangda is with us. This battle caused Fang Yuan's prestige in Good Tribe leader's heart to rise to a high level. Fang Yuan rode on the White Eyes Wolf's back again, accompanied by Good Tribe leader and a group of elders. As a supreme elder, Fang Yuan could even dismiss Guguang as tribe leader with his authority. Of course, Guguang was an obedient chess piece. Fang Yuan had no intention of replacing him. The army first returned to Zheng Tribe camp, and the Good Tribe Gu masters who stayed there organized most of the resources, forming a transport team of 30 blue-field slugs. These slugs, commonly known as snotworm Gu, were like snails that had shed their shells. It was a rank 3 Gu, 3 times the size of an elephant. Its body was blue in color, and there were blue crystals growing on its body surface. It was the best transportation Gu. These blue-field slug Gu were very convenient to use. Their consumption of primeval essence was relatively low, and Gu masters only needed to stuff items into their bodies. Blue-field slug Gu did not have any offensive abilities. After swallowing objects, its body would become larger. Now these 30 blue-field slug Gu were 5 times their original size. Even the Myriad Wolf King couldn't match up to half of them. But even so, there was still a small portion of resources in the Zheng clan's camp that could not be loaded in one go, and could only be temporarily left in the camp. The clan elder who stayed behind handed over the preliminary list of items. Fang Yuan browsed through it. It was indeed very rich. We're rich. When Guguang and the others saw this, they were overjoyed. I'm rich this time. We've also plundered so many people. It's only a matter of time before our Gu family becomes a large family. We have to be more vigilant these days. We have to strengthen our defenses to prevent the surrounding forces from getting greedy. But what should we do with these surrendered Gu masters? According to the usual practice, they are slave Gu masters. But we don't have that many slave Gu. Good tribesmen started to worry again. Good tribe was only a mid-sized tribe, they had a weak foundation. If it was a large tribe, they would be able to digest their gains much faster. They still left behind a group of people to help defend, and instructed them to abandon Zheng clan's camp if Pei tribe's army came, and to preserve their strength by retreating. Good tribe's army brought the 30 blue-field slug Gu and large numbers of captives as they retreated. When they reached Bei tribe's camp, the group stopped. When they set off again, the size of the group had increased by several times. When they finally reached Good tribe's camp, the victorious warriors were warmly welcomed by the Good tribesmen. Cheers resounded in the sky, as the first rays of dawn shone on every Good tribesman's face. In contrast, the captives looked like they had lost their parents, or were expressionless. There was a clear contrast between the two sides. Feng Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. Along the way, he was worried about Pei tribe's pursuit. It seems that Pei Yanfei is still worried about his tribe's safety, and is stingy with his troops. He did not take the initiative to attack again. Otherwise, the return trip would be much more troublesome. Of course, this is mainly because I released the White Eyes Wolf and displayed my strength, giving them the false impression that I still have Myriad Beast King level battle strength. But the truth was, Feng Yuan's White Eyes Wolf was only matured by third watch Gu. There was not a single wild Gu on the White Eyes Wolf's body. This was the world of Gu. Without wild Gu, the White Eyes Wolf could not even defeat 1,000 Wolf King. In a real battle, the White Eyes Wolf was only an enlarged version of a wild wolf. If Pei Yanfei and Bei Chaochuan were not scared, and continued to pursue, Feng Yuan would be in trouble. He had already used 120% of his wolf group's battle strength. In terms of strength path cultivation, he had just started, he only had 30 Jun of strength. In terms of soul, he had not reached 1,000-man soul yet. My strength is still too weak. After 3 battles tonight, I am in a dilemma. Now that they were safe, Feng Yuan took stock of the wolf group. The 60,000 wolf group had suffered heavy casualties, less than half were left. The biggest loss was the Myriad Beast King. Feng Yuan originally had 3 Myriad Wolf Kings, but after tonight's battle, the Night Wolf Myriad Beast King died on the battlefield, and the Turtleback Myriad Wolf King's injuries were extremely severe. Although it had stabilized, it was already unconscious. Wind Wolf Myriad Beast King was covered in injuries, the wild Gu on its body were not light, and its battle strength had fallen sharply. But Feng Yuan did not regret it. Compared to the gains, these losses were truly worth it. Not mentioning the huge amount of battle spoils, just looking at Feng Yuan's objective in this battle, he had achieved everything. Taking the initiative to attack, fighting 1 against 3. Not long later, Wolf King Changshan Yin's name would once again resound in Northern Plains, and be widely discussed. This was a chance for Feng Yuan to prove his name. It would be a great help in his plan to deal with Tai Bai Yunxing in the Heroes' Assembly. Moreover, these dead wolves were fully used by Feng Yuan. Most of their souls were kept by Feng Yuan, waiting to irrigate Danghun Mountain in the future. After tonight's battle, I have thoroughly established my prestige and fierce reputation. I believe it is enough to intimidate all the forces with ulterior motives. Good tribe can recuperate, and I can also have some time to expand my wolf group, cultivate wolfman soul, and also prepare my enslavement path rank 5 Gu worms. Lying on the bed, Feng Yuan's thoughts gradually calmed down. Outside the Gu house, the joyous shouts of Good tribesmen became louder and louder. Feng Yuan slowly closed his eyes. He was feeling tired. Fighting 3 battles in one night, controlling so many wolves to engage in intense battles and attacks, he had expended a lot of mental energy. A kind of fatigue that originated from his soul spread throughout his body and mind. While he was peacefully sleeping, a huge commotion had already spread to the whole Crescent Lake. Early in the morning, almost all the tribe leaders who were resting at the lakeside received the information regarding this battle. There were those who were doubtful, those who were wary, those who were fearful, and those who were furious. But no matter what their reactions were, at once, Good Tribe and Wolf King Changshan Yin became the focus of everyone's discussion. I thought it was a cat, but to think it was a leopard. Wang tribe leader stared at the information in his hands, After thinking for a long time, he sighed with deep emotions. He had wanted to watch from the sidelines, and if the situation allowed it, he wanted to reap the benefits. But who could have expected that under Fang Yuan's lead, Good Tribe challenged 3 tribes in one night, exterminating 2 of them and dealing a heavy blow to Pei Tribe. Bei Clan's clan head Bei Chao Chuan became a stray dog. Zheng Clan's clan head died on the battlefield, and Pei Yanfei, one of the most powerful generals in Northern Plains, lost a small realm of cultivation. This is too daring, too ruthless. Even Wang tribe leader's strategist Wang Dedao's expression changed after seeing this information. He sighed repeatedly. Good Tribe actually attacked without a declaration, catching the 3 tribes unprepared. 2 were exterminated, and 1 was heavily injured. This is a serious violation of the rules, crossing the bottom line. Are they not afraid of the other tribes allying against them? Wang Dedao said furiously. Good Tribe's crazy invasion made even him feel uneasy. At this time, a Gu master outside sent a letter. This was a letter from Good Tribe, sent to almost all the forces at Crescent Lake. The letter was personally written by Gu Guang. The 3 tribes of Deshu were plotting against them, and in order to protect themselves, Good Tribe had no choice but to retaliate. In the letter, the cause and effect of Yin tribe were written, and Chang Shanyin's grudge back then was exposed. So back then, Chang Shanyin was framed by someone, thus he fought Hatu Gu and the rest alone. This time, he came back to take revenge on his tribe. And Chang tribe has already attached itself to young master Lu Wenwu. Yin tribe is young master Lu Wenwu's in-laws. They did not understand this grudge, so they asked Chang Shanyin for help. This led to the following events. Wang Dedao's expression was uncertain after reading the letter. He became even more furious. Chang Shanyin is harming the innocent with his personal grudge. What kind of Northern Plains hero is he? Wang tribe leader's expression was indifferent. He went straight to the point. But this way, Good Tribe has a reason to attack. Although it was a little far-fetched, it was a qualified fig leaf. Good Tribe has Chang Shanyin's protection. After defeating the 3 tribes, their strength will definitely soar. Seeing the 3 tribes in such a terrible state, the possibility of the other tribes allying against Good Tribe is very small. Wang Dedao nodded. Then what do we do next? Wolf King is too fast. Now that the battle is over, we have no chance to interfere. I underestimated Wolf King. Wang tribe leader sighed. At this time, someone came to report that Bei tribe leader Bei Chao Chuan had brought a group of elders to visit Wang tribe leader. Bei Chao Chuan? What is he doing here? Wang tribe leader immediately frowned. Wang Dedao reminded. Lord tribe leader, did you forget that Bei tribe sent an elder to invite our tribe to join the alliance? Right now that elder is still staying here. Wang tribe leader patted his forehead. I almost forgot. We said that we would treat him for 3 days. Today is the 3rd day. No, it is better if I don't meet Bei Chao Chuan. Go and receive him. Tell him that I am here to refine Gu today. I cannot leave seclusion. Bei Chaosheng had been receiving Wang tribe's hospitality for the last 3 days. But he did not forget his mission. During this period of time, he requested to meet Wang tribe leader several times, but was rejected every time. When he saw Bei Chao Chuan, he was very surprised. Lord tribe leader elders, why are you here personally? Before they could reply, Bei Chaosheng said with a guilty expression. Everyone, I have failed to live up to your trust this time. That Wang tribe leader kept rejecting, and did not agree to join the alliance. But it is not important. With our 3 tribes' strength, we are more than enough to deal with Good Tribe. Bei tribe's elders heard this, their eyebrows twitched, some had dark expressions. Chapter 490. 8 days later at night. Stars shone in the sky and the night wind blew gently. Fang Yuan was riding on the white-eyed wolf's back, ready to set off. Gu Guang stood beside him, reporting the recent situation. These 8 days, large numbers of small and mid-sized tribes have set off to participate in the Heroes' Assembly. Right now, only a few large tribes are left by Crescent Lake. Bei Chao Chuan, Pei Yanfei and the rest were the first to leave. Fang Yuan adjusted his sitting posture. Earlier, we took the initiative to challenge 3 tribes, causing the other tribes to be wary of us. Moreover, The heroes' assembly is approaching. It is normal for them to set off. As for those large tribes, they have a lot of assets. They need to choose carefully. Often, they have to wait until the latter half of the heroes' assembly to participate. Supreme Elder is perceptive. That is indeed the case. Gu Guang immediately flattered. Feng Yuan chuckled. Crescent Lake's water and grass are abundant. Our tribe will stay here for now and not move. We should use this time to digest our gains. Yes, Lord. Gu Guang heaved a sigh of relief. They had the same idea when they discussed earlier. Gu tribe was like a fatty who had eaten too much. They could not even move. These 8 days, they had been expanding their camp and taking in captives. After calculating their resources, their strength was increasing day by day. Are those water wolves still in that direction? Feng Yuan asked. Yes, I have sent investigative Gu masters to investigate many times. This water wolf group has 5,000 in size. At night, they will enter that water nest to rest. Lord, do you really not need Gu masters to protect you? Feng Yuan snorted coldly, replying arrogantly. As long as the wolf group is around, Feng Yuan will be around. Why would I need other people to protect me? Gu Guang could hear the displeasure in Feng Yuan's tone. He quickly bowed and gave way. Junior wishes Lord Supreme Elder a smooth journey in taking in all the water wolves. You need to be careful when managing the tribe. Without me around, you need to pay more attention to those Gu masters who surrendered. Yes, Lord. Feng Yuan left behind the Wind Wolf King and led the weakened turtleback 10,000 Wolf King and 18,000 wolves out of the camp to start hunting. He first followed the map that the Gu family had found, and after some planning, he came to the vicinity of the water nest. Water wolves live in the water and feed on fish. Occasionally, when it was extremely hungry, it would run to the shore and devour some rabbits and gophers. The arrival of the wolf pack immediately alerted these water wolves. In order to protect their home behind them, water wolves swarmed out of the water nest in groups, staring at Feng Yuan like a tiger watching its prey. Feng Yuan's face was expressionless as he sat on the back of the white-eyed wolf. He waved his hand and countless wolves howled as they charged towards the water wolf. The water wolf fought back fiercely, and the two sides became entangled. Wolf Howl Gu. Wolf Smoke Gu. Feng Yuan made a few moves from the back and firmly controlled the situation. Originally, his wolf pack was much larger, so he quickly defeated the water wolves. Water wolves left behind over 1,000 corpses on the ground, and over 2,000 were subdued by Feng Yuan using wolf enslavement Gu, while the remaining 1,000 escaped to the depths of Crescent Lake. Feng Yuan did not chase them, but destroyed this nest and seized several hundred young water wolves. Next, he rushed to the next location. After destroying several more wolf nests, by late night, Feng Yuan had subdued over 6,000 water wolves, 2,000 turtleback wolves, and over 1,000 night wolves. Crescent Lake had the most water wolves, but there were also some turtleback wolves, night wolves, and wind wolves. But the wind wolves were fast and hard to capture. If the situation was bad, they would retreat. Feng Yuan's target was a group of wind wolves, but after fighting for a while they escaped. Wolf packs were crafty, and Feng Yuan often had to pay a price to capture them. If the price was too high, and the losses outweighed the gains, Feng Yuan would give up. Some large-scale water wolf packs had a myriad wolf king, and Feng Yuan did not dare to easily start a battle. However, hunting wolves was only a pretense for his trip this time. Now that he had put in enough effort on the surface, he found a concealed location and arranged the wolf pack, before using moving perspective Cup Gu to contact Little Who Immortal. After Little Who Immortal received the news, she immediately summoned a group of Starlight Firefly Gu, and used Starlight and Green Grape Immortal Essence to activate Stargate Gu. Stargate Gu was a set of 2, and using the power of Black Heaven, it could cross regions. Feng Yuan waited for a while, and saw the starlight in the night sky converging on the Stargate Gu in his palm. Stargate Gu slowly flew up like a sapphire, and after rising to the sky, the starlight expanded and turned into an arched door. This time, Feng Yuan was not in a hurry to enter the Stargate, but sent the heavily injured and weak turtleback Myriad Wolf King and large numbers of injured wolves into the Stargate. Large numbers of wild wolves flowed into the Stargate like waves in a river, vanishing without a trace. This way, Fang Yuan only had elites and strong wolf packs around him. This undoubtedly greatly reduced the burden of feeding them. As for those injured wolves, they would live and reproduce in the blessed land, giving birth to healthy and lively wolf cubs. After the time acceleration of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, they would grow rapidly, and eventually become Fang Yuan's new source of troops. After sending these wild wolves into Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan also followed them back to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Master, you told me to keep an eye on connecting Heaven Gu every day. I was very obedient and did as you said. That Langya Old Immortal has appeared again, and is even buying large amounts of Gu refinement materials in jewel yellow skies. Little Hu Immortal was very happy to see Fang Yuan, and hugged his leg, rubbing her cheeks against it as she told him an important piece of information. Oh, it's like this, what did he buy? Fang Yuan's spirit was roused as he quickly asked. Little Hu Immortal took out a small piece of paper from her pocket, and handed it to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan looked at it carefully. He had a deep impression of these Gu worms and materials. They were all used to refine second aperture Gu. What did this mean? Langya Old Immortal was the land spirit of Langya. He wanted to refine second aperture Gu again. He had definitely survived the second wave of attacks, and had not given up on refining second aperture Gu. At the same time, that divine travel Gu was definitely in his hands. Otherwise, why would he be so impatient to buy these materials after the second wave of attacks? The land spirit of Langya has been schemed against by Old Man Inkstone, and should be defending Langya Blessed Land now. Although this land spirit has high intelligence, he is honest and has no ability to scheme. What am I waiting for? Fang Yuan's heart pounded as he thought of this. He immediately left Hu Immortal Blessed Land and returned to Northern Plains Crescent Lake. Then he led the pack of wolves and arrived at the stone forest without stopping. Using thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's arrangements, he arrived at Langya Blessed Land again. There were many changes in Langya Blessed Land. The 12 cloud buildings were all attacked. Many areas had broken walls. There were signs of fire burning, lightning striking, frost freezing, and so on. These were the traces left behind by the great battle. Especially outside the buildings, the pure white cloud soil was soaked with large patches of blood. A deer-like desolate beast with the size of a small mountain fell on the cloud soil, completely dead. Even though it had lost its life, its fur was still glossy, shining with all sorts of colors, giving people a feeling of divinity and brilliance. Why are you here? The land spirit of Langya impatiently received Fang Yuan. What is going on? Fang Yuan did not answer him, instead asking a question with a bewildered expression. Humph, a group of daring juniors. They actually dared to target my family. I killed them all. The land spirit of Langya's expression was gloomy, his killing intent overflowing. Fang Yuan curiously looked at the land spirit. Isn't Langya Blessed Land very secretive? How did they get in? Did you open the door yourself? Scram. Am I that stupid? The land spirit shouted angrily. These damned fellows schemed against me. They tampered with the things they sold to me. I had originally bought divine travel Gu to refine the immortal Gu second aperture. But in the process of Gu refinement, a tunnel suddenly formed and a few mice barged in. The land spirit said they were mice, but Fang Yuan could guess the sorry state of the 12 cloud buildings when he saw them. But Langya Blessed Land was the home of Longhair Ancestor in the past. Longhair Ancestor was known as the #1 refinement path immortal of all times. He had interacted with 2 venerables on equal footing. His foundation was extremely deep. The second wave of attacks would not be able to shake such a foundation. At least, Fang Yuan knew that there were 12 desolate beasts in Langya Blessed Land. Only one had died. But Old Man Inkstone was still alive. The second wave of attacks was not the end, but the beginning. There was a good show to watch. Fang Yuan smiled. I guessed right. You are that Langya Old Immortal, the one who bought Jewel Yellow Skies' Divine Travel Gu. It seems that you managed to protect Divine Travel Gu. The land spirit of Langya smiled proudly. Of course. Otherwise, that 9-colored spirit deer would not have died. Suddenly, his expression became serious as he thought of something, looking at Fang Yuan with vigilance. What are you doing here? Fang Yuan bowed towards the land spirit, saying slowly, What else can it be? Of course it is to ask you to refine second aperture goo. What? The land spirit shouted, glaring at Feng Yuan, his eyes almost spewing fire. Back then, long-hair ancestor failed in refining an immortal goo for thieving heaven demon venerable. Thus he made a promise to refine 9 goo worms for thieving heaven demon venerable for free, regardless of mortal or immortal. Thieving heaven demon venerable used 6 chances and obtained 6 immortal goo. As for the remaining 3 chances, they were left as a part of the inheritance to the fated person in the future. Chapter 492. Get lost. If I accepted you as my disciple, I would probably die from anger one day. My children are the most worry-free. Get lost, I don't want to see you. Land Spirit of Langia waved his hand, rejecting Feng Yuan's request without hesitation. He could have obtained second aperture goo, but Feng Yuan schemed against him, causing him to give up the refined second aperture goo, and also lose divine travel goo. Feng Yuan chuckled, not taking the land spirit's rejection to heart. Land spirits were formed from the obsession of goo immortals. They were simple and stubborn. Rejecting now meant he would still reject in the future. What a pity, I had planned to give divine travel goo to you as my disciple gift. I hate crafty people like you the most. Hairy men are the most obedient. I will tell you the truth, I have already accepted 18 hairy men as my disciples. From now on, I will only accept hairy men as my disciples. Let's not talk about this, give me the second aperture goo. Feng Yuan stretched out his palm. Land Spirit of Langia's expression froze, looking at the immortal goo in his hand with reluctance. This was the goo he wanted to refine, but now that he had just refined it, it was about to change owners. But the agreement back then had already turned into a kind of stubbornness, becoming a part of the land spirit. He could not go against it, and had never thought of going against it. Lad, remember this. Land Spirit of Langia growled, shoving the second aperture goo to Feng Yuan. This second aperture goo was like a beetle, with 2 pointed ends and a fat middle. The beetle was the size of a young man's fist, like green jade, feeling warm and cool in his hand. On its plump back, there was a golden eyeball growing out of it. His golden pupils were flickering like lightning, full of spirituality. This is the goo that I risked my life to refine on Sancha Mountain back then. To think I would obtain it in such a manner. Feng Yuan sighed, but was not in a hurry to use it, keeping it in his pocket. This second aperture goo had already become Feng Yuan's possession under the cooperation of the land spirit of Langia. But he was not a goo immortal, he did not have green grape immortal essence, so Feng Yuan could not use it. You have already obtained the immortal goo. If you don't want to use the final fortuitous encounter, you can leave now. Land Spirit of Langia ordered him to leave. Feng Yuan, however, took out divine travel goo and waved it in front of Land Spirit of Langia with a smile. Don't you want this immortal goo? The Land Spirit of Langia raised his eyebrows. Why, you want to sell it? He had connecting heaven goo, he could communicate with jewel yellow skies and buy many goo refinement materials. Even the human aperture required to refine the second aperture goo could be obtained by buying slave goo masters and killing them. The second aperture goo was a consumable goo. After Feng Yuan used it once, it would no longer exist. The land spirit of Langia could definitely refine another one. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had divine travel goo. Without divine travel goo, he would never be able to refine it. Feng Yuan, however, did not reply directly but asked, if I use another second aperture goo, will it form a third aperture? Dream on. The land spirit of Langia snorted disdainfully and sneered. This is second aperture goo, not third aperture goo. You want to condense the third aperture? Then you have to figure out the recipe of the third aperture goo first. Feng Yuan nodded, his expression serious. I think so too. The land spirit would not deceive him just because he wanted to buy the divine travel goo. At the same time, He knew the recipe of the second aperture goo, and had already deduced this logic. Asking it again now was just to be safe and confirm. This way, the divine travel goo in Feng Yuan's hands, as well as the half-finished second aperture goo, would lose their original use. Feng Yuan already had one second aperture goo. He was a loner and had no trusted aides to guide him, so he did not need a second aperture goo. Moreover, he had just observed the land spirit's goo refinement process, and knew that the last step was extremely dangerous. The light lump expanded and shrunk several times. It required an extremely strong control ability, and the foundation of at least 1,000-man soul to be able to control it. How could an immortal goo be so easy to refine? Fortunately, back at Sancha Mountain, after Feng Yuan had reborn, he did not wholeheartedly focus on refining the second aperture goo. Otherwise, with his strength back then, he would not be able to escape the fate of failure. Just the backlash from refining the immortal goo would cause him to be on the verge of death. Of course, he could also sell it to Jewel Yellow Skies. But this way, it would attract Old Man Inkstone's attention and expose many of his trump cards. At the same time, other goo immortals could not avoid tampering with the things he obtained. It was different if he transacted with the land spirit of Langia. At least, he would not pass off shoddy goods as quality goods. At the same time, he had deep financial resources, and wanted to purchase the divine travel goo to refine it. And Feng Yuan could avoid exposing himself a second time, and was very safe. Land spirit, take a look at this. Feng Yuan thought about it, and took out the semi-finished second aperture goo that he had personally refined back then. This semi-finished product had a blurry shape, like a rough carving with no signs of life. It looked like a gray stone carved into a beetle. It had a big belly and a pointed head and tail, without any feelers or legs. Although it looked similar to the real second aperture goo, it was clearly not comparable. There was a qualitative difference. Land spirit of Langia's eyes shone when he saw this semi-finished product. To think you actually reached this step. However, the most difficult part of the second aperture goo's refinement process is the last step. The previous steps can also be refined by a goo refinement master. Land spirit's tone carried a trace of joy. Feng Yuan had the divine travel goo and the semi-finished product. If he bought them, he would only be left with the last step to refine the second aperture goo. To land spirit of Langia, such a temptation was hard to resist. Speak, what do you want to exchange for? Land spirit of Langia retracted his burning gaze and looked at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan looked at the divine travel goo in his right hand and immediately said, "Immortal goo are priceless. Of course I will exchange goo for goo. This is an old rule of goo immortal transactions." Land spirit of Langia's expression immediately sank. Although it is an old rule, it is not suitable for our situation. Firstly, your divine travel goo is not practical and can only be used as a last resort to escape. Once you teleport to the bottom of a volcano or the Earth's core, you are simply courting death. Secondly, I use divine travel goo to refine goo. What use does second aperture goo have to a land spirit like me? Feng Yuan was happy. When the land spirit was haggling, his gaze was fixated on divine travel goo. Although his tone was firm, his expression had already betrayed his inner thoughts. Land spirit, you are too stingy. I know Langia Blessed Land has many immortal goo. Divine travel goo is a rank 6 immortal goo. I am not greedy. I will only exchange it for one rank 6 immortal goo. The land spirit shook its head repeatedly and said many more things, but Feng Yuan did not relent no matter what. Land spirit gradually became anxious. His anger showed on the surface and he looked at Feng Yuan as if he wanted to eat him alive. Feng Yuan saw that it was about time and started to withdraw. How about this? I will take a step back and only ask for one consumable rank 6 immortal goo. After I use this immortal goo, you can refine it again, right? Land spirit's expression relaxed. Feng Yuan taking the initiative to give made him feel a sense of victory. He snorted and raised his head, arrogantly looking at Feng Yuan. All right, let's do it. Saying so, he opened his hands and 5 immortal goo appeared out of nowhere. Langia Blessed Land's foundation is really deep. Feng Yuan sighed inwardly. Looking at them one by one, he was stunned. I want this immortal goo. Feng Yuan had a slightly strange expression as he pointed at one of the immortal goo. This immortal goo was none other than Gruel Mud Immortal Goo, the culprit that caused Dang Hun Mountain to wither, but unexpectedly, it was refined by the land spirit of Langia. Both sides quickly completed the transaction. Feng Yuan obtained the Gruel Mud Immortal Goo, but he could not store it in his aperture, so he could only keep it in his bag. I had spent a lot of effort to refine this half-finished product. You can save a lot of expenses if you get it. We are all familiar with each other. I will sell it to you cheaply, just give me 1,000 hairy men. I am not greedy. I want those old hairy men that you commanded when you refined the goo earlier. Feng Yuan said. Bullshit. Land Spirit of Langia was furious. Do you think I am a 3-year-old? Those hairy men are at least refinement masters. If they are placed in jewel yellow skies, the treasure light would be at least 20 feet tall. Feng Yuan chuckled. He really coveted these hairy men. With these hairy men in his hands, they would be a huge help to him. How about this? I don't want 1,000, I only want 800. Bullshit 800, these hairy men are my children. I will not sell any of them. Land Spirit of Langia shouted furiously. Everything has a price. We can still negotiate. I am not selling. If you mention this again, you can take your half-finished product back. I am not buying it. Land Spirit of Langia's firm attitude made Feng Yuan secretly shocked. He lowered the price to the bottom line. Land Spirit of Langia was clearly profitable, but he refused to sell. It seems he really had feelings for them. This situation was not strange. Many Goo immortals raised variant humans in their blessed lands like raising pets, watching them grow up, and even spending a lot of effort to nurture them. If they died, the Goo immortals would also shed tears of sadness. Of course, this situation would not happen to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan saw that he could not buy these hairy men and felt a pity. He could only settle for the next best thing. In that case, I will exchange for wolf enslavement Goo's recipe. Langia Blessed Land had a large number of recipes. From ancient times until now, it could be said to be as vast as the sea. It was impossible to not have a common Goo recipe like wolf enslavement Goo. Chapter 493. Thud thud thud. A series of hurried noises approached from afar. Soon, a group of Goo masters riding terror claw horses arrived at this swamp. The terror claw horse had red eyes and sharp teeth. It ate meat but not grass. Its whole body had firm skin and bulging muscles. It had a battle strength that could not be underestimated. The most peculiar thing was, it did not have horse hooves, but instead had 4 huge claws. Between the claws, there were interconnected webs, allowing the terror claw horse to not only climb, but also move freely in the swamp. Lord Elder, they passed by here and went that way. An investigative Goo master's eyes flickered with red light as he looked around and reported. A young Goo master beside him immediately frowned and said anxiously, "Not good, uncle. If they go further, they will reach the rocky beach. After crossing the rocky beach, they will escape Warm Pond Valley. By then, it will be hard to chase them. Don't worry, Fei Qing was poisoned by your father's Goo and is in danger. He also has his son with him. The more he moves that ghost cloud to escape, the deeper the poison will get. He won't be able to run far. Let's continue chasing." The elder sneered and waved his hand, bringing everyone to continue the chase. When they got close to the sparse withered forest, the swamp under their feet suddenly rumbled, and an earthen yellow silkworm chrysalis drilled out. The chrysalis broke open from within and 2 people walked out. One was a middle-aged Goo master, and the other was a child. The 2 were exhausted, gasping for air as they collapsed on the ground. We finally tricked them. The middle-aged Goo master Fei Qing's face was purple. He was deeply poisoned. The swift ghost cloud Goo he used for movement had been tampered with. Fei Qing was chased all the way and felt something was amiss. He immediately gave up the swift ghost cloud Goo and flew away alone. Meanwhile, he hid in the swamp with his son. But this way he lost his movement Goo and was poisoned. He had no hope of escaping. Fei Chong, you despicable person. For the sake of the position of patriarch, you actually plotted against me, your cousin, and poisoned him. Damn it, damn it. The more Fei Qing thought, the angrier he got. In his despair, anger attacked his heart, and he suddenly opened his mouth, spitting out a mouthful of green blood. Dad, are you all right? You have to pull yourself together. The child was so frightened by the pool of blood that he burst into tears and threw himself into Fei Qing's arms. My son. Fei Qing's eyes were filled with despair, but there was still a trace of hope and determination. He lovingly looked at his only son and lovingly touched his little head. Little Kai, I can't leave anymore. Elder Fei was a schemer. Appa could only deceive him for a while. Not long after, he would definitely realize that something was wrong and come back to kill them. Hurry up and leave. Your father will block these people for you. If you follow the path that Abba told you about, you might be able to escape. No, Dad, I want to go with you. Let's run away together. Dad, I beg you. His son Fei Kai was heartbroken and sobbing. Fei Qing's heart was filled with anxiety. He gathered himself and stretched out both hands to grab Fei Kai's shoulders. Little Kai, don't cry. The men of Northern Plains shed blood but not tears. You have to be confident. The blood of the giant sun immortal flows through your veins. You are a member of the Gold family. The density of your bloodline is extremely rare. You have the qualifications to enter 88-point Jinyang Tower. Cough cough. Fei Qing's mouth and nose were bleeding green blood. Little Kai, you have to preserve your life. In the future, if you can enter Imperial Court-blessed land, you can go to 88-point Jinyang Tower and obtain the grace that ancestor giant sun left behind for his descendants. Damn it, this lad did not go towards the rocky beach? Speak, where did he go? Fei Chang shouted coldly. Fei Qing was dragged all the way here. His face was already swollen, and he had already fainted. Fei Chang kicked him awake, but only got Fei Qing's mocking gaze. Fei Chang laughed sinisterly. You think I won't know if you don't tell me? Saying so, his eyes shone with a strange light, shining on Fei Qing's body. Fei Qing's body shuddered. His soul was immediately heavily injured. Soul search Gu. Fei Chang stretched out his bony right hand, grabbing Fei Qing's head. Then he closed his eyes, activating his primeval essence. Fei Qing's body shuddered, foaming at the mouth. Such a scene caused the two Gu masters at the side to keep quiet out of fear. After a while, Fei Chang opened his eyes, his face pale and his gaze blurred. This rank 3 soul search Gu could search the soul of others, searching the memories contained in the soul. But it had many limitations. Firstly, the memories obtained were very messy and incomplete, and secondly, it could not be used frequently, otherwise the soul would be in a mess, and one's mind would be muddled, which was extremely disadvantageous to the user. Fei Chang and Fei Qing had grievances for a long time, and knew that his son Fei Kai had a thick bloodline, and had to be killed personally to be at ease. Thus he did not hesitate to use the soul search Gu. So there was a hidden path nearby. Hehe. Fei Chang laughed proudly. He was very lucky. He found the memories he wanted. He mounted the horse and immediately set off, heading towards the hidden path. But when he reached here, he did not find any traces of anyone. How can this be? This brat is not old and has not awakened his aperture. He is only a mortal. There is no way he can hide from my investigative Gu. Don't tell me the memories I searched are only a crucial part? Fei Chang's expression was uncertain as he looked at the path overgrown with weeds. Woo woo woo. Right at this time, a deep and vigorous bugle horn sound came from outside Warm Pond Valley. Fei Chang and the others' expressions changed greatly. Lord Clan Elder, please return and reinforce us. Ma tribe has mobilized their army and started an unannounced battle. The clan camp is in a state of emergency. A messenger Gu master rode a bird and hurriedly rushed over. What? Fei Chang's shock was no small matter. Fei tribe's internal strife had just been settled, and now they were invaded by Ma tribe. This timing was too coincidental. If Fei tribe is gone, even if I become Fei tribe leader, what meaning would there be? Defend to the death. I must defend everything. Warm Pond Valley is easy to defend and hard to attack. It is not impossible to repel Ma tribe's army. Right, I still have hope. Thinking of this, Fei Chang immediately threw Fei Kai to the back of his mind and hurriedly rushed back to the clan camp. However, Ma tribe's invasion had been premeditated. Taking advantage of Fei tribe's internal strife, they launched a sneak attack. Although the Fei clan had the geographical advantage of the Warm Pond Valley, they were ultimately unable to resist the Ma clan's powerful and talented army. Just as Feng Yuan entered Langya Blessed Land, a huge event happened in Northern Plains. As a large-scale force and Huangjin tribe, Fei tribe that controlled Warm Pond Valley was exterminated. There was no doubt that this event would affect the entire situation in Northern Plains. On the hillside, Ma tribe's higher-ups rode their war horses and looked down at the ruins of Fei tribe camp. These people were like stars surrounding the moon, surrounding a young man. Seeing batches of resources being packed into carriages, and groups of captives being escorted away, Ma tribe's higher-ups were overjoyed. Among them, a rank 3 Gu master old man cupped his fist towards the young man in the center. Congratulations, young master. Congratulations, young master. It is all because of young master's plan to sow discord in Fei tribe. You have easily taken down Warm Pond Valley and annexed Gu tribe, making a great contribution to the tribe. This young man was Ma tribe's young tribe leader, Ma Yingjie. Everyone read it one by one, exclaiming, sighing, or making guesses from time to time. Dongfang tribe actually suppressed Zhao tribe in advance. This way, they will be the overlord of Chaofu's Heroes Assembly. This time, Mengqiu New Air tribe actually sent New Air too. They are coming with great momentum. Lu tribe might not be able to resist them. As for Yu Tian's Heroes Assembly, it is also a storm. The former Wolf King Changshan actually appeared. This Changshan is so fierce, he actually led Gu tribe to fight 1 against 3, and even Pei Yanfei lost. In Yutian, He tribe's He Lulan and Lu tribe's Lu Wenwu are both geniuses, and now with the appearance of the Wolf King, the impact is huge. Yutian's situation is becoming more and more complicated. Soon everyone's focus was on Feng Yuan. Changshan Yin's identity had been known in Northern Plains for many years. Now not only did he suddenly revive, he even caused a commotion. Gu tribe was only an ordinary mid-sized tribe before, but because of Changshan Yin's interference, they forcefully challenged 3 tribes, and even a fierce general like Pei Yanfei lost. Especially when they found out that Gu tribe's new tribe leader was only a young rank 3 Gu master. Their evaluation of Changshan Yin rose by several levels. Every 10 years, there will always be monsters popping out from the corners of the world. It is just that this time, there is a big one. Young tribe leader, if this Wolf King Changshan fights with our tribe's Lord Mazun, what will the result be? Everyone could not help but feel worried. Ma Yingjie frowned slightly. If it was a Gu master of other paths, so be it. But this Changshan was an enslavement path Gu master. He was most proficient in fighting 1 against 10,000. But he alone, with the army under his command, could change the situation of the battle. Everyone has seen the information just now. An enslavement path Gu master's strength depends on the size of their beast group. He Changshan has just reappeared. He only has some ordinary turtleback wolves, night wolves or wind wolves, but only 3 myriad beast kings. Now 1 is dead and 1 is heavily injured. How can he compare to my uncle Mazun? Ma Yingjie snorted coldly and continued to boost the morale. Uncle Mazun already has a herd of 300,000 horses in his hands. Now with the addition of so many Terror Claw horses, the scale can expand to 500,000. Besides this, he also controls a horse emperor, 9 myriad beast kings and 5 mutated horses. Do you think the Wolf King can compare to him? The surrounding Gu masters sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling surprised and happy. To think that Lord Mazun's strength is already so huge. A mere Wolf King is simply a baby compared to our tribe's Lord Mazun. 500,000. This scale is too huge. It is enough to exterminate 7 to 8 mid-sized tribes. Ma Yingjie's words changed. But Wolf King Changshan cannot be underestimated. Our tribe wants to become the lord of the imperial court. We will meet this person sooner or later. More importantly, once he participates in the Heroes Assembly and attaches himself to the Huangjin tribe, he will definitely receive help. There will be large numbers of goo masters helping him subdue the wolf group and give him orders. The joy on everyone's faces gradually faded. This young goo master heaved a deep sigh. Annexing Fey tribe is only the first step of our long journey. Next, there will be even more powerful opponents. Only by being united can we defeat them and become the lord of the imperial court. Yes, young tribe leader is right. During this process, he naturally encountered many obstacles. He could not resolve them with just his own wisdom. Maybe in the future, I will need to ask him to help deduce recipes? This thought flashed in Land's Spirit of Langya's mind. As the saying goes, one can be firm without desires. Since Land's Spirit of Langya had a request from Feng Yuan, his attitude naturally improved. He summoned a rank 4 East Window goo out of thin air and held it in his hand. This goo was a rank 4 information path goo. It looked like a ladybug, but the carapace on its back was square like a window lattice, specially used to store information. Land's Spirit of Langya poured his thoughts into it. After a while he let go. East Window goo flipped open the window-like carapace and flapped its wings, making a circle in the air before obediently flying to Feng Yuan's side. Feng Yuan sent out his thoughts and inspected it. Joy immediately appeared on his face. These are the information you wanted. Now it is your turn. Land's Spirit of Langya reminded. Feng Yuan chuckled. Since the second aperture goo has been formed, I can't wait for such a good thing. Before using it, I will send you a message. Wait. Land's Spirit of Langya, however, was cautious this time. How do I know when you will delay it? You are a wisdom path goo master. You are a top-notch schemer. You want to use this to trick me a second time? We have not handed over this East Window goo. Ha, I only need to move my thoughts now and the East Window goo in your hand will self-detonate. Feng Yuan frowned. You don't trust me? Land's Spirit of Langya had a suspicious expression. Humph. Just based on the fact that you are thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritor, I don't trust you. You are so crafty and have wisdom path methods. Once you leave the blessed land, do you think I can still chase after you? What if you intentionally delay and use this chance to extort me? Then tell me what to do. Feng Yuan said impatiently. Of course now, you use this second aperture goo in front of me. Only then will I be at ease. Land's Spirit of Langya stroked his white beard, feeling proud of himself for thinking of such a good idea. Feng Yuan grinned. I am only a rank 5 now. How can I use this immortal goo without immortal essence? When I leave the blessed land, I can only rely on my grandfather's help. If your grandfather can help you, why can't I? Don't talk nonsense. Lend me the second aperture goo. I will do it myself. Feng Yuan was only making an excuse. Land's Spirit of Langya saw this and felt that Feng Yuan was cheating. His attitude became even more unyielding. Feng Yuan had no choice but to reluctantly let Land's Spirit of Langya do it. Land's Spirit of Langya took the second aperture goo and poured immortal essence into it, before throwing it towards Feng Yuan. This second aperture goo turned into a bean-sized green light, and jumped into Feng Yuan's body. Feng Yuan's body shook intensely. The green bean-like light first hit Feng Yuan's belly button, but there it was pushed away by Feng Yuan's aperture, and could only jump up and land on Feng Yuan's chest. Next, there was a loud explosion, like a bolt of lightning. The bean-green light suddenly exploded, forming a brand new aperture that seemed both real and virtual. Second aperture. This is the second aperture? Feng Yuan touched his chest and mumbled absent-mindedly. Nonsense, what else is it if not the second aperture? Land's Spirit of Langya rolled his eyes. The second aperture is very beneficial to your cultivation, and when you become a goo immortal, it will be even more beneficial. But if you still want the third aperture goo, that won't be possible. This third aperture goo's recipe still needs to be deduced and calculated. Feng Yuan's expression returned to normal, and he looked at Land's Spirit of Langya with deep meaning. The other party purposely mentioned this. No doubt he wanted to cooperate with him to deduce the goo recipe in the future. Land Spirit of Langya's face turned red from Feng Yuan's understanding gaze. Feng Yuan smiled and bowed towards Land Spirit of Langya. We will talk about this later, goodbye. Get lost, get lost. Land Spirit of Langya waved his hand repeatedly. Seeing Feng Yuan completely disappear in front of him, Land Spirit of Langya let out a sigh of relief, and a trace of anger from having his intentions seen through appeared on his face, and he cursed. This crafty lad. But thinking of Feng Yuan's final words, which seemed to have the intention to cooperate, Land Spirit of Langya's eyes flickered with light. He pinched his beard, and could not help but fall into a reverie. He had already accumulated dozens of incomplete goo recipes. Since that lad could deduce such a secret, his wisdom path attainment is already quite good. With his help, at least half of these dozens of goo recipes can have a breakthrough, and 13 goo recipes should be able to be perfected. But for the remaining 7 goo recipes, with just the 2 of them, it is far from enough. But in the future, I need to be on guard when dealing with this lad, lest I get schemed against by him again. Fortunately, I was cautious today, and made him use the second aperture goo on the spot, otherwise I would have been extorted by him again. Something is not right. I expended immortal essence to activate the second aperture goo. After leaving Langya Blessed Land, Feng Yuan used the Stargate goo, and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Hu Immortal Blessed Land under his management had already undergone many changes. In the bright western part of the Blessed Land, large numbers of wolf groups and a small number of fox groups were living together. Although the arrival of the wolf group broke the peaceful life of the fox group, it did not bring about severe casualties to the fox group. All this was due to the large numbers of iron shell flowers that were successfully transplanted on the land. There were countless pink rabbit living in this sea of iron-shelled flowers. Pink flower rabbits reproduced easily, and became the main source of food for the wolf group and fox group. And in the eastern part, starlight spread out like an illusion, and lakes of all sizes were densely covered. Star fragment grass was planted on large patches of dark clouds. The growth of star fragment grass was gratifying. It was originally transplanted to the center of the dark clouds, but now it had already spread to the edge of the clouds. Fairy Yaoguang's planting experience is indeed correct. Star fragment grass is the food of the starlight firefly group, and at the same time, the grass group will grow faster with the help of the starlight fireflies. Feng Yuan could not help but nod as he watched. In northern plains, vermilion flame wolves were much rarer than turtleback wolves, wind wolves and night wolves. Vermilion flame wolves had red fur that was as red as fire. These wolves had fierce attacks and had fire path goo worms on their bodies. They could easily destroy grasslands and create a huge fire. If this advantage could be used properly, it could cause huge casualties to the enemy. Feng Yuan's plan was to buy 100,000 vermilion flame wolves. Now he only had 80,000. Thus he left 20,000 to Little Hu Immortal. 6 vermilion flame myriad wolf kings, 1 water wolf myriad beast king, 3 turtleback myriad wolf kings, 2 wind wolf myriad beast kings, 1 mutated beast white eyes wolf and 1 night wolf emperor. Feng Yuan calculated, his wolf group's high-level battle strength had increased by 10 times. If it was an ordinary goo master without goo immortal methods, to reach this level, they would need the help of a large tribe and would need at least 6 to 7 years of hard work to search in northern plains. There were big and small wolf groups in northern plains. Small wolf groups often only had a few hundred wolves and were not worth looking at. Large wolf groups had tens of thousands of wolves and could not swallow them all. To capture a wolf group, one had to first consider whether they could win or not. A Pyrrhic victory was not enough. Only with a great victory could one have any gains. Chapter 497. This way, the wolf group's number will reach 200,000. But it is still not enough. Feng Yuan's eyes flickered with a pondering light. I don't have to rush to accumulate ordinary wild wolves. When the time comes, there will be people who will send themselves to me. Right now, the priority is to expand the high-level battle strength. Although beast emperors were sold in jewel yellow skies from time to time, they would be bought by other Gu immortals in a short period of time. Feng Yuan knew that it was unrealistic for him to buy several wolf emperors in a row. Thus, he focused his attention on mutated beasts. Every mature mutated beast had battle strength comparable to a myriad beast king. Any first-rate enslavement path Gu master would have a mutated beast group as their trump card. For example, Southern Border Quan King's Lion Mastiff group, Jiang Baoya's Mountain Drilling Rat Army, Yang Puying's Thunder Eagle group, Ma Zun's Pegasus group. There were many wolf-type mutated beasts. At this moment, Treasure Yellow Heaven was selling as many as 4 of them. The first type was the Blood Forest Wolf. This type of wolf was huge, almost like a hill. An adult standing at its feet was like a fox standing at the feet of an elephant. The Blood Forest Wolf's fur was blood red and withered like wormwood. On the wolf's back there was a white forest tree. These trees were actually the bones of the Blood Forest Wolf, growing vertically from its back. The white bone trees were also covered with blood-red maple leaves. The trees formed a forest that was commonly known as the Blood Forest. After the Blood Forest Wolf gives birth, it would put the cubs into the Blood Forest on its back, allowing the cubs to play in the vast space. The blood fruits in the Blood Forest were food for the cubs. Blood Forest wolves were like moving fortresses. Although they were not fast, they had extremely strong crushing power. This was something that many myriad beast kings did not have. The second type was the shark fin wolf. This was an amphibious mutated beast. Its body was like an elephant, and its body was covered with glossy crocodile skin armor. At the same time, sharp dark blue fins grew on both sides of its body. There was also a row of shark fins on its back. These shark fins formed a line, extending from the wolf's head to its tail. The shark fin wolf was the mutated wolf with the strongest defense. It also had the ability to fight underwater. The third was the berserk wolf. The berserk wolf's entire body was silver gray, and it had 3 eyes. Its body was not big, and it was the same size as an ordinary thousand-beast king. However, those who underestimated it because of its size paid a heavy price. Once the berserk wolf started fighting, it would be extremely crazy. Its movements were extremely fast, and it would not rest until it killed its opponent. Especially when it opened its third eye, its battle prowess would increase by 5 times. Once it opened all 3 of its eyes, regardless of the outcome of the battle, it would die on the battlefield. This was a terrifying wolf species that didn't even care about its own safety, and fell into a frenzy of battle. The fourth type was an ingrate. The white-eyed wolf's eyes were pure white. Their eyesight was extremely strong. Even in the dark, their eyesight would not be affected. In jewel yellow skies, 1 blood forest wolf, 3 shark fin wolves, 2 berserk wolves, and 5 white-eyed wolves were all bought by Feng Yuan. At the same time, far away in southern border's shadow sect blessed land, Old Man Inkstone squinted his eyes as he stared at the connecting heaven goo in the air. Feng Yuan wantonly purchased wolf groups, buying wolf emperors and mutated wolves in succession. This attracted the attention of this wisdom path Gu immortal. This Feng Yuan, he suddenly bought so many wolf groups. What is he trying to do? This mysterious rank 7 wisdom path Gu immortal behind the scenes frowned. He tried to use Gu worms to deduce. But the result was that Feng Yuan wanted to raise a wolf group to profit from it. This result did not satisfy him. Gu immortal blessed lands environment is most beneficial for raising fox groups. Although wolves are similar to foxes, they are still different. Blessed lands had blessings, they were blessed lands. But every blessed land had its differences, and the blessings were not the same. For example, Gu immortal blessed land was most suitable for raising foxes. Fox groups could live and grow better in this place, and reproduce more. Meanwhile, Langya blessed land was suitable for Gu refinement, and was more suitable for hairy men to live in. Shadow sect blessed land was suitable for soul path Gu master cultivation. Deep in his heart, a feeling told Old Man Inkstone that Feng Yuan's actions had a deep meaning. But Wisdom Path was not omnipotent, it had its flaws. Otherwise, Wisdom Path would have dominated the Gu master world long ago. and would not be the current situation where all paths fought for supremacy. Wisdom path deductions needed evidence. The more evidence, the more reliable the evidence, it would guide the wisdom path Gu master to a more accurate conclusion. But Old Man Inkstone, although he was a wisdom path Gu immortal, he would never have expected that Feng Yuan had been reborn. Old Man Inkstone deduced that Feng Yuan had used fixed immortal travel Gu to go to Hu immortal blessed land. But he would never have expected Feng Yuan to go to northern plains. If Feng Yuan had sold divine travel Gu in jewel yellow skies, he might have thought of this. But Feng Yuan was cautious, and directly sold divine travel Gu to land spirit of Langia. Old Man Inkstone lacked the most crucial evidence, causing his deduction to be wrong. He tried several more times, but it was always the same result. Do I really have to use my vital Gu? Old Man Inkstone thought of this. His pores opened up, and a trace of cloud smoke leaked out from every pore. White clouds rose in spirals and condensed above his head, forming a rolling cloud of smoke. The cloud was hazy, and once it appeared, the dense aura of an immortal Gu leaked out. But this rank 7 immortal Gu's aura was faintly discernible, like the starry sky in a summer night, mysterious and untraceable. It was also like the fragrance of a lotus 1,000 steps away, faintly discernible. Every time the cloud smoke moved, it contained countless changes. It was indescribable. When outsiders tried to comprehend it, they would only get vague results. This was Old Man Inkstone's vital Gu. It was called Heavenly Secret. Heavenly Secret Immortal Gu. It could expose the secrets of heaven and earth. Even if the Gu immortal had no evidence, it could point to the truth. After Old Man Inkstone found out that Killer Ghost Doctor was implanted with slavery Gu, he used Heavenly Secret Gu to deduce that Feng Yuan would return to southern border one day. Thus, Old Man Inkstone set up a trap, waiting for Feng Yuan to jump in. Right now, Old Man Inkstone was hesitating. Should he use Heavenly Secret Gu? Even though Heavenly Secret Gu was powerful, it had its drawbacks. Old Man Inkstone did not succeed every time he used it. 8 out of 10 times he used Heavenly Secret Gu, it would fail. Once it failed, Old Man Inkstone would suffer the backlash of the immortal Gu. This backlash was fine if it was an ordinary injury, but it was extremely powerful. Anyone would be wary of it. Old Man Inkstone's body and soul were unharmed. Heavenly Secret Gu's backlash only targeted his lifespan. Once the backlash occurred, Old Man Inkstone would lose 10 to 70 years of his lifespan. When Gu masters cultivate, their attainment levels did not directly increase their lifespan. If Gu masters wanted to extend their lifespan, there was only one best choice, Lifespan Gu. Using Lifespan Gu could directly increase the Gu master's lifespan, without any side effects. Other than that, there were other unorthodox methods to extend lifespan. But these methods all had drawbacks and flaws. My current body has 80 years of lifespan left. Even if the most severe backlash shaves off 70 years of my lifespan, I still have 10 years. It is enough for me to complete my heaven-defying plan. And for such a small matter, the backlash is usually not severe. It is usually 13 to 14 years of lifespan. But is it worth it for me to use Heavenly Secret Gu for this? This heaven-defying plan has reached a crucial point. The enemy will definitely notice it. In the future, I will need Heavenly Secret Gu to make deductions. However, if I can get fixed immortal travel from Feng Yuan, it will be extremely helpful to my heaven-defying plan. Let's not talk about other things, just attack Langya Blessed Land. If I had fixed immortal travel, I would be able to attack and defend at will. What can Land Spirit of Langya do to me? I would not have suffered such a huge loss this time. Old Man Inkstone thought about it, but gave up on this idea in the end. Although Heavenly Secret Gu was powerful, it was also a trap. The success rate of using it was too low, and most importantly, the consequences of failure were too severe. Old Man Inkstone did not dare to waste his lifespan. Back then, in order to deduce where Feng Yuan used fixed immortal travel to, he wasted 70 years of his lifespan. First, he wasted 70 years of his lifespan, and the result left him dumbfounded for a long time. It was actually in Central Continent. It was actually Hu Immortal Blessed Land. How did he get transported to that place? What fortuitous encounter did he get to see the interior of Hu Immortal Blessed Land? Alright, Fang Yuan hid in the Blessed Land and refused to come out. Old Man Inkstone's plan for fixed immortal travel almost failed before it even started. Thankfully, he continued to use heavenly secret goo, spending another 80 years of his lifespan to deduce the most likely chance of success. One day in the future, Fang Yuan would return to southern border and participate in the Battle of Etian Mountain. For this fixed immortal travel, Old Man Inkstone spent 150 years of his lifespan. Forget it, since I have already deduced the result, I will just wait for him. The matter of him raising a wolf group is not a big deal. As a wisdom path Gu immortal, I personally set up this trap. Would a mere mortal be able to escape? Humph. Old Man Yanshi sneered a few times and slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were like an ingrate. There were no pupils, only sclera. Thus, if they want to deal with me, they will have to consider the person behind the scenes or the organization behind the scenes. If there is an organization behind the scenes, is it a group of people, or a super clan, or a super sect? Nobody can say for sure. Everyone wants to investigate more deeply, to find out by any means possible. Before I find out, as long as I hide in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and don't do anything that touches their bottom line, they will only probe me and won't do anything serious. Thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind as he analyzed the current situation at lightning speed. Of course, this situation is only temporary. Paper cannot hide fire. Once they find out the truth or lose their patience, I will be in trouble. Once Crane Gate attacks Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the best outcome for Fang Yuan would be to self-detonate the Blessed Land. Both sides would suffer heavy losses and no one would be able to obtain Danghun Mountain. Without the protection of the Blessed Land, Fang Yuan would become a street rat that everyone wanted to kill. The reason why he created the identity of Changshan Yin was to prepare for a rainy day and leave a path of retreat for the future. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. Fang Yuan was a formidable character in the demonic path. He naturally understood this well. After sorting out his thoughts, Fang Yuan sighed. He had to cultivate quickly and become a Gu immortal again before Crane Gate and the mysterious force made their move. But even so, it would be a huge calamity. If he could not get through it, he would be smashed into pieces and die. The pressure is immense. Although Fang Yuan obtained the greatest benefits in Three Kings Blessed Land, after this battle, he lost the initiative. Spring-Autumn Cicada, Crane Gate, Danghun Mountain, Mysterious Force, Blessed Land, Earthly Calamity. Although he obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land and his strength rose sharply, he was in an even more precarious situation. All sorts of intense and dangerous situations were pressuring him step by step, like whips or scythes, driving him forward from behind. If he was slightly slower, the outcome would be unimaginable. If it were anyone else, they would have already exhausted their wits and strength, and would be crushed by the collapsing situation. Only Fang Yuan racked his brains to find a way out of this perilous situation. But even if he worked hard like this, the situation still did not improve. Just like now, he had encountered a new problem. He did not have enough immortal yuan stones. He had originally sold large amounts of immortal Gu recipes and obtained 28 immortal yuan stones. But after using them several times, especially after this large-scale purchase, he had spent too many immortal stones and had almost reached the bottom. Right now, Fang Yuan only had a pitiful 4 immortal yuan stones. But there were still too many things he needed to invest in. Without a choice, he could only temporarily stop investing in wolf groups. But Fang Yuan's plan was to dual cultivate enslavement path and strength path. Now that he had the second aperture, this plan was even more feasible. There were usually 3 aspects that determined an enslavement path Gu master's strength. The first aspect was the scale of the enslavement beast group. The second aspect was the enslavement path Gu worms in the Gu master's aperture. The third aspect was the enslavement path Gu master's soul. The deeper the foundation of the soul, the more beast groups they could control, and the stronger the beast kings they could subdue. The longer they could command the beast groups to fight, the longer they could do so. Through my large purchases, the scale of my wolf group has already reached second rate in Northern Plains mortal world. The first tier are the three great enslavement path masters of the present age, Ma Zun, Jiang Baoye and Yang Ping. But my enslavement path gu worms originate from Changshan and are only rank 4. I need to raise them to rank 5 to deal with the Northern Plains War. Fortunately, Danghun Mountain is dying, but I can still use it. With Guts Gu, my expenses are greatly reduced. But other than this, I still need large numbers of Wolf Soul Gu to continue transforming Wolfman souls. Facing the rapid cultivation needs, the immortal Yuan stone in Fang Yuan's hands was insufficient. Purchasing wolf groups was only the first aspect of the 3 aspects of enslavement path. Next, he went to Jewel Yellow Skies and bought several Gu recipes, many Gu refinement materials, as well as the indispensable rank 5 wolf soul Gu for his future cultivation, a total of 18. This way, he spent another immortal Yuan stone and only had 3 left. Fang Yuan's gaze landed on Relic Gu. His second aperture had just formed and was only rank 1 initial stage. He needed to start cultivating from scratch. But where would Fang Yuan get the time? Directly using Relic Gu to increase his cultivation could help him in a short period of time. Although he had the intention, due to the lack of immortal Yuan stone, Fang Yuan could only settle for the next best thing, buying bronze, red iron, silver and yellow gold Relic Gu. Next, he chose Gu worms to modify the body. The body was like a skin bag, containing the soul. If the soul was strong, but the body was not strong enough, it would become a bottleneck and restrict the growth of the soul. Similarly, if the body was not strong enough, then he had to be careful when using strength path Gu worms. If he used too much strength, before hitting the enemy, his tendons and flesh would tear and his bones would break. When Fang Yuan finished this transaction, he only had 2 immortal Yuan stone left. He kept these 2 immortal essence stones as a backup in case of an unexpected situation. For the next 2 days, Fang Yuan did not leave Hu immortal blessed land and cultivated on Danghun Mountain. This is the last Guts Gu. Climbing on a cliff, Fang Yuan stretched out his hand and opened this Gu. Splat! Following a soft sound, a yellowish-brown muddy water flowed out. This was a bad Gu. Its body was corroded by Gruel Mud Immortal Gu's power, and no longer had the miraculous effect of growing the soul. Danghun Mountain's vitality is weakening. The good Guts Gu are getting fewer and fewer. But after these days of collecting, because of the large amount of guts, my soul has reached 1,000-man soul. Fang Yuan closed his eyes and sensed the soul in his body. This 1,000-man soul was clearly more solid than before, giving off a feeling of heaviness. It was like it was forcefully stuffed into Fang Yuan's body, giving off a feeling of overflowing. 1,000-man soul was the symbol of an enslavement path expert. Back then, Chang Shanin had 1,000-man soul. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes and with a thought, he summoned Little Hu Immortal and immediately teleported her into Danghun Palace. Fang Yuan disguised as Chang Shanin because he wanted to properly manage this identity. Thus he had to avoid exposing himself. But water wolves were different. Fang Yuan's trip this time was to take in wild water wolves. The appearance of water wolves was easy to explain. But if a night wolf beast emperor or those mutated wolves appeared, it would not make sense. Next, I will continue to take in the wild water wolf group. Fang Yuan rode on the hump wolf and with a thought, the entire wolf group set off again, charging towards their next destination. 3 days later, at a certain lakeside beside the Crescent Moon Lake, the Gu masters of the 2 clans stared at each other in anger. Zhongfeiyo, your Zhong clan is an intolerable bully. These 5 black skin fat beetles clearly belong to our clan. Yet, you actually dared to openly snatch them in broad daylight. One of the clan heads, Chai Zhong, angrily roared. Bullshit. We had an agreement back then. Our clans were neighbors with this water wolf den as the boundary. Thus, this is our Chai clan's territory. These 5 dark-skinned fat insects have come to my Zhong family's territory. So of course they belong to my Zhong family. The Zhong family's patriarch, Zhongfeiyo, sneered. Chai Clan's Gu masters heard this and felt incomparably furious. Chai Zhang's face turned red from anger as he reprimanded. Shameless! Our Chai Clan is breaking camp today to rush to the heroes' assembly. Of course we have to pass through here. Zhong Feiyu's eyes flashed with a cold light as he said. So this is your Chai Clan's fault. You could have passed through here. Why did you have to pass through my clan's camp? Chai Clan's Gu masters were extremely furious. Zhong Clan's camp was in a tricky location, occupying the main path. If Chai Clan took a detour, it would be even more troublesome as there would be at least 3 myriad beast groups along the way. Zhong Clan's actions were, in fact, an intentional extortion. Zhong Feiyu, isn't your table manners too ugly? Chai Zhang gritted his teeth and squeezed out these words. Zhong Feiyu shrugged his shoulders indifferently and sneered. If your Chai Clan is not convinced, we can have a contest. Chai Clan's Gu master's momentum stagnated. Chai Clan was a small-scale clan, but Zhong Clan had expanded into a medium-scale clan 2 years ago. Zhong Clan was strong. If they fought, Chai Clan would definitely suffer. As Chai Clan leader, Chai Zhang was clear of this. He also wanted to retreat, but these 3 black-skin fat beetles were carrying the clan's most precious resources. These resources were meticulously gathered by Chai Clan when they wanted to join Lu Wenwu. If he gave them up, Chai Zhang would naturally be extremely unwilling. Should he fight or retreat? Just as the 2 sides were in a deadlock and Chai Zhang was hesitating, wolf howls could be heard not far away. Howl, howl. The howls of the wolves rose and fell, ceaselessly. At the same time, the footsteps of large numbers of beast groups could be heard by the wind. Such a formation. It's a wolf group. It's noon right now, and this is near the water wolf's den. How can there be a wild wolf group? Zhong and Chai clansmen immediately felt like they were facing a great enemy. They shifted their gazes towards the source of the sound. They saw the majestic wolf group was like a long river, flowing through the sparse forest and surging towards the group. Among these wolf groups, there were vigorous night wolves, turtleback wolves with deep defense, and outstanding wind wolves. Most of them were water wolves with white fur. Different types of wolves gathered together harmoniously to form an army. Such a scene. There was only one reason. Chai Zheng's heart thumped. He immediately thought of one person, Chang Shanin. Zhong Feiyu's expression also turned extremely ugly. Their Zhong clan also wanted to join young master Lu Wenwu. Thus, they coveted Chai clan's resources. But at this crucial moment, someone appeared to disrupt their plans. As the wolf group approached, the Gu masters of the 2 clans became restless. Such a huge wolf group. Someone could not help but exclaim. Hiss, such a scale. There are at least 28,000 turtleback wolves, 15,000 night wolves, and many more wind wolves than night wolves. Water wolves are the most numerous, about 32,000. Someone sucked in a breath of cold air, and with his rich experience, he made a rough estimate. There were too many wolves. They spread out majestically, forming a half-moon-shaped encirclement, covering the Gu masters of the 2 clans. Immediately, Zhong and Chai clan's Gu masters were surrounded by the wolf group, and with their backs against Crescent Lake, they fell into a disadvantageous situation. Didn't they say Chang Shanin suffered disastrous losses when he attacked Pei, Bei and Zheng clans? Why does he still have so many wolves? Chai Zheng's lips turned dry. The wolf group was densely packed. Not only did they surround them, there were also many hidden in the forest, their figures indistinct. Zhong Feiyu no longer had the relaxed attitude of bullying the weak. He looked at the large number of 1,000 beast kings and myriad beast kings in the wolf group, his heart rising to his throat. Enslavement path was different from other paths. It could often change the situation with one's own strength. Ordinary enslavement path Gu masters could not be underestimated, let alone Chang Shanin. Zhong Feiyu was very clear that these wolves in front of him were enough to exterminate his Zhong clan 2 or 3 times over. Because they were in the wilderness now, there were no dangers around them. Without the camp's walls, they had no depth, no time to rest, and no time to recover their primeval essence. A hump wolf carrying Fang Yuan swayed as it walked out of the forest, appearing in front of everyone. Chang Shanin. Zhong Feiyu and Chai Zhang shouted at the same time. At once, countless gazes gathered on Fang Yuan's face. Feng Yuan was expressionless, riding on the hump wolf. He straightened his upper body according to Chang Shanyan's habits. His gaze was like an arrow, sweeping through everyone without speaking. But his tightly pursed lips fully displayed Chang Shanyan's proud and aloof temperament. Zhong and Chai clan's Gu masters could not make a sound. They felt like a huge rock was pressing on their hearts. The air had frozen, making it hard to breathe. Especially when they thought of Wolf King Chang Shan-yin's battle record of challenging 3 clans in one night. Many of their bodies started to tremble. The Pei Bei and Zheng clans were all experienced mid-sized clans. And Chai clan was only a small-sized tribe, while Zhong clan had just become a mid-sized tribe not long ago. Zhong Fei Yu and Chai Zhang looked at each other, seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes, as well as the intention to cooperate. Right now, the imperial court contest was not only related to Zhong clan and Chai clan's benefits, it also concerned the survival of the 2 clans. Their previous relationship was only a method to protect their own benefits. When it was time to abandon them, they would abandon them without hesitation. In the main tent, there was an oppressive silence. After a long while, Zhong Feiyu let out a breath of turbid air. A person like Chang Shan-yin, even if we gather all of our Zhong clan's strength, we will not be able to match him. But Northern Plains is not his only clan. There are 3 enslavement masters stronger than him. We will remember this first. After we join young master Lu Wenwu, one day, we will get back at him for today. Zhong clan's elders nodded in agreement. Not long after, Zhong clan also set off on their journey. 9 days later, Feng Yuan led the wolf group that had expanded by several times and returned to Gu tribe camp. Gu Guang led the Gu tribe higher-ups and went out to welcome them. Lord Supreme Elder, your cultivation has recovered? When Gu Guang sensed Feng Yuan's rank 4 peak stage aura, he was pleasantly surprised. Feng Yuan nodded, replying plainly, I have recovered, it is time to do so. Back then, Chang Shan-yin's cultivation was rank 4 peak stage. Afterwards he fought with Hatu Gu bandits and was on the verge of death, hibernating underground. But now Feng Yuan's first aperture had already reached rank 5 peak stage. Although it was still suppressed by Northern Plains, it still had rank 5 initial stage aura. Right now his rank 4 peak stage aura was only disguised using breath concealment Gu. As for his second aperture, because he had entered Northern Plains first and was acknowledged by Northern Plains, it was not suppressed by the region and was still rank 3 peak stage. By concealing it like this, then releasing it step by step, not only could he preserve his trump cards, he could also give others a gradual acceptance process. Feng Yuan followed Gu tribe's higher-ups back to the camp. Gu tribe camp was expanding, and along the way, they could see bustling construction scenes. Large numbers of mortal slaves and even Gu master slaves were being wantonly deployed by Gu tribesmen. Winner takes all. This was the cruelty of war, but also the beauty of war. Gu tribe's higher-ups were overjoyed. Gu tribe had annexed Bei tribe and Zheng tribe. Their strength had expanded greatly. These days, they had been working hard to digest the gains, and the whole tribe's strength had also risen greatly. The biggest problem now is the scarcity of slavery Gu. If we have large numbers of slavery Gu, we can put these slave Gu masters on the battlefield. This will greatly increase our Gu tribe's battle strength. Gu Guang sighed. Slavery Gu was a Gu worm that could control humans. But humans were the spirit of all living beings. They were much harder to control than wild beasts. The burden on the soul was greater, especially when enslaving Gu masters with strong souls. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable purposely created many fake stone slabs, deceiving many Gu immortals. The fake stone slabs he created were extremely realistic. They could even compare to the real ones. Feng Yuan had never thought of collecting all the gray-white stone slabs and piecing them together to form Book Mountain. Even rank 9 Gu venerables had not succeeded in this. Feng Yuan did not have the impulse to overestimate his own abilities. He was only trying to identify these stone slabs when he was resting. In his previous life, he had developed a sharp gaze from doing business. He had once sold and forged these gray-white stone slabs. Right now, he was identifying these stone slabs, distinguishing the real from the fake, and getting rid of the obvious fakes. It was a form of relaxation and entertainment. What he didn't expect was that when he was caressing a stone slab, something unexpected happened. Chapter 501. The ink lines kept changing, and after a while, they gradually stabilized and formed a topographic map. At the center of the map was a raised piece of land. It was not as steep as a mountain, and the slope was very gentle. There was an opening at the top, as if it led underground. At this place, there were two words, Dichio. Dichio was surrounded by swamps and forests, and at the southwest corner, there was a river. At the bottom of the map, there were 4 sentences. Light hidden in the soil, radiance reaching 10,000 feet high, roaming in the sky for 100 li, praising the fragrance of plum blossoms in snow. Feng Yuan mumbled, and after pondering for a long time, he could not comprehend it. These 4 sentences seemed like a poem, but it was not. Saying it was a gu recipe was somewhat plausible. But Feng Yuan was sure of one thing. These 4 puzzles were clues left behind intentionally. What was even more amazing was that after this map was formed, it gradually disappeared from the gray-white stone slab. Soon, the stone slab in Feng Yuan's hand became white, with nothing on it. But when Feng Yuan closed his eyes, he could easily recall every detail of this map without the slightest error. This was not because his memory was amazing, but painting wool gu. This stone slab was planted with painting wool gu. This gu can form a picture and enter deep into the gu master's memory, causing the gu master to never forget it. Feng Yuan's eyes flashed with a trace of understanding. Evidently, this was an inheritance left behind by a gu master. To appraise these gray-white stone slabs, Feng Yuan had obtained many clear gu, sunlight gu, moonlight gu and so on from Gu tribe's treasury. Just now he had used these gu worms. Then he skillfully injected his primeval essence to probe. These methods were specific methods to appraise the gray-white stone slab. The result was that these methods became the key to unlocking this gray-white stone slab secret. The gu master who forged this gray-white stone slab did not only use painting wool gu. He also used other gu worms to form this effect. This gu master left behind an inheritance, and in order to select an inheritor, he spent a lot of effort. Feng Yuan smiled. He had not expected to obtain a clue to a gu master's inheritance under such circumstances. Inheritance. This is one of the cultural characteristics of this world. Be it righteous gu masters or demonic gu masters, they would choose to leave behind their inheritances, leaving behind their unique mark in this world. Although he was lucky enough to obtain this inheritance clue, Feng Yuan was not too surprised. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had encountered many similar situations. He was already used to it. Most gu masters would leave behind inheritances. In this way, the good and bad inheritances were mixed together. There were gu immortal inheritances, rank 4 and rank 5 gu master inheritances. These were all worth seeing. But there were also many rank 2 and rank 3 inheritances, and even rank 1 gu masters would leave behind inheritances. On top of that, time was passing by. Heavenly calamities and so on. Many gu masters explored inheritances, but the result was disappointment. Some inheritances had long since perished. Some inheritances had already been taken by others. Some inheritances were demonic path inheritances. They were traps meticulously designed by someone. They were the gu masters with dark hearts, venting their anger before death. I'm too busy right now. I don't have the time to give up my plans and rush far away for an unknown inheritance. Moreover, just based on this map, I don't know where this so-called Dichio is. After obtaining the Dichio inheritance map, it was just a small accident. Feng Yuan quickly threw it to the back of his mind. In the following days, he continued to cultivate and refine gu at the same time. Chapter 502. The sky was a deep blue, while the ground was a vast expanse of jade. The land here was especially fertile, the water plants were lush and delicious, reaching up to a person's knees. This was the famous Ution of northern plains, known as one of the most beautiful grasslands. Right now, there were many people here, banners fluttering in the wind. Ution's Heroes' Assembly had already been going on for half a month. In the first 7 days, all the tribes had their own voices, creating a huge commotion. But gradually, after a series of alliances, all the forces merged together. Right now there were only 2 strongest forces left. One was Lu tribe's Lu Wenwu, and the other was He tribe's He Lulan. Right now, the 2 forces were all valiant, confronting each other. In the middle of the 2 forces, there was a spacious battle stage. On the stage, 2 Northern Plains Gu masters were engaged in an intense battle, both having rank 4 cultivation. Most of the people below the stage could not take their eyes off them. Usually, there was not such a good opportunity to observe a battle between tribe leaders. Especially the 2 people on the stage, one righteous and one demonic. They were both famous figures, and they even had a deep grudge against each other. Water Demon, hand over your life. One of the middle-aged Gu masters shouted, stomping his feet and jumping into the sky. In the air, he breathed in deeply, before opening his mouth and spitting out a basket-sized dim fire at his opponent. Water Demon Hao Ji Lu's heart was filled with alarm. Blue light flashed in his eyes, as the snow-silver primeval essence in his aperture crazily poured into Water Wall Gu. Rise! He raised his palms, moving from bottom to top with a heavy movement, as if he was lifting something extremely heavy. Following his movement, the majestic water vapor formed a blue waterfall, rising from the ground. The waterfall rushed upward and swept down in midair, forming a thick wall of water in the shape of an arch. The dim flame slowly landed on the water wall, and was immediately extinguished. "Ha!" the spectators exclaimed in shock. Just as they were about to ridicule Water Demon for making a mountain out of a molehill, the fire seed that only had a trace of light left suddenly exploded. Bam! The explosion was deafening, like a bolt of lightning. Large amounts of fire chi burst out, causing the thick water wall to explode into water vapor. The aftermath of the powerful impact formed a violent wind that quickly spread in all directions. But in the end, the impact of the storm did not affect the periphery of the arena. There were Gu masters standing around the battlefield, using their defensive Gu to form a spherical light barrier that firmly protected the battlefield. What a powerful technique! Such an intense explosion. It is already close to the effect of a rank 4 Gu worm. Obviously, this is Fire Prodigal Chai Ming's killer move. Although Water Demon sensed it, he still underestimated Lord Chai Ming's attack. After recovering from the shock of the explosion, the crowd began to discuss among themselves. Countless gazes were focused on the arena. Even He Lulan and Lu Wenwu couldn't take their eyes off it. However, inside the sphere of light, steam was rising, and it was a vast expanse of whiteness, making it difficult to see clearly. Everyone could only wait patiently. When the water vapor gradually dissipated, Chai Ming stood in the arena with his head held high, panting. He glared at the corpse at his feet and shouted, "Water Demon, you killed my father back then. Did you think this day would come?" Water Demon Hao Ji Lu vomited blood, his face filled with pain as he was stepped on by Chai Ming. "Ha ha ha, it is our victory. Lord Chai Ming is mighty." Seeing this scene, the spectators were dazed for a moment, before Lu Wenwu's side erupted into thunderous cheers. Brother Lulan, haven't you heard of the ancient saying, "Women are like clothes, brothers are like hands and feet"? Since Brother Lulan likes her, then you can have her. Lu Wenwu chuckled, but did not show any anger. Young Master Lu is very ambitious. Young Master Lu Wenwu is a true man of our northern plains. That's right, such a person is worthy of us following. Lu tribe's side spoke up in support of Lu Wenwu. Even the girls were not moved, nor did they have any intention to refute. In northern plains, men were always superior to women. Women were like clothes, brothers were like hands and feet. These were not said by others, but by Giant Sun Immortal. The descendants of giant Sun Immortal were collectively known as the Huangjin tribes in Northern Plains. The Huangjin tribes held the highest authority in Northern Plains, and also followed the traditions of their ancestors. Since Lu Wenwu could compete with He Lulan, he was naturally not easy to deal with. His words hinted that He Lulan was lustful and had no aspirations, showing his wise image of not being infatuated with the mortal world. He Lulan snorted angrily. Your Lu tribe has always been good at talking, you have a silver tongue. But so what? Come. Let's send people to the arena again, let's fight. Lu Wenwu's expression changed slightly. Compared to Yan Chui Air, this was his greatest weakness. In the previous 9 battles he had only won 3, losing many experts. In the previous battle, the rank 4 expert fire prodigal Chai Ming had lost his life. Now that He Lulan was inviting him to fight again, he had to agree. If he did not agree, it would show that he was weak. The men of Northern Plains looked down on weak masters the most. But if he agreed, he would definitely lose more than he won. Damn it, this black guy is purposely challenging me. He is clearly trying to weaken my upper echelon battle strength. But this is the heroes' assembly. I cannot show weakness. Who should I send this time? Lu Wenwu gritted his teeth, his gaze darting around. Among the people that sided with him, there were Righteous Path and Demonic Path. There was no lack of famous people. But right now, they did not dare to meet Lu Wenwu's gaze. They all lowered their heads or looked far away as if avoiding him. Just as Lu Wenwu was in a dilemma, a loud voice shouted from afar. Big brother, don't worry, let me go. Third brother is here. Lu Wenwu was overjoyed. The crowd opened up a path as a person walked in. Everyone turned to look at him. This person was tall and muscular. He had a tiger's back and a bear's waist. He had a lion's mouth and a wide nose. His skin was as black as ink. His lush hair and beard were as white as snow, like a lion's mane. White hair and black skin. Such a peculiar appearance caused everyone to be stunned. Soon after, someone exclaimed in shock, revealing this person's background. This person is actually an Inkman. Rockmen, Eggmen, Hairy Men and Inkmen, they were not descendants of Renzu, but variant humans. Inkmen were recorded in the Legends of Renzu. Their home was Book Mountain. In Book Mountain, there was an ink waterfall, crashing into the literary spring, and the ink that was produced fell on the mountain rocks, forming Inkmen. Big brother, I am late. This Inkman came to the center of the stage and bowed deeply to Lu Wenwu. Not late, not late. It is good that you are here. Lu Wenwu patted the Inkman's shoulder, introducing him in front of everyone. Everyone, this is my sworn brother Emo Shirkwang, when I was roaming the world in my early years. Emo Shirkwang, young Master Lu has good eyesight. He is just a mere variant human and wants to seduce him. Never mind, let me, Viper husband, test your brother's worth. On He Lulan's side, a male Gu master with triangular eyes walked out on his own initiative. Come. Viper husband walked onto the stage and flirtatiously hooked his finger at Emo Shirkwang. Emo Shirkwang was provoked by this action and immediately flew into a rage, shouting loudly as he jumped onto the stage. Die! Saying so, he clapped his hands. Rumble! A formless force swept everything in its path, crushing towards Viper husband with unstoppable force. What? Chi path. Rank 4 peak stage. Oh no. Viper husband had yet to finish his words when he was smashed into minced meat, his flesh flying everywhere. With one move, the outcome was clear. Chapter 503. He Lulan looked at Emo Shirkwang on the stage with a gloomy expression. From the moment Emo Shirkwang appeared on the stage, he had a bad premonition. But when Emo Shirkwang turned Viper lover into minced meat, He Lulan's heart sank. The opponent was a rank 4 peak stage expert, and was even a Chi Path Gu master. Man was the spirit of all living beings, and could awaken their apertures through Hope Gu. Variant humans, since they had the word man attached to them, they naturally had spirituality that wild beasts could not compare to. But this spirituality was much smaller than a human's. Thus, very few variant humans could achieve such results in their Gu master cultivation. Most variant humans could not even awaken their apertures in their entire lives. But there were also a few lucky ones who awakened their apertures. The lucky ones among the lucky ones would be able to succeed in their cultivation. This Mo Shi Kuang in front of everyone was such a special case. No wonder Lu Wenwu would befriend Mo Shi Kuang. A rank 4 peak stage battle strength, even I would be willing to do it. At once, many people came to a realization. Hey, the dark-skinned fatty on the other side. Are you the one who wants to oppose my big brother? Come, if you have any experts, feel free to send them over. Let me flatten all your lackeys with one palm. Mo Shi madly patted his chest and shouted loudly. Amidst his boorishness, he seemed heroic. Dark-skinned fatty. The corners of He Lulan's eyes twitched, feeling extremely angry in his heart. Although I am fat, can I be darker than you? This dark-skinned guy is hateful. Hey Xiui. He Lulan softly called out, his calm voice concealing blazing anger. Here. A thin man immediately responded. Go teach this guy a lesson. He Lulan instructed. Yes, Lord Clan Leader. He Xiui expressionlessly replied and slowly walked forward. His gaze was cold as ice, and as he walked, his whole body surged with black light. The black light condensed into an armor, firmly wrapping around him. Then a pale green circle of light flew above his head. 56 flying bone shields flew out and floated around him, protecting him from all directions. At the same time, 9 grayish-blue ghost faces sobbed and wailed as they circled around him. When he walked onto the stage, he was already fully armed and protected himself. Everyone was in an uproar. He Lulan spoke with great grandeur, but in truth, she had sent a defensive Gu master to probe Mo Shi Kuang's background. Ahahaha. Mo Shi Kuang, on the other hand, is overjoyed. One look and I can tell that you're asking for a beating. Come eat a punch from your grandpa. Before he finished speaking, his right hand clenched into a fist and fiercely pounded at He Xiui. In the blink of an eye, the power of his fist turned into a solid and heavy fist chi. It flew dozens of steps and heavily bombarded He Xiui's body. If it were anyone else, they would be crippled even if they didn't die from this blow. However, He Xiui forcibly received this punch. His upper body swayed a few times, but his lower body did not move a single inch. Good. Seeing this, Mo Shi Kuang became even happier. He was different from ordinary Inkmen. He was extremely bloodthirsty for battle. Delighted at seeing his prey, he shouted. Again. Saying so, he slowly flew up, his snow-white hair fluttering in the wind. After pulling some distance from He Xiui, he quickly punched. Fist shadows were densely packed like a rainstorm. Lumps of translucent fist chi flew towards He Xiui. Bam bam bam. The fist chi struck He Xiui's armor, causing thunderous explosions. However, He Xiui seemed to have transformed into a huge reef, standing firm no matter how many times the waves crashed against him. The 56 flying bone shields helped him bear most of the pressure. The scattered fist chi hit the black iron-like armor, but there was no effect at all. The chaotic air currents had not even spread when they were fiercely suppressed by the huge foot. He Xiui felt an irresistible force heavily pressing down on his spine. He wanted to resist, but he was powerless. After a few breaths, he was pressed down on the ground. The black iron armor that made him famous was crushed into powder by the enormous pressure. Crack crack. The sound of bones breaking resounded incessantly. Large amounts of internal blood flowed out of He Xiui's 7 orifices. The enormous force was still spreading in all directions. Several defensive Gu masters put their lives on the line, and barely managed to support the light barrier, preventing it from collapsing. After the smoke and dust dispersed, He Xiui was like a dead dog, lying motionlessly on the ground, on his last breath. He Lulan's expression abruptly changed as he jumped up. He Xiui was his direct descendant, one of the 3 commanders of the Black Banner Army. Without him, the Black Banner Army's battle strength would be reduced by at least 20%. At the same time, this He Xiui was the youngest son of a He tribe supreme elder's great-nephew and was of great importance. He Lulan had never expected this Mo Shi Kuang to be so strong. That attack just now could almost surpass ranks to challenge a rank 5 Gu master. He Xiui could not be lost. He Lulan pointed and promptly ordered, "Men, snatch He Shui back for me." Immediately, two figures pounced out, both rank 3 Gu masters. Several defensive Gu masters hesitated, but did not want to offend He Lulan, so they did not obstruct them and instead loosen the barrier. "Young master, this He Lulan is extremely shameless, he actually wants to break the rules. Let me go as well." An elder of the Lu family roared indignantly, but Lu Wenwu chuckled. "No matter, let them have a taste of my sworn brother's power." "A bunch of scoundrels," Mo Shikuang shouted, his eyes glaring in anger as he waved his strong right arm. His arm seemed to be dragging a 1,000 heavy object, giving people a feeling of slow exertion. An enormous arm made of qi rapidly formed under everyone's dumbstruck gaze, reaching 50 feet in length and 10 feet in width. Whoosh! For a moment, the qi arm produced a sound like a dragon's roar or a tiger's roar, or like a hurricane sweeping through. The enormous qi arm fiercely swept across in a wild and unrestrained manner, collapsing mountains in front of them and crushing seas in front of them. The two rank 3 Gu masters who had rushed over to help were like flies, fiercely swept away by the enormous qi arm. Soon after, the qi arm swept across the scene, causing horrified screams to resound. Countless spectating Gu masters who could not dodge in time were smashed into meat paste by the qi arm. He Lulan and the rest hurriedly retreated, avoiding the attack. Courting death. Kill him. Since he dared to attack us, we will attack together." He Lulan and the rest dodged the attack and attacked one after another, immediately shattering the qi arm. Good. Mo Shikuang not only did not have a trace of fear when facing so many Gu masters, he instead became even more excited, his battle intent surging. He advanced instead of retreating, like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. His long beard spread out as he charged towards He Lulan and the rest. "Not good, third brother is going crazy again." Lu Wenwu could no longer remain calm, waving his hand. "Everyone, quickly follow me to help." Lu tribe's side also entered the battlefield. The heroes' assembly immediately turned into a chaotic mess, an unprecedented chaotic battle suddenly unfolding. Mo Shikuang rampaged on the battlefield, while He Lulan and the rest smoothly snatched back He Xiui. Chai tribe's Gu masters targeted water demon Hao Ji Lu, continuously attacking. The heavily injured Hao Ji Lu could only flee in all directions. The scene was a mess. "Oh no! This is only the heroes' assembly. We cannot fight so intensely. If we suffer heavy losses, how will we fight for the imperial court? What do we do? Even if we win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory." Lu Wenwu and He Lulan felt something was amiss and wanted to stop them, but it was to no avail. Howl! Right at this moment, an intense and desolate wolf howl came from afar, displaying the bearing of a beast emperor. Howl! He Lulan's body was swollen like a violent bear. His mouth was filled with uneven snow-white teeth that were like daggers and swords, giving people a sinister feeling. A pair of triangular eyes. They flickered with an intimidating light. This person was lustful by nature. There were rumors in northern plains. Fang Yuan chuckled, but glanced at Lu Wenwu who was beside him. Lu Wenwu was dressed in white. He had an elegant demeanor like a noble young master. His eyes were warm and his face was like jade. Beside him stood a 9-feet ink man with black skin and white hair. Like a door god, he was the #1 general of Northern Plains in this imperial court contest. Mo Shikuang. Lu Wenwu's heart jumped. Fang Yuan's deep gaze made him feel something amiss. The grudge between Chang Shanyin and Chang tribe. During the Battle of Crescent Lake, Gu tribe had already spread the news. Right now, Chang tribe had already submitted to Lu Wenwu. If Chang Shanyin wanted revenge, and to deal with Chang tribe, he would first have to deal with Lu Wenwu. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze, looking at He Lulan. His voice was calm but it resounded in everyone's ears. "I have returned to the world this time to take revenge. Coincidentally, during the imperial court contest, I can also experience the heroes of Northern Plains. Brother Lulan, why don't we work together?" He Lulan's pupils dilated. she could not help but walk out of the crowd in joy, walking to Fang Yuan and grabbing his shoulder, laughing loudly. It is my honor to have Wolf King's help. On He tribe's side, there was an uproar, cheering could be heard. Defeated Hao Ji Lu, greets Wolf Wang. The water demon greeted Fang Yuan anxiously. He Lulan frowned, looking over in concern. Hao Ji Lu might have made battle merits for him, but if he offended Chang Shanin, then he could only kill Hao Ji Lu to express his goodwill to Chang Shanin. But Fang Yuan nodded at Hao Ji Lu. It's fine, just perform well in the future. Hao Ji Lu let out a sigh of relief. Ha ha ha, Wolf King is broad-minded, such magnanimity. I admire you. He Lulan laughed even louder. Hao Ji Lu was rank 4 upper stage, an absolute expert. Now that he had the best of both worlds, he was very happy. He tribe's side was overjoyed, while Lu tribe's side was extremely gloomy. Lu Wenwu had expected this, but his mood was still terrible. If I knew this, I would not have agreed to Chang tribe's request. How can one Chang tribe compare to Chang Shanin? Sigh, it is a pity that things have come to this. I am powerless to turn the situation around. He sighed in his heart. Yan Chui Air was his fiancée, but he could give her up. Not only because of the tradition of men being superior to women, but also because Yan tribe was already extinct. But Chang tribe's strength was still intact. If he really gave up on Chang tribe, it would make all the tribes that were depending on him feel disappointed. He Lu Wenwu could not do that. Hey tribe leader, my Wang tribe will join your side. What do you think? Hey Lulan, our Fang tribe will place our bet on you. Yi tribe is willing to depend on He tribe. At once, several large tribes that were wavering chose to side with He Lulan. Lu Wenwu had a strong general like Emo Shirkwang by his side, but Wolf King Chang Shan-in had allied with He Lulan. With such a large wolf group as the vanguard, who knows how many tribesmen would die in the battlefield in the future? This way, all the tribes in the Yutian Heroes Assembly made their choice. A large portion chose to follow He Lulan, while the rest followed Lu Wenwu. Ha ha ha, Lu tribe's boy, we will meet on the battlefield in the future. Brother Lulan, we will meet again. Now was not the time to fight each other. Outside Yutian, there were still countless tyrants. The two sides were on guard against each other, and after some distance, they returned to their respective camps. On the way back, Lu Wenwu summoned the elder in charge of intelligence and scolded. Where did Chang Shanyin's wolf group come from? Investigate it for me. Investigate it thoroughly. Yes, young master. I will do my best to make up for my mistake. The elder retreated with sweat all over his forehead. Big brother, don't worry. No matter how many wolves he has, with me here, we can just kill that Chang Shanin. Emo Shirkwang consoled in a low and muffled voice. Lu Wenwu's heart was heavy. Against an enslavement master, the best tactic was to kill the leader. But now that Chang Shanin had joined He Lulan, they would meet on the battlefield in the future. He tribe would definitely carry out strict defense. By then, it would be extremely difficult to kill him. But the hearts of sworn brothers could not be treated coldly. Lu Wenwu smiled and patted Emo Shirkwang's shoulder. He third brother. You are an unparalleled warrior who can easily kill the enemy leader. I naturally trust you. Big brother, you forgot that there is still second brother. As long as second brother comes out of seclusion, with us 3 brothers working together, no matter how big Northern Plains is, what is there to fear? Emo Shirkwang laughed heartily. Second brother? Lu Wenwu's eyes brightened, the pressure in his heart reduced by half. That's right. Second brother comes out of seclusion. If we work together, Chang Shan-in is not our match. But for now, let's not deal with He tribe. This is a tough bone to chew. We need to sweep the western side first. Accumulate our strength and strengthen ourselves. Big brother, go ahead and do whatever you want. I will follow behind you. At the same time, in another group, He Lulan laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, after today, when the news of the Yutian Heroes Assembly spreads, all the forces will have a headache. Brother Shan-in, the wolves under your command will definitely make them puzzled and astonished. Fang Yuan had great strength. He Lulan had been paying attention to him for a long time. Now that he had taken the initiative to join, this He tribe leader naturally had to win over Fang Yuan. Not only did he treat Chang Shan-yin as an equal, after a short conversation, he also took the initiative to call Fang Yuan his brother. Fang Yuan heard He Lulan's words and knew that it was a subtle question. He smiled lightly. To speak the truth, I did not expect to have such a huge harvest. Back then, I had raised some wolf groups in Onion Valley. To think that after these years, they had grown to such a large scale. Ge Guang, who was at the side, added. That's right. When Lord Supreme Elder came out of Onion Valley, we were all dumbfounded by the dense wolf groups. The truth was, after Fang Yuan entered Onion Valley alone, he opened a stargate and connected to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, releasing most of the wolf groups inside. When he led the wolf groups back to Ge tribe, everyone was shocked. This way, the entire Ge tribe was his witness. At the same time, he had concealed himself in Onion Valley. Although I am a rank 3 Gu master, and have some fame in the demonic path, but compared to the Wolf King, it is nothing. This is a true big shot. When can I ever have such an achievement? This night, Fang Yuan traveled thousands of li and subdued 70,000 wild night wolves. All the way until daybreak, when the night wolves no longer went out to hunt and returned to their dens, Fang Yuan led the wolf group back to He tribe camp in a travel-worn state. After He Lulan established the alliance, they had the advantage in numbers, and had a total of 5 large camps stationed nearby. Fang Yuan's wolf group was placed in these 5 camps, and was fed by specialized personnel. These days he had subdued large numbers of night wolves. The 30,000 night wolves in his hands had now increased to 320,000. The night wolf group had become the largest force in Fang Yuan's hands. Adding the vermilion flame wolves, wind wolves, water wolves and so on, the number of wolves in Fang Yuan's hands had increased to a huge 530,000. Thanks to the Night Wolf Emperor, subduing the Night Wolf group was extremely easy. After settling down the wolf group, Fang Yuan brought his exhausted body back to the secret room to rest. As the Night Wolf group increased, the number of myriad wolf kings Fang Yuan controlled also increased by several times. Large numbers of night wolf myriad beast kings were a burden on his soul, causing him to feel a heavy feeling in the depths of his soul. After sleeping for several hours, Fang Yuan opened his eyes and sat cross-legged on the mat, continuing to cultivate Wolf Soul Gu. He activated Wolf Soul Gu, and under the Gu's power, 1,000-man soul slowly transformed into Wolfman soul. He originally had 100-man level Wolfman soul, with a human body, wolf ears, wolf tail and wolf claws. But afterwards, after using large numbers of guts Gu on Dang Hun Mountain, his soul expanded to 1,000-man soul, instead diluting the original Wolf Soul Gu's effect and returning to the appearance of a normal soul. The Wolf Soul Gu's effect was not obvious. After more than 2 hours, the wolf ears on Fang Yuan's human soul grew a little taller. But to Fang Yuan, the heavy feeling in the depths of his soul had lessened by a lot. After transforming into Wolfman soul, it was even easier to control the wolf group. The wolf group would acknowledge the enslavement path Gu master from the depths of their soul, and treat them as one of their own. Unfortunately, I do not have a rank 5 Wolf Soul Gu. I can only use rank 4 Wolf Soul Gu. The latter's effect is obvious on 100-man soul, but at 1,000-man soul, the speed is very slow. After activating it for a long time, Fang Yuan stored the Wolf Soul Gu with some regret. But rank 5 Gu were not easy to obtain. To refine rank 4 Wolf Soul Gu, one needed the complete soul of a myriad wolf king. To refine rank 5 Wolf Soul Gu, one needed the soul of a wolf emperor. Chapter 507. In the study room, Zhao tribe leader put down the document in his hand with an exhausted expression. Sunlight passed through the window and shone on his face. This 50-year-old rank 5 initial stage Gu master had white hair and a face full of wrinkles because he had been busy with the tribe's affairs for a long time. These days, because of He tribe's large-scale visit, Dongfang Yuliang took the initiative to invite them, causing the tribe to split into two factions. These two factions quarreled endlessly. One side wanted to join Dongfang tribe and resolve the old grudge. The other side wanted to join He tribe. After all, He tribe was stronger. But could joining Dongfang tribe really resolve the old grudge? Once he thought of the deep grudge between his tribe and Dongfang tribe, Zhao tribe leader lost his confidence. And it was not appropriate to join He tribe either. Zhao tribe's headquarters was in Chaofu after all, and He tribe had already established an alliance with Yutian's powerful clans. As a tribe that joined later, it was inevitable that they would be bullied by others. How much benefits could they gain? They might even be treated as cannon fodder. Thus, Zhao tribe leader fell into deep conflict and hesitation. Especially these days, the tribe's higher-ups had been quarreling endlessly. On one hand, Zhao tribe leader had to face the outside world and defend against that crafty Dongfang Yuliang's schemes. On the other hand, he had to suppress the internal situation and lead the tribe. Zhao tribe leader was already feeling deep fatigue. Sigh, he sighed deeply and leaned back on the chair. His eyes were lifeless as he looked at the floating dust under the sunlight. Under the bright sunlight, the dust could be seen clearly. Zhao tribe leader felt like he was one of the floating dust, confused and hesitant. He was floating in the air now, but a gust of wind might cause him to fall to the ground. And the battle between He tribe and Dongfang tribe was a gale that was about to sweep over. Facing such a gale, what should he and his tribe do? Just as Zhao tribe leader was feeling vexed, a cry came from outside the window. Hearing this familiar voice, the Zhao family's leader immediately frowned and showed concern. He immediately asked outside, "What's going on?" The guard outside immediately answered, "Lord tribe leader, when young miss ran over, she accidentally slipped on the stairs and injured her scalp." Ah! Zhao clan's clan leader immediately stood up from his seat, his face full of heartache. "My little sweetheart, why did you fall? How much blood was shed? Quick, help her in." Although the Zhao family's patriarch had a few sons, they were all killed by Dongfang Yuliang's conspiracy. Now he only had one daughter left. His daughter was no more than 5 or 6 years old. She was naughty by nature, but between her eyebrows, she looked very much like his ex-wife. The Zhao clan leader doted on her a lot. Soon, the door to the study room opened. The guard helped the little girl into the room. The girl's skin was like jade, and she wore embroidered clothes. Her appearance was extremely cute, but right now she was sobbing. Her arms covered her eyes, and she was currently crying. "My little sweetheart, my little Union, where did you fall?" The Zhao clan's patriarch hurriedly went over and picked up his little daughter, asking with concern, "Dad, are you blind? The wound is on the forehead." The little girl roared in her heart, but on the surface, she sat on the arm of the Zhao family's patriarch and lied in his arms. She said coquettishly, "Father, Union has a headache." "Oh, father, take a look. Father, take a look." The Zhao clan's patriarch gently brushed away the hair on the little girl's forehead. He immediately saw a small scratch on her scalp. It was faintly red, but it was still a distance away from breaking the skin and bleeding. Chapter 508. Zhao tribe left in the middle of the night. In the main tent, He Lulan looked at the information in his hand before throwing it on the table. In his opinion, although Zhao tribe was a large tribe, they did not have a powerful elite army. They did not even have a decent Gu master expert. Although Zhao tribe leader was rank 5 initial stage, he was challenged by Dong Bokong, who was rank 4 peak stage 3 years ago. Thus, his prestige was not high, and he did not have much achievements even after leading Zhao tribe for so many years. If Zhao tribe had sided with Dongfang tribe, he might have paid more attention. After all, even if a rank 5 Gu master was not worthy of their name, they were not to be underestimated. But now, Zhao tribe retreated and fled in the middle of the night, causing He Lulan to feel disdain in his heart. The people of Northern Plains admired brave warriors, but what they despised the most was this kind of cowardly behavior of running away before the battle even started. Congratulations, Alliance Leader. Congratulations, Alliance Leader. We have not even made a move and already scared away a large tribe. Dongfang Yuliang looks like he is going to explode from anger. Zhao tribe that he invited for so long actually ran away. Ahaha. In my opinion, although Zhao tribe is a large tribe, it is only SOSO. They are actually so cowardly. Humph. The Gu masters in the main tent spoke one after another, not minding Zhao tribe's attitude. Fang Yuan, who was sitting at the side, glanced at the information on the table. Zhao Lianyun. He had always remembered this name in his heart. The future extraordinary woman, one of Ma Hongyun's wives. A person who became a wisdom path Gu immortal. Now she was still a little girl. It seems that the famous persuasion of tigers, wolves, and sheep has already started. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. In his previous life, when Zhao Lianyun became a wisdom path Gu immortal, there were people who made biographies of him. This cultural tradition could be traced back to the legends of Renzu. This was the #1 classic of the Gu path. Many Gu masters spent their entire lives to ponder over it. Many Gu masters and Gu immortals who came into contact with them, to commemorate and praise them, people would make biographies of them. In the biography of Zhao Lianyun, there was a section of content. At a very young age, Zhao Lianyun had displayed extraordinary intelligence and wisdom. In the battle of Black Tyrant He Lulan to become the lord of the imperial court, Zhao tribe was caught between Dongfang tribe and He tribe. Just as the Zhao clan was hesitating, Zhao Lianyun used the tiger, wolf, and sheep as an example to persuade his father. Finally, the Zhao clan leader made up his mind to go to the Ma clan, which was thousands of miles away. In the end, not only was the Zhao clan safe, but they were also highly valued and warmly accepted by the Ma clan. The 500 years of memories from his previous life were messy, but Fang Yuan remembered these things clearly. Because of the 5 regions' chaotic war, Ma Hongyun, Shenglinger, and Zhao Lianyun not only became Northern Plains Gu immortals, they were also the cornerstones of the Celestial Court's invasion. They were symbolic figures. In the 5 regions, as long as it was such a person, their biographies would be widely spread and read. Humph, people like Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. I will kill them in the cradle sooner or later. But now is not the time. Fang Yuan restrained the killing intent in his heart, showing a calm expression. Be it Ma Hongyun or Zhao Lianyun, these people who were at the forefront of the 5 regions' chaotic war, they were still a long way from becoming Gu immortals. Fang Yuan had a lot of time to deal with them, but Fang Yuan had to keep Ma Hongyun alive to deal with 88-point Jinyang Tower. For me to use? Tubo was astonished. But my cultivation is only rank 3. Less nonsense, quickly use it. Fang Yuan shouted impatiently, forcefully shoving the wolf enslavement Gu to Tubo. Tubo was helpless. He did not know what kind of strange temper a big shot like the Wolf King had, but because of Fang Yuan's might, he could only instill primeval essence. He activated it for a while, and when he was sweating profusely from exhaustion, he slowly activated the rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu. The wolf enslavement Gu turned into a mystical light, trembling as it landed on the shark fin wolf's body. Sigh. A woman's sigh filled with regret suddenly resounded in everyone's ears. In that instant, Fang Yuan's heart was filled with alarm. He did not even think and quickly retreated. A trembling feeling instantly engulfed the depths of everyone's soul. Almost at the same time, Tubo suddenly opened his mouth, letting out a mournful howl, and died on the spot. The two rank 3 Gu Master Guards were overwhelmed with shock. They simply did not know how Tubo died. At once, they subconsciously followed behind Feng Yuan, flying backwards. But soon, one of them suddenly shuddered. His body was still in the air when he stopped breathing. Soul explosion. A flash of inspiration flashed in Feng Yuan's mind as he blurted out. Wolf Wangda's knowledge is truly extraordinary. A woman's soft voice resounded in his ears, followed by surging shadows. The shadows were like swords, overlapping one another, like a black peacock suddenly spreading its tail, ruthless and sharp, wrapping around Feng Yuan's body. Rank 4 Multiple Sword Shadow Gu. Clank, clank, clank. Suddenly, a concentrated sound rang out. Multiple sword shadows slashed at Feng Yuan's body. Like metal colliding, dazzling sparks burst out. Feng Yuan's skin had turned dark green, and if one looked closely, there were even turtle shell patterns on his skin. Rank 5, Turtle Jade Wolf Skin Gu. Female Scoundrel. The remaining rank 3 Gu Master saw that Feng Yuan was being attacked and immediately shouted, changing his direction. He rushed over to help. The female Gu Master who sneak attacked Feng Yuan snorted coldly, but did not care, activating multiple sword shadows even more violently. At the same time, she opened her mouth and spat out a silky long worm. The long worm was like a black thread. It ignored the surrounding sword shadows and went straight for Feng Yuan's ear. Feng Yuan was expressionless, his gaze as cold as an iceberg. He suddenly stretched out his right hand, grabbing the rank 3 Gu Master Guard who had rushed over to help. Wolf Wangda's man. The rank 3 Gu Master was extremely shocked. He had rushed over to protect Feng Yuan, but he had never imagined that Feng Yuan would actually grab him. Taking advantage of his momentary daze, Feng Yuan pulled him to his right side, blocking between Feng Yuan and the shark fin wolf. Almost at the same time, the rank 3 Gu Master screamed as his body twitched, his eyes rolled back and he started foaming at the mouth. The silky long worm took this chance, and went into Feng Yuan's ear. Feng Yuan gave a muffled snort. He let go of the rank 3 Gu Master, and punched the black screen like sword shadows with his fists. The female Gu Master sensed the enormous strength of this attack and chuckled. She did not fight it head-on, instead withdrawing the multiple sword shadow Gu and her body turned into a black shadow, retreating 20 steps away. The black shadow landed in the shadow of the tent. It turned into a woman. This woman was petite and exquisite, wearing black clothes and her face was covered with a black veil, only revealing a pair of long and narrow phoenix eyes. Her whole body emitted an eerie and gloomy aura. It added a demonic charm to her beauty, making it hard for people to forget her with just one glance. Junior Shadowless Sword BNC Xian greets Wolf Wangda's man. The woman slightly bowed towards Feng Yuan. She was in the enemy's camp, surrounded by enemies, but she was calm and unruffled. Feng Yuan snorted coldly, asking sternly, "What Gu did you just plant in me?" BNC Xian chuckled. "It is a strange Gu worm that Junior accidentally found in some ruins during an exploration. Once it is activated, it will enter the ear and drill into the brain. As long as the person thinks quickly, this worm will rapidly expand until the brain explodes. Thus Junior named it Brain Explosion Gu." Feng Yuan's expression sank. BNC Xian saluted again, her tone full of sincere admiration. Senior was actually able to detect young Master Dongfang's meticulously designed killing trap, and even avoided the majority of the soul explosion's power. This Junior really admires you very much. To be able to take Senior's life is Junior's greatest honor. Farewell. Saying so, she turned into a black shadow, rapidly moving through the shadows of various buildings. It's Shadow Sword Expert. Damn it, stop her. Large numbers of Gu Masters rushed over after hearing the commotion, shouting and attacking the shadows in all directions. But BNC Xian's black shadow had already disappeared without a trace. Did she leave or was she still here? For a moment, no one dared to be certain. Subordinate was late by a step. "Please forgive me, Wolf Wangda's man." "Wolf Wangda's man, are you alright?" Everyone who was extremely worried quickly surrounded Feng Yuan. Although Feng Yuan did not suffer any injuries, his skin and fur had been shaved off by the sword shadows, making him look rather miserable. What could happen to me? A bunch of useless trash. They didn't even know the enemy had sneaked into the supply camp. Get lost! Feng Yuan shouted in exasperation, but he was secretly happy. Who would have thought that an assassination would actually send a clue to thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance into his hands? Brain explosion goo? Did you really think I could not block it in time? Ignorant junior. In Feng Yuan's 500 years of memories, this shadow sword expert Bian Xixian was also an important person. She was one of Ma Hongyun's wives and would become a rank 6 Gu immortal in the future. It was because of this brain explosion Gu in her possession that Ma Hongyun successfully obtained an inheritance of thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. It was just that Ma Hongyun had been evasive about what this inheritance was and what had happened, so Feng Yuan was not clear. He only knew how to properly activate this brain explosion Gu. Bian Xixian's gaze fell on the overlapping shadow Gu, revealing some fervent emotions. Although she had multiple sword shadow Gu, her attacks were scattered, and when she met an opponent with deep defense, it would be very difficult for her to fight. If she had overlapping shadow Gu, she could stack the multiple sword shadows together and form an extremely powerful attack. It would raise her battle strength. It could be said to be a huge improvement. But soon, Bian Xixian retracted her gaze and did not accept the overlapping shadow Gu. From the shadows, her clear and cold voice could be heard. Her voice carried some pride. I will leave this overlapping shadow Gu with Alliance Leader for now. After Wolf King dies, I will come and take it. Saying so, she merged into the shadows and disappeared. Dongfang Yuliang was slightly stunned, and could only put the overlapping shadow Gu back into his aperture. This shadow swordsman is really trustworthy. No wonder she can mix in all the tribes like a fish in water, even though she is a demonic path Gu cultivator. Many righteous path Gu masters did not hesitate to pay a huge price to invite her to take action. It seems she is very confident in Brain Explosion Gu. If Brain Explosion Gu can really get rid of Wolf King, then I will have one less problem. This is the best situation. But what if it cannot? What if Brain Explosion Gu is successfully dealt with by Chang Shanin? At the crucial moment, he chose to resist the soul explosion and let Brain Explosion Gu enter his ear aperture. This means he has some confidence and methods to get rid of this problem. Dongfang Yuliang's gaze turned gloomy, but Wolf King was indeed affected by the soul explosion this time. There are more variables now. It seems I need to make another deduction. Thinking of this, he walked to the bookshelf and opened the incense burner's cover, opening the secret passage. Following the secret passage, he went deep underground. He had already planted an earth fungus king Gu here. This Gu was a type of Gu house. The space inside was narrow, but it was enough for one person to cultivate alone. Most importantly, the earth fungus king Gu had deep defense and could guarantee Dongfang Yuliang's safety. After entering the Gu, Dongfang Yuliang closed the entrance. The entire earthsack fungus king Gu curled up into a ball and went dozens of feet underground before stopping. The inner wall of the earth fungus king Gu was soft and thick like a carpet. Dongfang Yuliang sat cross-legged and slowly closed his eyes. His mind entered his aperture and mobilized rank 5 primeval essence, pouring it into Star Thought Gu. He started to think, if Wolf King Chang Shan gets rid of Brain Explosion Gu, how should I deal with him? The moment this question appeared in his mind, under the effect of Star Thought Gu, it condensed into a thought. Ordinary thoughts were formless and could only exist in the mind. But this thought emitted blue starlight. Not only could it be seen with the naked eye, it could even leave the mind and fly above Dongfang Yuliang's head. Dongfang Yuliang quickly thought, there are 3 ways to deal with an enslavement path Gu master. The first is the king path, using an enslavement path master to deal with an enslavement path master. The second thought-emitting starlight flew out of Dongfang Yuliang's mind and collided with the first star thought. The second is the tyrannical path, using the beheading tactic, using a valiant general to charge into the enemy's formation and take his life from the army. The third star thought flew out and circled around the first star thought. The third is the deceitful path. Assassinating Chang Shan-in, bribing him, or using emotions to move him. The fourth star thought flew out and intertwined with the previous star thought, colliding with it. But no matter how they collided, the 4-star thoughts were still 4. There was no change. Next, Dongfang Yuliang recalled. Our side's military strength, the enemy's military strength, both sides' rations, Chang Shanyin's character, motive, the information of all the Gu master experts on our side, the information of the enemy's experts, the recent weather forecast and trend, the battlefield's geographical environment, the number of hills and lakes, the number of beast groups in the surroundings, the possibility of other forces intervening. Boom. Instantly, hundreds and thousands of star thoughts were produced at the same time. Then they surged out of his mind and flew above Dongfang Yuliang's head. At once, the starlight shined brightly. Dongfang Yuliang's expression turned pale. The primeval sea level in his aperture also fell by a large amount. He manipulated these star thoughts proficiently. The star thoughts were of different sizes. The big ones were not bigger than his big toe, while the small ones were not smaller than his pinky finger. In this narrow space, these star thoughts collided with each other. Some collided with each other. 3 or 4, or even 5 or 6 brand new star thoughts appeared. Some star thoughts fused with each other. Some of the star thoughts actually split into multiple pieces. Hundreds and thousands of star thoughts filled the entire space. They were extremely dense and revolved around Dongfang Yuliang. The primeval sea level slowly fell. Dongfang Yuliang's mind was completely focused. He manipulated these star thoughts to fuse, collide, and split. As he continued to work hard, he occasionally used other wisdom path Gu worms to assist him. The number of star thoughts gradually decreased. After 4 hours, out of the hundreds and thousands of star thoughts, only 8 were left. But these 8 star thoughts were the size of a fist. They flickered with starlight and contained complex thoughts. When these star thoughts flew into Dongfang Yuliang's mind, Dongfang Yuliang's eyes shined with the light of wisdom. He successfully deduced many methods to deal with the Wolf King. These methods were organized and had a clear hierarchy. If it were a normal person, they might not be able to sort out these countless chaotic factors even after thinking for a month or 2. Not to mention finding a solution from this chaotic situation. But using wisdom path methods, Dongfang Yuliang only spent 4 hours to obtain the answer. However, these answers were not the only ones. Taking out Yuan stone to recover his primeval essence, after resting for a while, Dongfang Yuliang deduced the same problem again. This time, he only spent an hour and a half to obtain 7 star thoughts. The star thoughts entered his mind. After reading them, he obtained some answers. These answers were very similar to the previous batch, but there were some slight differences in the details. Dongfang Yuliang let out a sigh of relief and finally stopped. These days he had been cultivating in seclusion, but he kept track of the outside world's information. He was a higher-up in He Tribe's Alliance army, and Gu masters would send him information every day. Looking at the time, tomorrow, our vanguard will come into contact with the enemy's vanguard and start fighting. But there is still some time before I make my move. Feng Yuan and He Lulan were currently overseeing the Central Army. A few days ago, He Lulan had sent someone to pass on a plan to show weakness. In summary, it was to beat them at their own game, and lure out Dongfang Yuliang's arrangements in advance, and let Feng Yuan gain the upper hand by striking later. Feng Yuan sneered inwardly at this. He had the Night Wolf Emperor, and the Night Wolf group was easy to replenish, but He Lulan gave up on this cannon fodder. Of course, there were elements of targeting Dongfang Yuliang, but more of it was to suppress Wolf King Chang Shanyin. Feng Yuan portrayed Chang Shanyin's arrogance to a great extent. He Lulan was unhappy because of this. The alliance army was newly established, and all the forces were competing with each other. Especially in the current situation. He tribe's side was clearly stronger, so every Gu master had the intention to fight for battle merits, suppress others, and snatch more benefits. Water demon Hao Ji Lu, in order to snatch the position of the vanguard general, stood motionless in front of the main tent and blocked the entrance for 3 days, clamoring for battle. After defeating over 10 competitors, he finally got what he wanted. Cunning Gentleman started his plan. And in order to stand out, he took the initiative to side with He Lulan, and temporarily obtain the position of the Alliance Army's #1 strategist. This was internal strife. Any organization or system would have internal strife. Chang Shan-yin had a proud and aloof personality, and he had 500,000 wolves, thus he was ostracized by everyone. You are so strong. If you make a move, all the battle merits will basically be yours. Then what are we supposed to do? He Lulan agreed to Cunning Gentleman's plan. It was also to maintain her position and protect the system. You Wolf King are so strong now. I can't even eat or sleep in peace. I need to maintain balance and suppress you. Feng Yuan could see through these things and these people's thoughts. His situation was different. The contest for the imperial court was just a springboard. His ambition was huge, it was not known to outsiders. With Hu Immortal blessed land, his need for these battle spoils was greatly reduced. Since they don't want me to make a move, then I need time to cultivate. Isn't that better? What Feng Yuan lacked now were not these ordinary resources, but rare resources and a large amount of time. A day later, Water Demon Hao Ji Lu led the vanguard army and engaged in battle with the Dongfang Alliance Army's generals. Before the battle, Hao Ji Lu was extremely brave. He killed the enemy's general and 3 assistant generals. The enemy army was like a group of dragons without a leader. Their morale was low. Hao Ji Lu led his army and attacked, obtaining a great victory. But in the process of pursuing them, he was ambushed by Shadow Sword expert Bian Xixian, suffering heavy injuries. Hao Ji Lu could only stop his attacks and set up camp, recuperating as he waited for the main army to arrive. 3 days later, He Lulan led the middle army to the front line. 5 days later, the left and right armies converged. The two sides were only a few hundred li apart. Flags were erected and tents were everywhere. The battle was about to begin. The atmosphere was heavy. Late at night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. In the room, Feng Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion with his eyes closed, activating Space Thought Goo. Space Thought Goo was a rank 5 goo, obtained from Jewel Yellow Skies. This was a whirlpool of war that affected the whole of Northern Plains. As long as one was careless, even a rank 5 Gu master would be in danger of dying. Now that I have success in enslavement path, I can influence the whole situation. But I am clearly strong in offense and weak in defense. In terms of strength path, I can't protect myself. Once people like Mo Shiquang and Bian Xixian get close to me, it will be troublesome. I need to be cautious in the battle with Dongfang tribe. Thinking of the impending battle, Feng Yuan's battle intent did not surge like others. Cunning Gentleman could be said to have helped him a little, allowing him to stay behind the scenes and have more time to cultivate and increase his battle strength. In the following days, Feng Yuan nurtured his second aperture, while refining the nauseating infant Sabgu. At the same time, he communicated with Little Hu Immortal and handled all the matters in the Blessed Land. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Dang Hun Mountain's situation continued to worsen. The whole mountain was shrinking day by day. Little Hu Immortal would clear out large amounts of gruel mud from Dang Hun Mountain every day. She would do her best to delay Dang Hun Mountain's survival. The starry cloud covered the eastern part of the Blessed Land, and the Starlight Firefly Group's scale had increased by 3 times. According to Little Hu Immortal's initial estimation, there were 50 to 60 more Starlight Firefly goo. To be able to produce so many Starlight Firefly goo in such a short period of time, it was all thanks to air bubble fish. These air bubble fish were gradually showing their effects. Previously, Feng Yuan had frequently entered Hu Immortal Blessed Land and maintained Stargate goo for a long time, causing the Starlight Firefly goo's numbers to fall to rock bottom. Now that the Starlight Firefly goo's numbers had increased, the pressure was greatly alleviated. And in the western part of the Blessed Land, the pink rabbit was breeding in large numbers. Feng Yuan had transferred all the wolf groups from before to northern plains. The pressure on the pink rabbits was greatly reduced, thus the rabbit group scale increased rapidly. After Little Hu Immortal reported this situation, Feng Yuan immediately transferred most of the water wolves from the eastern lakes to the western part to fill the gap in the food chain. But even so, the rabbit group scale was still increasing. To prevent a rabbit disaster, a few days ago, Little Hu Immortal had sold a large group of pink rabbits to Jewel Yellow Skies at a low price. The hairy men that Feng Yuan was most concerned about were temporarily residing in the southern part of the Blessed Land. This was originally the Rockman's homeland, but now that a group of hairy men had appeared, the two sides fought for living space, causing several small-scale conflicts. Clearly, Feng Yuan was purposely distorting his meaning, but at this crucial moment, he could not argue with Feng Yuan. Attack! Attack, attack, attack! He Lulan swallowed his resentment and turned to face the front, fiercely waving his hand and shouting loudly. Alliance leader has ordered attack. Alliance leader has ordered attack. The orders were passed down layer by layer. The army slowly moved. Hundreds of thousands of people followed behind the wolf group and charged towards the other side. Tang Miaoming relied on the fox group in her hands to change the formation, firmly protecting herself. She was worthy of being the person that Dongfang Yuliang favored. Under the attack of the wolf tide, she only relied on 1,000 beast group to change the formation and forcibly held on. Beside her, the foxes surrounded her, forming a circular formation. The formation continued to rotate smoothly, like moving clouds and flowing water, like a millstone or reef. The wolf group outside was like the tide, attacking wave after wave, but could not break the fox group's circular formation. But Tang Miaoming did not have a trace of happiness. She was screaming crazily in her heart. Damn Wolf King, he's like a madman. Damn it, although I can hold on for now, I'm trapped here, unable to move. Who can save me? Who can save me? Suddenly, Tang Miaoming's body stiffened. Her face suddenly turned pale. Her eyes filled with panic and despair. In front of her, He tribe army slowly moved, rapidly accelerating. Under the cover of the wolf group, they launched an overwhelming attack. Tang Miaoming's mind lost control. The fox group's circular formation instantly collapsed. The twin-headed rhinoceros trampled like thunder. He Lulan looked down from above. Tang Miaoming's beauty slightly moved his heart. Who can capture this woman for me? He had just opened his mouth when Pan Ping shot out like lightning. He moved and jumped, suddenly charging to Tang Miaoming's side, attacking at lightning speed. In just a few moves, Tang Miaoming was successfully captured alive. Seeing this, He Lulan nodded in satisfaction, turning his gaze to the front. Dongfang lad. He laughed sinisterly, his eyes burning with the joy of revenge. A moment later, the two armies officially engaged in battle, and the chaotic battle unfolded. With Feng Yuan's help, this battle had just started, but it had already entered a white-hot stage. Bastard! Facing the pouncing night wolf, Tang Feng roared furiously. mobilizing the primeval essence in his aperture and pouring it into the pill fire goo. Whoosh! A fist-sized fireball flew out, creating a gust of wind. This orange-red pill fire directly hit the night wolf's body. The night wolf whimpered as it was knocked to the ground, its whole body burning with flames, not moving at all. Kill! Tang Fong breathed roughly, wanting to charge forward, but was stopped by a Tang tribe elder. Third young master, don't charge forward. Tribe leader orders you to return quickly. But big sister has been captured alive. Tang Fong stared, unwilling to turn around. His big sister was Tang Miao Ming. But third young master, you won't be able to charge forward like this. You will only be sending yourself to death. The elder hurriedly persuaded. Damn it. Tang Fong gritted his teeth, clenching his fists, feeling a wave of powerlessness. He was a genius of Tang tribe, only 22 years old, but already had rank 3 cultivation. But in the past, the rank 3 battle strength that could control the situation was now weak and insignificant in this great battlefield. Normally, it was rare to see rank 3 battle strength, but here, one could see them with just a casual sweep of the area. Rank 3 Gu Masters were already reduced to the core strength. And above them were those rank 4 Gu Master experts. And above them, there were rank 5 experts. Sister, wait for me, I will definitely save you. Water Demon's tyrannical gaze quickly swept around, before landing on Tang Fong, who had the most people. These rank 3 Gu Masters were a bunch of battle merits in Water Demon's eyes, representing the generous rewards after the battle. Water Demon stretched out his scarlet tongue and licked his dry lips, his face filled with bloodthirsty killing intent. You are unlucky to have met me. Water Demon laughed loudly, pushing his palms forward. Rank 4, Waterfall Gu. Bam. In an instant, a huge torrent of water gushed out, charging towards Tang Fong and the others with incomparable momentum. Facing such a majestic attack, Tang Fong felt like he was alone, facing a tsunami. He had a feeling of a great calamity, but he was alone and helpless. Third young master, we will hold them back, quickly retreat. The accompanying elders gritted their teeth, protecting Tang Fong behind them. They worked together and finally managed to block the waterfall. Quickly leave. The elders urged, causing Tang Fong to feel stifled. Hold on, I will find father to save you. He gritted his teeth, but had no choice but to leave in the end. Water Demon laughed maniacally as he fought with the few elders of the Tang family. His attacks were fierce, the majestic water pressure pressuring others. Although Tang tribe's elders had the advantage in numbers, they were at a disadvantage and could hardly resist. After a few rounds, some elders lost their lives in Water Demon's hands. After more than 10 rounds, only one elder was left, the rest had lost their lives. Water Demon laughed malevolently, and was about to attack again, when suddenly, a piercing killing intent assaulted him. Hao Jilu's rich battle experience had already developed an intuition towards danger. He did not even look, immediately retreating, giving up on the battle merits he was about to obtain without any hesitation. Whoosh! With a soft sound, the moment he retreated, a 4-leaf wind blade tore through the air, brushing past him. The wind blade spun endlessly. After missing its target, it drew a long arc on the battlefield. Wherever it went, be it humans or beasts, they were all cut, blood splattered, limbs fell everywhere. The light green wind blade drew a long arc in the air, flying back to its original owner's hand. It's you? Wind Demon Tan Wufeng. Water Demon's maniacal laughter gradually faded, a trace of seriousness appearing in his eyes. Tan Wufeng and him were known as the Wind and Water Twin Demons, both having rank 4 upper stage cultivation. Once, Water Demon rampaged in the eastern part of Northern Plains, while Wind Demon rampaged in the western part of Northern Plains. But later, Dongfang Yuliang used a scheme to capture and subdue Wind Demon. Tan Wufeng became Dongfang Yuliang's follower, attached to Dongfang tribe. Water Demon, your maniacal laughter is too piercing. Young master has ordered me to end your life here. Chapter 517. Dongfang Yuliang was worthy of being a wisdom path Gu master. He had accurately deduced He Lulan's reaction. The killer move 3 hearts combination soul was only a bait to lure He Lulan to attack. Next, Dongfang Yuliang casually revealed his trump card. A killer move specialized in restraining dark vortexes, trapping He Lulan. He Lulan was originally in the main tent, but now that he was trapped, the guards around Fang Yuan fell by a large margin. Taking this chance, Shadow Sword expert Bian Xixian launched an attack and charged into the main tent, attempting to assassinate Fang Yuan again. As long as Fang Yuan died, the wolf group would immediately disperse and the scales of victory would tilt towards Dongfang Alliance army. To ensure the success of this decapitation tactic, He Lulan had not only arranged for Shadow Sword expert, but also an even stronger Gu master. He was Dong Pakong, known as Flying Lightning. He was one of the few flying masters in Northern Plains, a lightning path Gu master with rank 4 upper stage cultivation. Even in the chaotic battle earlier, he did not make a move and had been enduring until now. Only now did he reveal his true intentions and amaze the world. Protect Wolf King. Scoundrel, don't even think of succeeding. Wolf King, leave quickly. The 6 rank 3 Gu masters around the main tent jumped up and attempted to block Dong Pakong and Bian Xixian. Scram! Dong Pakong shouted coldly. The lightning around him suddenly intensified. The 3 Gu masters in front of him were struck by the lightning, and their defensive Gu worms were instantly destroyed. 2 died and 1 was injured. Bian Xixian chuckled and turned into a black shadow, rapidly shuttling around the Gu masters, blocking her like a venomous snake. And in a few moments, she was behind them. What? This speed? Is this the true strength of Shadow Sword expert? The 3 Gu masters were horrified. They turned around and could only see Bian Xixian's graceful back. They wanted to chase, but found they could not move. Their hands and feet were all tied up with black shadows, as if they were tied up by ropes, firmly restraining them. Facing the pincer attack from Dong Pakong and the Shadow Swordsman, Fang Yuan's expression changed. Panic appeared in his eyes. He hurriedly retreated and shouted at the same time. Quick, someone come and protect me. Don't worry, Wolf King. He Xiui is on standby. The last person standing next to Fang Yuan was a black-robed man with a steely expression on his face. He took a few steps forward and stood in front of Fang Yuan. You're courting death. Dong Pakong shouted loudly. Lightning surged around his body, forming a spear that fiercely stabbed at He Xiui. Bian Xixian coldly snorted. With a light flick of her wrist, a flurry of sword shadows instantly poured out. He Xiui's expression did not change in the face of the combined attack of the 2 powerhouses. He suddenly put his palms together in front of his chest and madly mobilized his true essence. Boom! In the next moment, he activated all his defenses. 56 flying bone shields flew out at the same time and blocked in front of him. An emerald green halo flew above his head and illuminated the area within 100 steps. The black light emitted a steel-like luster and formed an incomparably thick armor that covered his entire body. 9 ghostly faces of different colors let out sobs and wails as they hovered around him. At the same time, there was a dark brown oily wind blowing between the flying bone shields. Dong Pakong's lightning spear pierced through 7 flying bone shields and pierced through the dark brown oily wind, but was blocked by the black light armor. Bian Xixian's sword shadows bombarded the shields, shattering all 18 of them. When they saw He Lulan gaining the upper hand, He tribe's Gu masters' morale soared. On the contrary, Dongfang tribe's Gu masters felt heavy pressure. The general was the soul and courage of the soldiers. The contest between He Lulan and Dongfang Yuliang was extremely crucial. It was not only a matter of life and death, but it would also affect the entire battlefield. Cough, cough, cough. He Lulan's wild laughter came to an abrupt stop as he spat out a few mouthfuls of black blood. Although this move was extremely powerful, to kill 1,000 enemies, he suffered 800 losses. It was a self-harming move, no matter the result. Once it was activated, most of the goo worms that formed the Dark Vortex killer move would die. When the goo worms died, the goo master would naturally suffer a backlash. However, this was already a huge gain. He Lulan not only broke free and suppressed Dongfang Yuliang, he even killed Wei Xian, Jiang Wanshan and Yi Xianming, who were in the Three Hearts combination soul state. Once these three died, the mixed beast group immediately lost a unified leader and started an intense internal conflict. Just like what Feng Yuan had said earlier, they collapsed on their own. The mixed beast group that ran around and attacked randomly caused the battlefield to become even more chaotic. Dongfang Yuliang's expression was solemn as he slowly rose up. He Lulan had done a good job in keeping this secret. He did not have any relevant evidence. The killer move that had such terrifying destructive power was beyond his expectations. In fact, he had secretly prepared a means of escape for Yi Xianming, Wei Xian and Jiang Wanshan. He could directly transport the three of them to the rear of the battlefield from where they were. But when He Lulan modified the killer move Dark Vortex, he had added space path goo worms. When the Dark Vortex exploded, the surrounding space was locked and Dongfang Yuliang's method lost its effect. Dongfang Yuliang, it is not too late for you to surrender now. As long as you surrender, I can let bygones be bygones and let bygones be bygones. I can appoint you as the first military advisor. He Lulan said, asking Dongfang Yuliang to surrender in front of everyone. Dongfang Yuliang sneered. He Lulan was famous for being lustful. He had long coveted his sister Dongfang Qingyu's beauty. Even if Dongfang Yuliang surrendered to other forces, he would not choose to submit to He Lulan. He Lulan, you are too optimistic. Even if you have the upper hand now, you are still far from victory. Come, let us have a good contest. 7 star lanterns. Dongfang Yuliang lightly shouted, and 7 lanterns appeared beside him. These 7 lights were of different colors. They circled around his body, drawing beautiful trails of light in the air. This was Dongfang Yuliang's signature killer move. The 7 lanterns had different effects. Under their support, Dongfang Yuliang activated Star Thought Goo. Swish, swish, swish. Countless thoughts gushed out. Starlight shined brightly. Even in the daytime, the brilliance of these star thoughts could not be concealed. A vast number of star thoughts rose into the sky. In just a few breaths of time, Dongfang Yuliang had produced tens of thousands of star thoughts. In the sky, the starlight connected and formed a large nebula. It was grand and magnificent. He Lulan, take this. Dongfang Yuliang shouted. The star thoughts around him shot towards He Lulan like lightning. The huge scale caused the howling of the wind. The aura was extremely shocking. Humph! A trace of wariness flashed in He Lulan's eyes. Wisdom Path Goo Masters were not defenseless people. Every Goo Master path, since it existed, it definitely had offensive methods. Paths without offensive methods would be eliminated, vanishing in the long river of history. Many years ago, He Lulan had fought with Dongfang Yuliang. At that time, there were only a few thousand star thoughts, but they made He Lulan suffer greatly. Star thoughts had astonishing speed. They directly attacked the enemy's mind. It was a different path and hard to defend against. So many star thoughts. It seems Dongfang Yuliang is really risking his life. Creating star thoughts without restraint like this is not as simple as damaging the soul or body. No matter what the result of this battle is, Dongfang Yuliang will lose at least 2 years of his lifespan. My current condition is not good. It is better for me to avoid it for now. He Lulan saw such a scale of star thoughts, and immediately had the intention to retreat. With a whoosh, he vanished on the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already 1,000 steps away. But the star thought's speed was astonishing. They were as fast as lightning, chasing after He Lulan relentlessly. He Lulan snorted coldly, using healing goo while dodging. The star thoughts gathered into a large nebula, chasing after He Lulan on the battlefield. Everywhere they went, people were thrown off their feet. Some Goo Masters with weak wills were directly attacked by the majestic star thoughts and turned into idiots. Most of the Gu masters felt dizzy after the star thoughts entered their minds. They could not stand stably. Only those few Gu master experts with strong wills could use their thoughts to destroy the incoming star thoughts. But because of this, these Gu master experts were resisting the star thoughts. The intense battle slowed down. Rank 4 Gu masters could move unhindered on the battlefield, but rank 5 Gu masters could influence the entire battle once they showed their might. Dongfang Yuliang attacked with all his strength. He Lulan was suppressed. The majestic star thoughts formed into a nebula, becoming the number 1 force in the battlefield. Although star thoughts were expended quickly, Dongfang Yuliang's creation speed was also very shocking. As time passed, the nebula's size did not decrease but instead increased slightly. In the whole battlefield, almost everyone's attention was gathered on the nebula. As the nebula rushed over, most Gu masters chose to escape in all directions, afraid of becoming idiots. However, there was no joy on Dongfang Yuliang's face. Instead it was shrouded in worry. He Lulan's movement Gu was very outstanding. Star thoughts could not catch up to it. Dongfang Yuliang was well aware that the two most important people in He tribe army were He Lulan and Chang Shanin. Right now, He Lulan was running faster than a rabbit, while Chang Shanin was hiding in the dark, suppressing his soul and only using 10% of his strength to control the wolf group. The hope of digging him out from this chaotic battlefield was extremely slim. In that case, I will exterminate your elite troops. I want to see if you can still endure this. Dongfang Yuliang's eyes shined with a cold light. The star thought cloud in the air suddenly turned and charged towards the elite troops. In these 8 days, He tribe army did not move, cleaning up the battlefield every day, tallying the battle merits and healing the injured. The complicated and heavy matters caused the army's higher-ups to be extremely busy. On He Lulan's table, there was a mountain of documents. Cunning Gentleman was entrusted with an important task. He was so busy that he did not sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. His face was pale. All the tribe leaders were even more busy, rushing around for the tribe's benefits. As a superior, they naturally had the responsibilities of a superior. During this period, Gu Guang had also looked for Fang Yuan several times, hoping that Fang Yuan would help Gu tribe's benefits, but Fang Yuan ignored him and only cultivated, refusing to see him. At this time, those demonic Gu masters appeared to be free and unfettered. Most of them were not burdened by any forces. They only needed to take care of themselves. Other than checking if their battle merits were deducted, they also needed to heal their injuries and use battle merits to exchange for new Gu worms, preparing for war. This world's healing ability was much stronger than Earth's. On Earth, a severed arm or leg could only be considered a cripple. Even if a finger was severed, the finger had to be preserved and replanted within a specified time. Replanting a severed finger might not even succeed. There was a chance of failure. But in this world, even if the limbs were severed, they could grow back under the healing effect of Gu worms. Basically, as long as the Gu master's injuries were not too troublesome, they could recover. Thus, although only 8 days had passed, He tribe army's casualties had already decreased by 80%. and most of them had recovered their battle strength. The closer they got to the supply camp, the greater the flow of people. These days, large numbers of Gu masters came here, exchanging their battle merits for resources. The supply camp became the busiest place in the entire army. They had set up 15 large tents, each of them occupying at least 6 hectares of land, with over 1,000 Gu masters serving them. But even so, it was crowded like a marketplace, and the tents were extremely crowded. Subordinate greets Lang Wangda, please come this way. When Fang Yuan arrived at the supply camp, a female Gu master immediately led him into a Gu house with a smile. As long as it was an organization, there would be relationships between the upper and lower levels. There would be differences in treatment. Fang Yuan was the upper echelon of the entire army. The treatment he received was naturally different from ordinary people. Lang Wangda, you are amazing in this battle. You are number 1 on the battle merit board. The young and beautiful Gu master handed a scroll to Fang Yuan with a gaze of worship. All right, little San, don't say any more. I, as Tang tribe leader, have a responsibility to participate in this battle. At this time, Tang tribe leader walked out with a pale expression. Good. Dong Fong snorted coldly, flicking his sleeves as he left. But father, your body. Tang Fong was extremely worried. It will be fine. Tang tribe leader lightly patted his son's shoulder. I have been recuperating these days. My injuries are almost healed. Today's battle is very likely to be the final battle between the two sides. If I don't fight, the situation will not be good. And to the entire tribe, the disadvantages outweigh the advantages. Tang Fong gritted his teeth. Then father, you have to be careful. Sister is still in the enemy's hands, if there is a chance. I will do my best. Tang tribe leader frowned, walking out of the tent. He came to the city wall and met with Dongfang Yuliang, before going down to the battlefield, and engaging in an intense battle with Pan Ping. Tang Fong stood on the wall, his gaze fixed on his father. Young tribe leader, it's fine. Although Lord tribe leader still has poison lingering in his body. Today's battle is different from the past, everyone is holding back. A Tang tribe elder consoled. When Tang Fong saw that his father and Pan Ping were locked in a stalemate, the worry in his heart lessened by a lot. But at this time, Pan Ping suddenly erupted, pulling out the scimitar that was hanging on his waist. In front of everyone's eyes, a bright white light flashed and then disappeared. When they looked again, Tang tribe leader's head was separated from his body. Ah, father! Tang Fong was stunned for a while, before crying out in grief. This unforeseen event happened too quickly. Both sides were stunned for a few breaths of time before a noisy discussion broke out. Tang tribe leader Tang Yu has been captured by me, Pan Ping. Pan Ping's eyes shined with a bloodthirsty light. He raised Tang tribe leader's head and shouted excitedly. Tang Feng's vision turned dark. He fainted on the spot. What was that? I only saw a flash of light. It was too fast. I could not see it clearly. I wonder what gu it is, or is it Pan Ping's killer move? Pan Ping suddenly killed an expert of the same rank. He was in the limelight. Even Feng Yuan, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and looked at him. Northern Plains was vast. It was a battlefield of hundreds of battles. Countless battles had tempered countless experts. These experts might have some trump cards that they had been hiding all along, not letting anyone know about them. Although Pan Ping was a rank 4 gu master, he was not famous. Among all the rank 4 gu masters, he was not famous. But after this battle, he stepped on Tang tribe leader's corpse and became famous. Pan Ping's face was full of joy. He returned victorious. He Lulan laughed heartily. He ordered his men to bring his wine cup and rewarded it to Pan Ping. Thank you, Lord Alliance Leader, for your reward. Pan Ping stood upright in the main tent. He drank the wine in his cup and looked around. He was in high spirits. He obtained this gu worm purely by accident. Once, when several tribes opened a market, he saw that this scimitar was exquisite and bought it to play with. But he did not expect to discover the secret of this scimitar when he played with it. There was a cold light on the scimitar's blade. This cold light was actually a mysterious gu worm. Pan Ping spent a lot of effort to refine this gu worm. Although he did not know the name of this gu, it had killed many strong enemies for him. Its attacks were extremely sharp. He had been looking forward to the upcoming battle for the imperial court. Originally, during the first battle between He tribe and Dongfang army, he had requested to be the first to fight. At that time, he wanted to use this gu to kill a strong enemy under everyone's watchful eyes. He wanted to become famous in one battle. But Tang Miaoming named him and challenged Wolf King Changshan. This made Pan Ping very depressed. What made him even more depressed was that Feng Yuan did not act according to common sense. He directly attacked and skipped the challenge round, causing the two armies to fight. Pan Ping's long-awaited chance was gone just like that. Although there was an intense battle afterwards, it was not the environment Pan Ping wanted. However, in today's battle, I finally grasped the chance. Tang tribe leader Tang Yu is a famous person. After this battle, my status will rise sharply, and I can almost become He tribe's #1 battle general. After all, although water demon Hao Ji Lu is more famous, he has not taken down wind demon yet. As for Wolf King Changshan, he is an enslavement path gu master. I will not compete with him. Pan Ping looked around and felt that everyone's gaze towards him had changed. The pleasure in his heart became even more intense. Chapter 526. Inside the tent, there was silence. On the vermilion table, there was a tall pile of documents. From time to time, a gust of wind would pass through the curtains, bringing with it the fragrance of wild grass, flipping a few pages of the books on the top layer. Outside the window, the weather was sunny, and from time to time, the neighing of war horses or hump wolves could be heard. This instead added to the tranquility of the tent. As Ma tribe's young tribe leader, Ma Yingjie was sitting cross-legged on a cushion, bending over the table and helping his father with the alliance's matters. Ever since Ma tribe launched a sneak attack and exterminated Fei tribe, the biggest obstacle in the Heroes' Assembly was removed. In the following Tianchuan Heroes' Assembly, Ma tribe suppressed Cheng tribe and became the alliance leader. After swearing an oath, Ma tribe's military strength immediately rose to 600,000. Their army was at its peak. After that, Ma tribe fought in all directions, starting from Tianchuan and marching towards the southwest. Along the way, they looked for beast groups or stubborn local forces to attack, constantly refining their troops and consolidating their battle strength. Because of their successive victories, they absorbed the defeated tribes and grew stronger again, creating high morale. Now Ma tribe was near the Mirror Lake and finally met an opponent of the same level, Song Tribe Alliance Army. Currently, Ma tribe was constructing the first line of defense. Report. At this time, an investigative Gu master's voice came from outside the tent. A glint flashed across Ma Yingjie's eyes. He knew that if there was a report, it must be something urgent or important. Thus he put down his work and called out, "Come in." The travel-worn investigative Gu master heard the call, and was about to step into the tent, but was stopped by the guard. "Do you know the rules? Change your shoes, don't dirty the carpet in the tent." The investigative Gu master quickly apologized and changed his shoes before entering the tent. Seeing Ma Yingjie, he immediately knelt on one knee. Subordinate greets young tribe leader, "I have brought important military information from Yution's side." After he reported in a concise manner, Ma Yingjie asked him in detail, and after 15 minutes, he dismissed him. He tribe defeated Dongfang tribe and won the first crucial battle. Ma Yingjie's heart was heavy. The battle for the imperial court had been conducted countless times. At his level, he had already thoroughly understood the rules of the game. He knew the importance of winning the first battle. After He tribe defeats Dongfang tribe, they would receive a large amount of compensation. These war reparations included many of Dongfang tribe's newest Gu recipes, as well as a vast amount of war resources. As long as they digested these resources and absorbed the captives, He tribe army's battle strength would increase by 5 times. In the history of the struggle for the imperial court, the first battle is the most crucial. Once they won the first battle, they would obtain the basic capital. Losing the first battle would almost always result in elimination. There were very few examples of a comeback. He tribe has already obtained the first victory while our Ma tribe is still in a deadlock with Song tribe. Fei Kai cautiously came to the entrance of the tent, trying not to make any noise. The 2 Gu masters guarding the entrance glanced at him before shifting their gazes. Ever since the Fei family was annihilated, the ignorant Fei Kai was chosen by Ma Yingjie and luckily became his personal servant, avoiding the miserable situation of the other clansmen. His daily job was to place the shoes at the entrance of the tent. Ma Yingjie had a clean nature. Every time a guest entered his tent, they would have to change their shoes to avoid dirtying his luxurious carpet. Fei Kai slapped his head, and immediately changed direction, walking towards the agreed-upon secret location. "What, you actually became a servant leader?" When Zhao Lianyan heard this news, he couldn't help but widen his eyes, and looked at Fei Kai in surprise. She thought that this arrangement, although ingenious, had its risks, and it completely depended on Ma Yingjie's mood. Fang Yuan had the Gu recipe and refine essence spirit Gu. It was the same as taking Dongfang tribe's fruits of labor for himself. The Gu worm only needed a thought from the Gu master to self-detonate. If this was during normal times, it would not be so easy for Fang Yuan to obtain refine essence spirit Gu. The imperial court contest every 10 years was not only a way to get rid of the weeds, it was also a way for all the forces to interact. Gu path originated from immemorial antiquity. Runzu was the first Gu master to use Gu worms. After that came the remote antiquity era, followed by the olden antiquity era, followed by the medieval antiquity era, followed by the late antiquity era. Up until now, Gu path had flourished. It could be said to be 100 flowers blooming and 10,000 clans contending for supremacy. Countless paths were like the waves of a long river. At the same time, countless flowers were extinguished. But because of the cruel living environment, the concept of trade could not be deeply rooted in people's hearts. Each force researched it on their own, keeping it to themselves. Back then, one of the invincible sovereigns, Giant Sun, felt this and specially made arrangements. Because of the war reparations, the Huangjin tribes grew endlessly, firmly occupying the overlord position of Northern Plains, lasting for a long time. After the baptism of countless imperial court contests, Northern Plains was publicly recognized as the place with the strongest martial strength among the 5 regions. In terms of overall strength, Central Continent is the strongest, second is Northern Plains. Feng Yuan had his previous life's memories. He was very clear about the strength ranking of the various regions. During the 5 Regions War, Northern Plains was the place that resisted Central Continent's invasion the most fiercely. The other 3 regions had a huge geographical advantage compared to Northern Plains, but they were always suppressed by Central Continent. Only Northern Plains had formed a counterattack army and invaded Central Continent. Northern Plains could have such strength because of Giant Sun Immortal's arrangements. He made use of war and limited it to a certain scale, allowing Northern Plains' military strength to flourish. Unfortunately, his arrangements were still too small, only thinking about his own benefits. On the other hand, Central Continent's strength was due to the structural reform. It was a fundamental advantage. Feng Yuan came from Earth. He had a unique perspective, and with his 500 years of experience, he had a clear understanding of the nature of society. There are actually more than 10 amplify effect goo? Feng Yuan collected his scattered thoughts and continued to inspect. He had a pleasant surprise. Amplify effect goo belonged to the rule path. It was specialized in assisting other goo worms. It could increase the effect of the goo worm. As for the amplification, it depended on the rank of amplify effect goo. The higher the rank, the greater the effect. Of course, there were gains and losses. The goo master would expend more primeval essence. Amplify effect goo was very popular among goo masters, because goo masters of any path could use it. Fire path goo masters could use it. Water path goo masters could also use it. To Feng Yuan, both enslavement and strength paths could be amplified by amplify effect goo. Among He tribe's resources, there was actually a rank 5 amplify effect goo. There was also one rank 4, 3 rank 3, and the rest were all rank 2. Feng Yuan naturally wanted to pick the best. He directly chose that rank 5 amplify effect goo. It could amplify the goo worm's effect by 5 times. But this way a problem arose. Lang Wangda, you want to exchange for so many goo. I'm afraid your battle merit is not enough. The female goo master in charge of receiving him cautioned after considering her words. I know. An intense fishy smell assaulted his face, and at the next moment, he saw a tiger's mouth open wide, covering his head. Crack. Tiger King fiercely bit down, directly crushing Su Yi's head. Cheng Hu won. Ma tribe won the first round of the general challenge. At once, Song tribe's higher-ups were slightly moved, while Ma tribe cheered. Victory. A good start is half the battle won. In the main tent, Ma Yingjie clenched his fists tightly, his eyes shining with a strange light. His heart was filled with excitement. On the other side of the battlefield, in the vast battlefield, one side's battle cries resounded in the sky, as flags fluttered in the wind. The other side's battle formation was wavering, their morale was low, and there were signs of collapse. Alliance leader Luo, the enemy's momentum is too fierce, we can't stop them. Retreat quickly. As a commander, we need to judge the situation. Right now Lu tribe's general is like a tiger, our army cannot match him. Several higher-up Gu masters fought to speak, they were all flustered. Luo Bojun looked around, smiling bitterly. Retreat? Everyone, where else can we retreat to? This is already our last line of defense. Sigh, forget it, forget it. Since the start of the battle with Lu Wenwu, which defense line has lasted for 3 days. The enemy is too strong. We might as well surrender. In the first battle, Luo Bojun was heavily injured by Lu Wenwu, Emo Shikuang and the others, and had not recovered. These days, Luo tribe's army was in constant defeat. No matter how much effort he put in, he was unable to reverse the situation. He thoroughly recognized the huge difference in strength between the enemy and his side. He was disheartened and had no more fighting spirit. After hearing Luo Bojun's words, the higher-up Gu masters let out a sigh of relief. They were hindered by the poison oath and could not say it out loud. But since Luo Bojun took the initiative to surrender, there was no problem. The order to surrender was quickly passed down, and the battle quickly calmed down. Ha ha ha, I said it. As long as us 3 brothers work together, we can trample the world. Emo Shikuang raised his head and laughed, feeling extremely proud of himself. Lu Wenwu laughed, his heart filled with great joy. Lu Tribe Alliance's leader had won. Next it was to annex the enemy forces, take in the captives, expand the army, and set off again. Mengqiu. The leopard group roared, starting a bloody battle with the rat group. The Gu masters of the 2 armies instead became the background. New Heir 2 stood proudly with his hands behind his back, mutated leopards circling around him, giving off a dignified aura. In contrast, his opponent, Jiang Baoya, one of the publicly recognized enslavement masters of Northern Plains, was sweating profusely, his face pale. Jiang Baoya, you have already lost. Do you know where you lost? Your rat group is too large, reaching 650,000.